Chapter 1, The Queen of Jinling is pregnant, but the child has a yin-yang meridian? In the luxurious room, a beautiful woman wearing a thin gauze nightgown was lying on the big bed. Her eyes were closed, her brows were slightly furrowed, her white legs were tightly clamped together, and she let out a low moan from time to time. Vomit. Suddenly she opened her eyes and instinctively half sat up. She felt nauseous and couldn't help dry heaving a few times. What's wrong with me? Why do I keep dreaming about that night? And this retching? Keqing frowned and glanced out the window. The sun was shining and the sky was blue. She pondered for a moment, took out her cell phone and made a call. Please ask Mr. Fu to come over for me. Yes, Mr. Qin. A respectful female voice came from the other end of the phone. After throwing away her phone, Keqing inevitably recalled what happened that night again. It was a night more than a month ago when she went to Yazhou alone for vacation and met a young man of similar age. Perhaps driven by pressure, alcohol and hormones, she couldn't help but have that kind of relationship with the other party. She was completely unlike herself that night. She actively seduced and demanded things madly, behaving like a veteran in the love field. The two were evenly matched in chess and kept making noise until late at night. When she woke up the next day, the room was empty and there was only a mess on the floor. This was Keqing's first time, and she had no intention of finding the man, but instead quickly put the matter behind her. But recently she has been having dreams similar to that night, which makes her wonder if there is something wrong with her body. Thinking of this, Keqing walked to the bathroom barefoot and took a comfortable hot bath. After she dried her hair and dressed herself up, Special Assistant Lin Tong knocked on the door. Boss Qin, Mr. Fu is here. Keqing did not answer, but walked to the reception room with graceful steps, only to see a white-haired old man sitting on the sofa. Boss Qin. Seeing her coming, the white-haired old man immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. Mr. Fu, thank you for your help. Keqing sat down on the sofa beside her and placed her fair right hand on the back of the chair. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Old Fu smiled and nodded, then he placed his hand on Keqing's right wrist and took her pulse carefully. His expression was relaxed at first, then turned solemn, and then slowly turned into shock. Mr. Fu, is Mr. Qin okay? Special Assistant Lin Tong couldn't help but ask. Mr. Qin, congratulations, you are pregnant. Mr. Fu withdrew his hand and said seriously. What? Ms. Qin is pregnant? Lin Tong only felt thunder rumbling in the sky, as if she heard a bolt from the blue. Who is Mr. Qin? That is the Qin family's throne, and she is like a queen in Jinling. Who is so lucky to get the favor of Mr. Qin? The most important thing is that as a special assistant, she knew nothing. Are you pregnant? Keqing's face changed slightly, and she immediately understood the reason why she was retching. After that night, she didn't take any protective measures, so it's not surprising that she is pregnant now. Moreover, there are some old men in Qin's family who always want to marry her off, and they often cause all kinds of trouble. Now that we have this fetus, I guess we should all shut up, right? It's just a bit troublesome that we don't know who the father of the child is. But Keqing didn't care. With her connections and strength, it would be easy for her to find that person. While she was thinking, Elder Fu's voice sounded again, but Mr. Qin, I'm afraid there will be some trouble with your fetus. Mr. Fu, just tell me what you want to say. Keqing put away her thoughts and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Qin's baby has a physique of yin-yang meridians. Yin-yang meridian? Keqing's heart trembled. Although she didn't know what yin-yang meridian was, she knew it was not a good thing just by hearing the name. That's right. A fetus with a dead yin and yang meridian is almost impossible to be born. Even if it can survive until delivery, it will become a stillbirth at the moment of birth. Unless. Mr. Fu looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Unless what? Keqing stared at the white-haired old man in front of her. Unless Mr. Qin can find the old man Tianji in the Immortal Valley, or his successor, there may be a chance of victory. As for me, I am afraid there is nothing I can do. After saying this, Mr. Fu stood up, said goodbye and left. Keqing sat on the sofa, with Mr. Fu's words constantly echoing in her mind. She didn't even know when the other party left. Boss Qin. After seeing Mr. Fu off, Lin Tong returned to the living room and called out cautiously. Help me contact old man Tianji from the Immortal Valley. Invite him to Jinling City at any cost. Keqing ordered solemnly. Yes, Mr. Qin. Lin Tong bowed and left. Sunshine, beach. Zhou Yufeng dropped the surfboard in his hand, shook his wet hair, lay back on the beach chair, and took a big sip of cold juice. Comfortable. He put on his sunglasses in a showy way, put his hands behind his head, and enjoyed the beauty to his heart's content. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou said he was going to teach people how to surf, but he ended up hiding out here to enjoy himself. Mr. Zhou, can you teach me how to swim? Several sexy and charming girls in bikinis appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Zhou Yufeng, chattering non-stop. From time to time, he would pretend to accidentally stroke his pectoral muscles. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang at an inopportune time. Mr. Zhou, your phone number. A tall girl handed the mobile phone on the table to Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng took it easily. The sexy girls knew what to do and said nothing. They just smiled and looked at his strong and muscular upper body. Master Tianxian, someone offered a high price to ask Elder Tianji to do it, but was rejected. A respectful male voice came from the phone. So you've set your sights on me? Zhou Yufeng sneered and prepared to hang up the phone. Master Tianxian, this is what Elder Tianji meant. The man on the phone said anxiously, the old man said that this is your chance. My chance? Zhou Yufeng frowned and asked, who is the other party? Putting aside the issue of chance, just because this was the intention of old man Tianji, he couldn't ignore it. Without old man Tianji, he wouldn't be where he is today. In Zhou Yufeng's heart, old man Tianji is both a master and a father. Jinling Qin family, Qin Keqing. Is it her? Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows, and a stunningly beautiful figure subconsciously appeared in his mind. That night, he spent a wonderful night with that beautiful figure, and only later did he find out that she was Qin Keqing, the queen of Jinling. But he didn't have any thoughts about it. After all, it was just a one-night stand, which was consensual and did not involve any feelings, so there was no need to dwell on it afterwards. He just didn't expect that he would end up being involved with the other party by fate. Well, let me know once you've arranged everything. Yes. The man on the phone responded respectfully. Chapter 2. The clown turned out to be himself. As soon as I put down my phone, a few sexy girls came up to me again, still chattering non-stop. Come on, I'll teach you how to water ski. Zhou Yufeng waved his hand, and several sexy girls surrounded him and came to the shallow water area. Although they said they were teaching water skiing, in fact, we soon became a group of people laughing and having a lot of fun. Zhou Yufeng didn't care, since he wasn't the one who suffered the loss anyway. Zhou Yufeng played on the beach until almost noon when he received another call. Master Tianxian, I have an appointment with President Qin to meet at Tianhong Villa. Do you need me to pick you up? No need, I can go there by myself. Zhou Yufeng hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and just drove out of the beach parking lot when a red Porsche drove towards him. Fortunately, he braked quickly, otherwise he would have almost crashed. A young woman in her 20s got out of the car and ran to Zhou Yufeng's car window with a look of panic and a glimmer of hope. She was wearing a set of designer clothes. Her top was the latest Chanel model of the season, and her handbag was also a limited edition. She has delicate makeup, a round oval face, and long black hair draped over her shoulders. If there were people from Jinling's upper class here, they would definitely recognize at a glance that this woman is Bai Chuxi, the daughter of the mayor of Jinling. Miss Bai, do you know that what you are doing is very dangerous? Zhou Yufeng lowered the car window, his tone quite cold. The mayor's daughter has come to him many times recently, asking him to help treat the old man of the Bai family, but she has been rejected without exception. As for the reason, the answer is that fate has not yet arrived. Of course, in Bai Chuxi's opinion, the fate has not yet arrived just because she does not have the conditions to impress Zhou Yufeng. Master Tianxian, I know my actions are very presumptuous, but we have no other choice. Bai Chuxi's tone was filled with pleading. Grandpa's health is getting worse day by day. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Zhou Yufeng shook his head slowly, his attitude remained the same. Master Tianxian, as long as you are willing to help treat my grandfather, the consultation fee will be tripled, and I can immediately transfer the 300 million to your account. Bai Chuxi raised the offer again. Compared with his grandfather's life, a mere 300 million was nothing. Miss Bai, do you think I am a person who values money? Zhou Yufeng asked a soul-searching question. 300 million is indeed an astronomical figure, but if he wants it, there will be people willing to give it to him at any time without him having to do anything. What if we add the entire Jinling city's medical market? Bai Chuxi gritted his teeth. Jinling is not a small city. Even if we can only get a piece of the pie, it will be a huge business worth tens or hundreds of billions. She dared to say this because she really had the ability, and she also firmly believed that no one could refuse this condition. Let me think about it. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Zhou Yufeng did not refuse outright, but gave an ambiguous answer, then turned the steering wheel, bypassed the red Porsche, and quickly left with a step on the accelerator. Master Tianxian. Bai Chushi stamped her feet in anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. She could only quickly get back to the car and turn around to chase after him. Unfortunately, her driving skills were too poor. When the red Porsche finally turned around, Zhou Yufeng had disappeared. Tianhong Villa is one of the top private clubs in Jinling. Those who can enter and exit here are either rich or noble. After parking the car in the parking lot, Zhou Yufeng strode towards the main entrance of the villa. Zhou Yufeng, stop right there. Suddenly an angry shout came from the side. Zhou Yufeng turned around in surprise, only to see a group of people surrounding him. They were all familiar faces. Who else could they be but members of the Liang family? Speaking of which, the Zhou family and the Liang family are old friends and have close relationships with each other. Even the old man of the Liang family once said that he wanted to marry his granddaughter Liang Mingyi to Zhou Yufeng. It's a pity that everything has changed since the Zhou family fell into poverty. Not only did the Liang family not lend a helping hand to the Zhou family, they also ignored Zhou Yufeng, who had disappeared. After he returned to Jinling, they made things even more difficult for him and took advantage of his misfortunes. In their eyes, Zhou Yufeng was just a parasite who wanted to come back and take advantage of the Liang family. Zhou Yufeng, you are really a ghost that won't leave. You follow us wherever we go. I warn you, if you continue to follow us like this, you will be in big trouble. Liang Chengkong walked straight up to Zhou Yufeng and spoke viciously. A poor fellow wants to be my husband. It's enough to make everyone laugh. The skinny Liang Mingyi was also in the crowd, sneering sarcastically. I've already said that the Zhou family and the Liang family have no relationship anymore. You go your way, and I go mine. Now you're the ones who are whining in front of me like clowns. If you have any shame, get out of here. Zhou Yufeng's voice was full of coldness, and he fought back mercilessly. You dare to call us clowns? Liang Chengkong was furious. Who do you think you are? And you dare to say that you didn't come here to follow us? Chengkong, is it necessary to get angry with him? He probably doesn't even know where this place is. Liang Mingyi sneered. That's right. Look at his loser appearance. If he knew where this place is, he would probably be so scared that he would pee his pants. Okay, what's the point of making such a fuss here? At the same time, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance walked out of the crowd. His name was Liang Daong, the father of Liang Chengkong and Liang Mingyi. After a pause, he glanced at Zhou Yufeng coldly and said, Zhou Yufeng, do you know why we are here? We are waiting for Miss Bai Chushi. She is the mayor's daughter and controls the entire Jinling city's pharmaceutical market. That is to say, we will soon reach a cooperation with Miss Bai to jointly develop the pharmaceutical market in Jinling City. In the future, our Liang family will be reborn and become one of the few large families in Jinling. If you have any self-knowledge, you will know that you are not worthy of having anything to do with our Liang family. As he spoke, Liang Daong took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a dozen red 100 yuan bills, threw them on the ground like trash, and continued, consider this money as my alms. Take it and get out of here. Looking at the $100 bills flying in front of him, Zhou Yufeng smiled, so this is what you guys were planning? He didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. Bai Chushi had just proposed to hand over the medical market in Jinling City to him, and the Liang family was waiting for Bai Chushi here. What? Do you think you can ruin our plan just because you know this? Liang Chengkong couldn't help but mock him again. You are a poor guy whose family has fallen on hard times. What are you thinking about? Is this something you can get involved in? You really think you are a piece of cake? Liang Mingyi also looked disdainful. Even Liang Daong and other members of the Liang family had a condescending and arrogant expression. It seemed that compared with Zhou Yufeng, they were the emperors in heaven, and Zhou Yufeng was just an ordinary man. How could he be compared with their Liang family? Chapter 3, They were sentenced to death. Looking at the arrogant faces of the Liang family, Zhou Yufeng scratched his fingernails and said nonchalantly, okay, then I will also tell you that you Liang family should not even think about interfering in the pharmaceutical market in Jinling. It is impossible. This is what I said. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. You fool, you idiot. Do you really think you are the king? The Liang family laughed disdainfully, and the sound was as harsh as it could be. In their eyes, Zhou Yufeng was just an outdated young master who didn't know his place. How could Bai Chushi, the mayor's daughter, listen to him? Mr. Zhou is right. Don't even think about getting involved in Jinling's pharmaceutical market. It will never be possible. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind everyone. You fucking. Liang Chenkong roared angrily, turned around, and was about to scold the person who spoke, but the words could not come out when they reached his lips. His expression changed from anger to shock, and then to panic. Liang Daong noticed this, frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes suddenly widened. Ms. Bai. Miss Bai, you are so humorous. Our Liang family is a partner that has been carefully selected and will definitely bring rich benefits to Miss Bai. Liang Daong was a man who had seen a lot of storms. He quickly regained his composure and walked forward with a flattering smile on his face. Bai Chushi ignored him and just turned her beautiful eyes to Zhou Yufeng. Just now, she couldn't catch up with Zhou Yufeng's taillights, and wanted to give up temporarily and come over to discuss cooperation with the Liang family, but she didn't expect to see such a drama. Miss Bai, please don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a bumpkin who just came back from the mountains. He knows nothing. Yes, this guy likes to make trouble. We will solve this trouble immediately and it will not affect our cooperation in the slightest. Liang Chenkong, Liang Mengyi and other members of the Liang family also spoke up, and their level of flattery was as if they were facing a queen. Sky. Just as Bai Chushi was about to speak, she felt a sharp gaze sweeping over her, and she was so scared that she quickly changed her words. Humph. How can you slander young Master Zhou so casually? He said that your Liang family cannot interfere in the pharmaceutical market in Jinling, so you can't do that. After these words were spoken, the Liang family was dumbfounded again and couldn't believe their ears. Bai Chushi, the mayor's daughter, actually calls Zhou Yufeng Mr. Zhou? And just because of a casual remark made by Zhou Yufeng, they sentenced the Liang family to death? If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Mr. Zhou. Bai Chushi simply ignored the Liang family's shock, walked quickly to Zhou Yufeng, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. From his previous indifference, he became somewhat humble, even submissive. The Liang family saw the entire scene, which made them even more confused. I have something urgent to do. Let's talk after I finish my work. Zhou Yufeng waved his hand. Okay, I'll wait here for Master Tianchuan's notice. Bai Chushi's face showed surprise. Zhou Yufeng did not refuse outright, which meant that there was still hope. Even if there was only a slight chance, she would not give up. Zhou Yufeng didn't say anything else and turned to walk towards the entrance of Tianhong Villa. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhou Yufeng? As soon as I stepped into the main entrance, a man in a suit and tie came up to me and asked respectfully. It's me, how do you know my name? Zhou Yufeng was slightly surprised. This was his first time at Tianhong Villa and he didn't know the man in front of him. I'm the account manager of Tianhong Villa, my last name is Zhao. Just now a lady asked me to give this to you, saying that you will know after you see it. As he spoke, he handed over something. It was an ancient square jade plaque with the sun, moon and stars engraved on the front and the word Tianji written in seal script on the back. Others didn't know what this was, but Zhou Yufeng recognized it at a glance. It was a token of his master, Elder Tianji. Where is that lady? Zhou Yufeng asked after taking the token. She is waiting for Mr. Zhou in the purple bamboo box of Tianhong Villa. Okay, take me there. Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly. Mr. Zhou, this way please. Manager Zhao immediately made a gesture of invitation and led the way. At this time, Liang Daong came back to his senses and said to Bai Chushi flatteringly, Miss Bai, you must not be deceived by Zhou Yufeng. Their Zhou family is no longer the Zhou family of the past. This kid only knows how to cheat and deceive now. Liang Daong, apart from anything else, your vision alone is not worthy of cooperating with me. To use a common saying, you are blinded by a single leaf and fail to see the mountain. Bai Chushi glanced at him, walked into Tianhong Villa by herself, and no longer paid attention to the Liang family. Liang Daong wanted to follow in, but was stopped outside. Although the Liang family is considered wealthy, in front of the top families in Jinling, they are no different from ordinary citizens of Xingdou. Just Tianhong Villa is not something they can enter just because they want to. When they thought that Zhou Yufeng was able to get in and there was someone to greet him, but they were turned away, everyone in the Liang family could not help but look at each other in confusion, feeling a sense of unrealistic fantasy. Purple bamboo box. Yi Muxi stood in front of the window, looking at the lush scenery outside, holding a wineglass in her right hand and shaking it gently. Although she seemed relaxed, her slightly rapid heartbeat betrayed her. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Jinling, she has seen many storms, and the power in her hands is also quite amazing. Even though she is not as good as Keqing, who is known as the Queen of Jinling, she is not much inferior. However, the people she was going to meet and the things she was going to do next could affect her life and even the entire Yi family, so she couldn't help but be nervous. Knock, knock. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a gentle knock on the box door. Yi Muxi turned around subconsciously, and her breathing became rapid in an instant. Come in. She spoke softly, trying her best to keep her voice from trembling. The door of the box was then pushed open, and a handsome young man walked in with his hands in his pockets. He was the man she had been thinking about day and night. Should I call you Master Zhou? Or Master Tianhong? Yi Muxi smiled sweetly and took the initiative to step forward and extend her slender jade hand. Whatever you want. Zhou Yufeng reached out and held Yi Muxi's small hand. It was soft, boneless, smooth and delicate, and it felt great. Mr. Zhou, I'm Yi Muxi from the Jinling Yi family. I wonder if you have heard of me. Yi Muxi introduced himself. I've heard of the Jinling Yi family, which is famous and wealthy, but this is the first time I remember Mr. Yi's name. Zhou Yufeng smiled faintly, and at the same time realized that he might have misunderstood. He originally thought that the token from Old Man Tianji was given to him by Keqing. How come in the blink of an eye, he turned into Yi Muxi in front of him? Chapter 4, Good luck, hit the target with one shot. I wonder where Mr. Yi's Tianji jade plate came from. After a pause, Zhou Yufeng asked straight to the point. I got it from Old Man Tianji by chance. Yi Muxi smiled and explained, it is for this reason that I know that Mr. Zhou is the legendary Master Tianhong. She didn't lie. Before the Zhou family declined, Yi Muxi had already noticed Zhou Yufeng and fell in love with him at first sight. After the Zhou family got into trouble, Yi Muxi wanted to help them, but he was powerless at the time and could only watch the Zhou family suffer. Later, she used her connections and contacts to try to find Zhou Yufeng's whereabouts. Years went by and I never gave up. Finally, I learned that Zhou Yufeng was rescued by Old Man Tianji and brought back to the mountain to study martial arts. At this time, Yi Muxi had already taken control of the Yi family and had even more powerful connections. Through an intermediary, he contacted Old Man Tianji and obtained the Tianji Jade token. Since Mr. Yi has the heavenly secret jade plate, please tell me if you need anything. Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly but didn't ask any further questions. The Tianji Jade pendant cannot be faked. Its appearance is easy to imitate, but the real Tianji Jade pendant contains a trace of the aura of Old Man Tianji, which a fake cannot possess. According to the rules of Old Man Tianji, he must meet a request of the person who owns the Tianji Jade plate. As long as the request is something he can do and does not violate the principles. My request is very simple, as long as Mr. Zhou agrees to marry me. Yi Muxi took a deep breath and said solemnly. Puff. Zhou Yufeng just took a sip of tea and now spit it all out. Boss Yi, you are kidding me, right? The daughter of the Yi family in Jinling wants to marry me when we meet for the first time? No matter how confident Zhou Yufeng was in himself, he still doubted whether Yi Muxi was joking. Mr. Zhou, I'm not kidding you. Yi Muxi's pretty face blushed slightly, but her attitude remained firm. This is a bit too sudden. Let me think about it first. Zhou Yufeng looked at Yi Muxi and smiled bitterly. It is undeniable that Yi Muxi is definitely a rare beauty. She has a graceful figure, a slender waist, big breasts, and a round butt. She has the body of a devil and the face of an angel. But all this happened too suddenly, catching him off guard. At this moment, a young woman in a black and gray professional suit walked past quickly and glanced at Zhou Yufeng through the open door of the box. She subconsciously stopped, turned her head to look at Zhou Yufeng and Yi Muxi, and then her eyes narrowed. Then the young woman did not stop and walked to the box at the end of the corridor at a faster pace. Master Tianhong hasn't arrived yet? In the box, Keqing leaned back on the leather sofa and asked her special assistant. Not yet. Lin Tong bowed and replied, but the man that Mr. Qin is looking for has been found, and he is in the purple bamboo box right now. Oh? Keqing raised her eyebrows slightly, and a person's information emerged in her mind. Zhou Yufeng, the former eldest son of the Jinling Zhou family. After the Zhou family fell into poverty, they disappeared and returned to Jinling not long ago. They have been doing nothing all day and wandering among flowers. Lin Tong labeled him as playboy, lustful, and a little idle, with almost everything about him being full of flaws. The only thing that is good is his personal image. He can be considered suave and gives people the feeling of a handsome young man. After reading these materials, Keqing's first feeling was two words: suitable. This is simply her ideal partner, because her partner does not need to have great abilities or be very capable, as long as he is obedient. Of course, an outstanding personal image is also a plus. Bring him here. Keqing ordered immediately. Boss Qin, I'm afraid this won't work. Boss Yi is also in the purple bamboo box, and he has even proposed to marry Zhou Yufeng. Lin Tong lowered her head and said embarrassedly. Next time you continue to talk like this, just get out of Qin's company. Keqing stood up suddenly, said this coldly, and walked out of the box quickly. Yes, Mr. Qin. Lin Tong was so frightened that her heart trembled. She lowered her head and followed Keqing step by step, not daring to breathe. Keqing came to the door of the purple bamboo box with an expressionless face. She coughed softly to attract the attention of Zhou Yufeng and Yi Muxi. Then she opened her red lips and said, Boss Yi, may I come in? Boss Qin? Yi Muxi's pretty face flashed a trace of surprise, and then she said, I'm sorry, Boss Qin, I have some personal matters at the moment. What she meant was that it was inconvenient. After all, she was discussing her lifelong affairs with Zhou Yufeng, which was extremely private. What did it matter if there were outsiders present? If Mr. Yi's personal matter is to marry him, then I have to disturb him. Keqing didn't wait for Yi Muxi's consent and walked into the box on her own. What do you mean, Mr. Qin? Yi Muxi frowned slightly and looked at Keqing in confusion. The Yi family and the Qin family have never interfered with each other, and there was no intersection between her and Keqing. This happened so suddenly that she was completely confused. How did she find here? Zhou Yufeng was also stunned at this moment, frowning and remaining silent. When you don't know what's going on, the best thing to do is to find out what's going on. It's very simple. He is the biological father of the baby in my belly. Even if he wants to get married, he should marry me, not you, Yi Muxi. Keqing never stops talking until her words are shocking. These words hit Yi Muxi and Zhou Yufeng's hearts like a bolt from the blue. Especially Zhou Yufeng, he kept looking at Keqing and soon confirmed that Keqing was not lying and was indeed pregnant. Am I so lucky that I hit the target on the first try? Boss Qin, are you kidding me? You and him. Yi Muxi pointed at Zhou Yufeng, his head buzzing. I never joke. Keqing replied coldly. Yi Muxi looked at Zhou Yufeng with an inquiring look, and the latter nodded silently and said, more than a month ago, I did have a one-night stand with her. Mr. Yi, although I don't know what you like about him, you won't compete with my child for the father, right? Keqing continued aggressively. She never fights a battle she is not sure of, even in matters like this. You don't know who he is yet, right? Yi Muxi suddenly asked. Of course I know. He was the former young master of the Zhou family. Now the Zhou family has fallen into decline, but this is not important, right? Keqing had a blank expression on her face, as if everything was under her control. I understand. Yi Muxi nodded slightly. Hearing this, Keqing rarely showed a smile. In her opinion, defeating an opponent like Yi Muxi is an achievement. However, Yi Muxi's next words shocked her. Boss Qin, don't be so happy too soon. I will never give up on him. You can have his child, and so can I, Yi Muxi. Chapter 5 Give you 500 million, be my man. Hearing Yi Muxi say this, Lin Tong, who was hiding behind Keqing and acting as an invisible man, was secretly shocked. If these words were to get out, they would definitely set off an uproar in the entire Jinling in an instant. These two are both the proud daughters of Jinling City. They are both extremely beautiful and have no shortage of suitors. Who would believe that they are competing for the same man here? Why? Keqing asked in a cold tone. In her opinion, it was unbelievable that Yi Muxi could like Zhou Yufeng. Now that she knows that I am pregnant with Zhou Yufeng's child, she actually wants to snatch the man from me, which is even weirder. I fell in love with this man before the Zhou family declined, and I have never given up looking for him over the years. In terms of time, I was the first one to arrive. So even if you are pregnant with his child now, you shouldn't compete with me. Yi Muxi raised her round chin with a proud look on her face. What she said was all true. Moreover, she also knew that during the years when Zhou Yufeng disappeared, he was concentrating on learning skills from old man Tianji. Not only did he learn many extraordinary skills, but he also made a name for himself as Master Tianxian. How can I give in to such an outstanding man? So, you will never let go? Qin Keqing's face was as gloomy as water. Of course. Yi Muxi nodded firmly. In that case, let's each show off our talents and see what choice he will make between us. Qin Keqing suggested. Okay. Yi Muxi was not timid at all. When you two are discussing about me, can you please ask for my opinion first? Zhou Yufeng scratched his head and said speechlessly. Shut up. However, Qin Keqing and Yi Muxi scolded at the same time. The desire to win between the two women has exploded, and now only the enemies are standing in their way. Mr. Zhou, you heard what I just said. I really like you. If you are willing to marry me, I am willing to give you 10% of the shares of the Yi family. Yi Muxi restrained his previous stern expression and spoke to Zhou Yufeng. Although the Yi family is not as good as the Qin family, it is also a large family with assets worth hundreds of billions. 10% of the shares is equivalent to billions. Even a poor beggar can become a famous billionaire in Jinling City in seconds as long as he agrees to Yi Muxi's request. Zhou Yufeng, you slept with me, and now I have your child. If you are a man, you should take on this responsibility. Of course, I won't be stingy with my man. You can spend the 500 million as you like. I'll give you more when you're done. Qin Keqing stared at Zhou Yufeng with burning eyes, showing the majesty of a queen. Looking at the two women's magnificent masterpieces, Zhou Yufeng felt overwhelmed. This is the 500 million I promised to give you. You can spend it as you please. Qin Keqing handed over a check directly. Thank you. Zhou Yufeng was stunned at first, and then suddenly thought, why not refuse money if someone gives it to you? It would be a waste if I didn't want it. Besides, it was what I deserved. It was because the woman hugged me and asked for it several times that night. Even if it was a reward for hard work, the check should be accepted, so Zhou Yufeng reached out to take it and put it in his pocket. I have also made an appointment with Master Tianxian. Please come back to the peony box with me later and sign the agreement. After Qin Keqing finished speaking, she turned around and left without waiting for Zhou Yufeng's agreement. I'll make a call and then come over. Zhou Yufeng raised his cell phone. Okay. Qin Keqing nodded slightly, then left with Lin Tong. After making sure that the two had entered the peony box at the end of the corridor, Zhou Yufeng made a phone call. Master Tianxian. The call was quickly connected and a man's voice came from the receiver. Cancel the meeting with Qin Keqing from Jinling. Zhou Yufeng ordered. If he doesn't cancel the meeting, his identity will be exposed, and he might even get into some unnecessary trouble. Master Tianxian, this is a request from Elder Tianji. Don't be afraid of doing this. It's okay, I will explain it to Master. Zhou Yufeng interrupted. Okay, I know what to do. The man on the phone agreed reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yufeng walked out of the Zizhu box and came to the peony box at the end of the corridor. Qin Keqing sat on the sofa, drinking coffee elegantly, while Special Assistant Lin Tong stood in the corner and made a phone call. He said nothing and sat down opposite Qin Keqing in a familiar manner. Boss Qin, I just received news that Master Tianxian has cancelled his meeting with you. Lin Tong hung up the phone and reported in a panic. Why? Qin Keqing's face darkened. The other party doesn't know either, and he said that no one can change Master Tianxuan's decision. Lin Tong said angrily, this is too bad of a promise. How can this be? Find a way to contact old man Tianji at all costs, and report to me at any time. Qin Keqing continued to instruct. Yes, Mr. Qin. Lin Tong quickly accepted the order. Why do we have to meet Master Tianxian or old man Tianji? Zhou Yufeng asked curiously. Qin Keqing glanced at him without answering. Suddenly, she frowned and a trace of pain appeared on her pretty face. Half of her body was covered with a thin layer of white frost, while the other half was red, as if she had a high fever. Chapter 6. Is this the opportunity that Master mentioned? Boss Qin, what's wrong with you? Lin Tong was horrified upon seeing this. I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Keqing was in so much pain that she could hardly speak, and she covered her stomach with both hands. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yufeng's face changed slightly and asked, Yin Yang Absolute Meridian? Yes, that's what Mr. Fu said. What should we do now, Mr. Zhou? Lin Tong nodded hurriedly, like a drowning person grabbing at the last straw. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation and she had no idea what to do. Go find an old ginseng. It has to be at least 20 years old. The older the better. Zhou Yufeng ordered. Old Shen? Lin Tong was a little confused for a moment, not knowing whether to listen to Zhou Yufeng or not. Aren't you going yet? Zhou Yufeng's face darkened and he shouted coldly. Okay, I'll do it right away. Lin Tong's heart trembled, and she felt like obeying, and hurried out of the box. Zhou Yufeng closed the door of the box and locked it, then returned to Keqing. At this moment, Keqing hugged her arms tightly, her pretty face full of pain, and cold sweat had soaked her clothes. It turns out that she came to me because the fetus in her belly has a yin-yang meridian. A flash of enlightenment passed through Zhou Yufeng's mind, and he understood why old man Tianji said that this was his opportunity. This fetus is his own flesh and blood. If it isn't chance, then what is it? Many thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Zhou Yufeng did not stop his hands. He quickly took off Keqing's top, and then a nearly perfect body appeared before him. One side is freezing cold, while the other side is scorching hot, like two completely different worlds, quite unique. Zhou Yufeng had no time to care about anything else. He took out a few golden needles from somewhere and inserted them into the major acupoints on Keqing's chest one by one. Then he placed his palms on both sides of her waist, and two warm currents poured into Keqing's body like a torrent. Buzz. Stimulated, the tails of the golden needles vibrated slightly, making a slight resonant sound. In a trance, a layer of golden light seemed to appear and enveloped Keqing. After a while, Keqing's symptoms gradually faded away, and the pain on her pretty face also disappeared. Call. Seeing this, Zhou Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, and casually touched Keqing's chest. All the golden needles were instantly put away and disappeared. Just as he was about to cover Keqing with clothes, the latter grabbed his arm and pulled it hard. Zhou Yufeng was not careful for a moment and fell on Keqing. A faint fragrance wafted into my nose, and under me was a hot and soft body, full of infinite attraction. Gurgle. As a normal man, Zhou Yufeng swallowed subconsciously, and a pair of cold, smooth red lips pressed against him. Keqing actually hooked her arms around his neck and took it actively and boldly. Just like that night, who could resist this? Zhou Yufeng's breathing became heavy, and he unconsciously responded to Keqing's demands. It was unknown how much time had passed before Keqing slowly regained consciousness. She felt herself being pressed down heavily, her upper body still naked, and being caressed wantonly by a pair of large hands. Ah! She pushed Zhou Yufeng away with force and slapped him, but was easily caught. Asshole, let me go and get off me. Keqing gritted her teeth in hatred, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Zhou Yufeng was not a man who liked to use force, so he shrugged helplessly and stood up. Who told you to touch me? Keqing sat up, turned her back, and quickly put on her clothes. If I hadn't touched you, you would probably be dead now. Zhou Yufeng shrugged. Keqing was stunned for a moment, then recalled how she felt before she fainted, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with me?" Your fetus has a yin-yang meridian. The accumulated yin-yang energy suddenly explodes. If it is not cleared in time, it will definitely die. So you are helping me to circulate the yin and yang energy just now? Keqing gritted her teeth. Although she didn't know how to treat yin-yang meridian, she was not a fool. How could she treat someone like this? Zhou Yufeng spread his hands and said, "You were the one who asked for it first. As a masculine man, there is no reason for me to refuse something that is delivered to my door, right? What do you think I am?" Keqing was so angry that her face turned black. It's not like we haven't done it before, and I didn't force you. Why are you reacting so strongly? Zhou Yufeng said helplessly. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the box was slammed loudly, accompanied by Lin Tong's anxious shouts. Only then did she remember that she had left President Qin alone, with Zhou Yufeng beside him. If anything happens to Mr. Qin, she will be held responsible. Seeing that the door of the box was now tightly closed, my heart sank. Squeak! Just as she was about to call for someone to break the door, Zhou Yufeng opened it. What did you do to Mr. Qin just now? As Lin Tong spoke, she stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Yufeng by the collar. Suddenly he saw Keqing sitting on the sofa, safe and sound. Her complexion was no different from before, and her hand, which was half stretched out, froze in mid-air. Is this the old ginseng you found? Zhou Yufeng ignored Lin Tong's rudeness, reached out and took the old ginseng from her other hand, looked at it for a few seconds, then broke off a rhizome and put it in his mouth to chew. It's a bit old, but it's still usable. Make juice out of it and give it to her to drink. After saying that, he threw the old ginseng back to Lintong. Lintong took it in a daze, but did not move. Instead, she looked at Keqing. Seeing Keqing nod gently, she squeezed the ginseng in her hand into juice and brought it to Keqing. This is used to replenish your and the fetus's essence. There won't be any side effects. Zhou Yufeng felt Keqing's inquiring gaze and spoke lightly. Keqing didn't hesitate anymore after hearing this and drank it all in one gulp. My body suddenly felt warm and comfortable, and even my previous fatigue was swept away. How do you know medicine and how to treat yin-yang meridians? Keqing asked the question in her mind. Yeah, how did he know? Didn't Master Fu say that only Elder Tianji and Master Tianxian knew how to regulate the yin and yang meridians? He is so young, there is no way he can be Old Man Tianji or Master Tianxian. Lintong opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Zhou Yufeng closely. Haven't you investigated me? How come you don't even know this? Zhou Yufeng chuckled and asked back. Keqing frowned slightly and looked at Lintong with a gloomy face. I'm sorry. Mr. Qin, this is my negligence. Lintong's face froze and she quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake. She could never have imagined that she was just watching the show, but the boomerang hit her hard. Chapter 7. Is this the boyfriend the lady brought home? Next time something like this happens, just resign. Keqing's cold voice sounded. Yes. Lintong lowered her head, not daring to act rashly. This time she had indeed entrusted her services to the wrong person. It was all Pluto's fault for not accepting the order. Otherwise, how could he not have found out? Lintong secretly complained in her heart. Pluto is a hacker standing at the top of the international internet. He is invincible and unstoppable every time he takes action. The hacker organization he founded, Wall of Size, is the only SSS-level hacker alliance in the world, gathering countless master traders from all over the world. It is true that the fees are expensive, but the advantage is that the efficiency is extremely high and there are no omissions. For example, something like what happened today would never happen. Go prepare the agreement. As he was thinking, he heard Keqing's cold voice. Okay, Mr. Qin. Lintong quickly gathered her messy thoughts and got busy immediately. Keqing and Zhou Yufeng didn't say anything, and the atmosphere was a little solemn. Fortunately, Lintong quickly prepared the agreement. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it as confirmation. Keqing said without a trace of worldly air. Zhou Yufeng glanced at it casually. There was nothing special about it. It was all about the agreements and obligations of both parties regarding their premarital property, and there were not many restrictions on him. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Yufeng immediately signed his name on the agreement and said, Okay, I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the peony box. Go and complete the marriage formalities. Keqing continued to give orders. Yes, Mr. Qin. Lintong put away the agreement and walked out. At the entrance of Tianhong Villa. Master Tianxian. Seeing Zhou Yufeng coming out, Bai Chushi went to greet him immediately. You haven't left yet? Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but be stunned. Master Tianxian, my grandfather is really about to collapse. Bai Chushi pleaded, Don't worry, all the conditions I promised before are valid. Zhou Yufeng looked at Bai Chushi silently. If Master doesn't mind, Chushi is willing to give her body to you. Bai Chushi said, gritting her teeth. As long as she can save her grandfather, she is willing to pay any price, even if it is her first time. What are you thinking? It's true that I like beautiful women, but I will never force anyone. Zhou Yufeng laughed dumbly and said, Well, since you are so filial, I will go over and take a look. He was not coveting Bai Chushi's beauty just now, but was using Ziwei Do Shu to observe her fortune, which was still deep red. This means that the Bai family will not be affected by Mr. Bai's illness. Under such circumstances, if he went to treat Mr. Bai, he would not be involved in too many causes and effects. This was also one of the reasons why he changed his mind. Thank you, Master Tianxian. After getting Zhou Yufeng's consent, Bai Chushi was both surprised and a little inexplicably disappointed. The two of them immediately drove, one after the other, to the military sanatorium on the outskirts of Jinling. This place has green mountains and clear waters, fresh air, and an environment that is very suitable for recuperating. However, if you want to live here, you must have a low status, you must be a person of high status and power. Any person who can make Jinling tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Under the leadership of Bai Chushi, the two went through several rigorous inspections and finally arrived at a courtyard deep in the sanatorium. Miss Bai. A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, greeted respectfully, and looked at Zhou Yufeng in surprise. Uncle Mo, how is my grandfather doing? Bai Chushi asked hurriedly. The old leader is still in a coma, and the doctor said he may not survive this week. A trace of sadness appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He is Mr. Bai's personal secretary. He has been working beside Mr. Bai since he was in his 20s. He has served Mr. Bai diligently for more than 20 years and has developed a deep relationship with him. In his heart, Mr. Bai has become his most important relative. Uncle Mo, don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. Bai Chushi comforted him. With Master Tianxian around, she felt more confident when she spoke. I hope so. Uncle Mo thought she was just trying to comfort him, and glanced at Zhou Yufeng standing beside him. Who is this? This is my friend Mr. Zhou. Bai Chushi introduced. On the way here, Zhou Yufeng reminded Bai Chushi not to reveal his identity to others. Friend? Uncle Mo said with a smile, I think he's your boyfriend, right? Uncle Mo, what are you thinking about? Bai Chushi's pretty face blushed and she secretly glanced at Zhou Yufeng. She actually wanted to be Master Tianxian's girlfriend. He was so handsome, had a great figure, and possessed miraculous medical skills. The key was that he didn't want to be her. Okay, you guys go in. Maybe the old leader will know you're here and wake up. Uncle Mo continued. Okay. Bai Chushi immediately led Zhou Yufeng to a room filled with various medical instruments, which made a beeping sound from time to time. On the white hospital bed lay a white-haired old man in his 70s, looking haggard and with wrinkles all over his face. Miss Bai. The medical staff in the room stood up and greeted respectfully. All of you get out. No one can come in without my permission. Bai Chushi said to them. This. The doctors hesitated. Do you think I would harm my own grandfather? Bai Chushi raised her eyebrows. Miss Bai, calm down. That's not what we meant. Seeing her angry, several medical staff didn't dare to say anything more and left the room in a hurry. Uncle Mo caught a glimpse of this scene in the yard, but didn't say much because he believed Bai Chushi. Moreover, it was quite shocking for Bai Chushi to bring her boyfriend to meet the old man. If this gets out, I don't know how much commotion it will cause, so there is nothing wrong with doing this now. Master Tianxian, thank you for your help. Bai Chushi closed the door and looked at Zhou Yufeng with anticipation and trepidation. Don't be nervous. Your grandfather's problem is not serious. It's just that his essence has been almost completely lost. Zhou Yufeng took the old man's pulse and checked his eyeballs and tongue. Is there still hope? Bai Chushi's heart tightened when he heard this. Others may not be able to do it, but I am different. Zhou Yufeng smiled, found a piece of paper and a pen, and quickly wrote down a prescription. This is to replenish the old man's essence. 1 dose a day, and you can't stop. Okay. Bai Chushi took it with great care, and looked at her grandfather on the bed, and said in embarrassment, but Grandpa has been unconscious, how can he take the medicine? Zhou Yufeng smiled without saying a word, and like a magic trick, he took out a few golden needles, inserted them into several acupuncture points of Mr. Bai, and finally flicked them lightly. Buzz! The golden needle resonated, and Bai Chushi seemed to see bursts of golden light merging into old man Bai's head, and his eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 8, What level are you? Are you worthy of dating me? After a moment, the golden light faded, Zhou Yufeng took back all the golden needles, and then gently patted old man Bai on the chest. Thump! Mr. Bai's heartbeat actually became stronger. Seeing Zhou Yufeng stop, Bai Chushi immediately asked nervously, Master Tianxian, how is my grandfather now? I have helped him activate all the essence in his body again. As long as he takes the medicine I gave him on time, there will be no big problem. But remember, you must take it on time every day, otherwise even the gods cannot save you. Zhou Yufeng warned solemnly. Thank you, Master. I understand. Bai Chushi was so grateful that tears almost came out of her eyes as she looked at Zhou Yufeng. A man who is both outstanding and handsome is simply every woman's dream lover. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Zhou Yufeng waved his hand, opened the door and walked out without waiting for Bai Chushi to answer. I'll take the master out. Bai Chushi replied hurriedly. No need for that. You stay and look after Mr. Bai. Remember what I said. Zhou Yufeng stopped her and strode away. Mr. Zhou left so soon? Uncle Mo, who had been guarding outside the door, asked curiously. Yes. Bai Chushi nodded slightly, took out the prescription Zhou Yufeng gave her, and said, Uncle Mo, please arrange for someone to prepare a dose of medicine according to this prescription. What is this? Uncle Mo took the prescription but did not move. It is obvious that this is a prescription for the old man and must be treated with caution, even if the person who gave the prescription is Bai Chushi. Get ready first, I'll talk to my father. Bai Chushi also understood that the matter was of great importance, but did not explain much to Uncle Mo. Okay. Uncle Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed and turned around to prepare. About 10 minutes later, a dignified-looking middle-aged man in an executive jacket pushed open the gate and strode in, followed by two men in their 30s. Dad. Bai Chushi in the room noticed the situation and walked out to greet him. Mayor Bai. Uncle Mo and other medical staff stood up and greeted him respectfully. Bai Jingshan nodded, looked at his daughter, and asked, I heard that you brought your boyfriend to see Grandpa? As they talked, the two of them walked into Mr. Bai's room. Dad, actually he is not my boyfriend, but Master Tianxian. Bai Chushi said seriously. Are you talking about the legendary Master Tianxian? Bai Jingshan was stunned. But Mo Hui told me that the other party is just a young man in his 20s. He had heard of the name of Master Tianxian, but had never seen him. But how could a young man in his 20s be worthy of the title of master? Dad, he is indeed Master Tianxian, and he has treated Grandpa and left a prescription. Bai Chushi said confidently. Confused? How could you be so confused? Have you ever thought about the consequences? Bai Jingshan's face darkened. He was now 45 years old. The reason he could become the mayor of Jinling, besides his own outstanding abilities, was also because of old Master Bai. Mr. Bai had been in a high position for many years and had countless disciples. When he was still alive, they had to give him some face to a certain extent, so Bai Jingshan's career would naturally not be hindered. If you pass away at this time, as the saying goes, when someone is gone, the tea gets cold, and it would be good enough if you don't add insult to injury. If he delays in the position of Jinling mayor for a few years, his hope of further advancement will become slim. This is why the Bai family is so nervous. But Bai Chushi wanted to explain, but heard a slight groan coming from the direction of the bed. Swish! The father and daughter turned their heads at the same time, only to see that old man Bai slowly opened his eyes. Dad! Grandfather! Bai Jingshan and Bai Chushi were both surprised and no longer had any doubts about Zhou Yufeng's identity. On the other side, Zhou Yufeng drove a second-hand Santana, humming a little tune all the way back to Jingyi community. He rented a 2-bedroom apartment here. The community was a bit old, but the rent was cheap and the environment was quiet. As soon as he got off the bus, a man and a woman blocked his way. Is it you? Zhou Yufeng frowned. This couple is none other than Liang Mengyi and Liang Chenkong, brother and sister. Zhou Yufeng, where did you and Miss Bai go? Liang Mengyi acted as if she was going to call someone to task as soon as she came up. Who are you to me? Why do you ask me such a question? Zhou Yufeng was amused. Zhou Yufeng, do you still dare to say that you are not thinking about my sister? Liang Chenkong sneered. You have to understand that you are the ones who are looking for me now, not me looking for you. Zhou Yufeng said, a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of here. How dare you call us dogs? Liang Chenkong widened his eyes in anger, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Zhou Yufeng, if you are willing to help us take over the pharmaceutical market in Jinling, I can agree to try dating you. Liang Mengyi reached out to stop her brother, as proud as a canary. In love? Zhou Yufeng was stunned. Liang Mengyi looked at Zhou Yufeng, raised her chin and said proudly, Zhou Yufeng, stop pretending. I know you have always wanted to complete the engagement with me, but now is a new era, you can't just get married if you want to. What's more, you should thank your ancestors for being able to date me. Humph. Aren't you so happy to be able to date my sister? Liang Chenkong still had a look of contempt on his face. This was the strategy they had worked out. They would first use their beauty to control Zhou Yufeng, and then kick Zhou Yufeng away after taking over the entire Jinling pharmaceutical market. As for dating, it's just talk. Liang Mengyi has absolute confidence in herself and can fool Zhou Yufeng, a country bumpkin, without him knowing anything. Seeing the brother and sister singing the same tune, Zhou Yufeng felt a pain in his balls. Who the hell gave them such a sense of superiority that they thought they were lucky just by dating such a woman? Sorry, I'm not interested in dating you, please get out of my way. Zhou Yufeng's face was already full of impatience. Zhou Yufeng, I'm warning you, don't be shameless when I give you a chance. Who do you think you are? Are you the Hades of the Wall of Sighs? Or the legendary Master Tianhong? I can condescend to date you because we were family friends in the past. Liang Mingyi felt uncomfortable with Zhou Yufeng's choking and immediately became angry. Zhou Yufeng looked Liang Mingyi up and down when he heard this, and sneered, "What level are you? Are you worthy of dating me?" I still say that, I am not interested at all. You, what did you say? I gave you face, right? Liang Mingyi was almost furious. She never dreamed that Zhou Yufeng would look down on her like this. She was the eldest daughter of the Liang family, and she condescended to agree to date this loser, but she was rejected and ridiculed. Zhou Yufeng, you are such a disgusting man. You don't want to date me, but you shamelessly bring the engagement letter to our Liang family. Why? It took a long time for Liang Mingyi to come to her senses, and she pointed at Zhou Yufeng and cursed. Zhou Yufeng continued to sneer, I really don't know what your ears are for. I have said many times that I am here to cancel the engagement with you. Cancel the engagement, understand? Impossible. You are lucky to be able to marry into our Liang family. How dare you ask us to cancel the engagement? You are definitely trying to retreat in order to advance, right? You think that if you play hard to get like this, I will immediately fall into your arms, right? Liang Mingyi's defense was broken, and she yelled at Zhou Yufeng using the fantasy she had created. Chapter 9, he is full of foul language and deserves to be beaten. Liang Chengkong couldn't stand it any longer. He stiffened his neck, glared at Zhou Yufeng and shouted, Zhou Yufeng, my sister has already agreed to date you. What else do you want, poor bastard? What I want is very simple. Please leave immediately, you two clowns. Don't be an eyesore here. Can you do that? Fuck, you're just looking for excitement. Liang Chengkong was so angry that he raised his hand and was about to use violence. Bang! Before he could react, he was slapped on the left side of his face, causing a burning pain. You're speaking foul language, you deserve to be beaten. Zhou Yufeng said calmly. Damn it, you dare to hit me? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, another slap hit his right cheek. Zhou Yufeng, fuck. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Liang Chengkong was slapped again. The severe pain and the blood in his mouth finally made him learn his lesson and he dared not curse anymore. After all, he didn't even see those blows clearly, let alone fight back. Zhou Yufeng, you are courting death. You dare to hit my brother. We in the Liang family will never forgive you. Liang Mingyi was furious and jumped up to threaten Zhou Yufeng. However, Zhou Yufeng's glance frightened her so much that she trembled all over and dared not say any more harsh words. Go away and don't bother me anymore. Zhou Yufeng issued a warning, turned around and went upstairs. Damn it, just wait for me, I will definitely take revenge for this. Liang Chengkong covered his face which was swollen like a pig's head and looked at Zhou Yufeng's back with resentment. Chengkong, how are you? Liang Mingyi asked with concern. Sister, I'm in so much pain. He knocked several of my teeth loose. Ugh. Liang Chengkong suddenly felt aggrieved like a child. Go outside and buy some ice cubes to apply to your face. The loose teeth should be temporary and will be fine in a few days. Liang Mingyi said again. Sister, shouldn't we go to the hospital? Liang Chengkong replied confusedly. You're injured like this, but you just use ice? We can't leave now. Liang Mingyi shook her head. Why? Liang Chengkong was even more confused. Liang Mingyi calmly analyzed, think about it, Zhou Yufeng is now a poor loser and an ordinary man. As long as he can help us take over the pharmaceutical market in Jinling, he can date me. Why wouldn't he agree to such a good thing? He must be lying when he says he doesn't want to. There is only one reason. What is it? Liang Chengkong grimaced in pain and gasped for air, but he really wanted to know the answer. The reason is that he has a secret. Liang Mingyi said faintly, as long as we can get his secret, we can know what his relationship with Bai Chuxi is. Then he won't dare to disobey us no matter what we say. But how do we know what secrets he has? Liang Chengkong looked suspicious. That's why we have to continue to monitor his every move here. Ah? Liang Chengkong immediately showed a look of despair when he heard this. But he didn't dare disobey his sister, so he could only buy 2 bags of ice cubes and apply them on his face while watching from downstairs. On the 3rd floor, Zhou Yufeng made himself a bowl of noodles and ate it in no time. While I was washing the dishes, the phone rang. "Mr. Zhou, please come downstairs." Yi Muxi's pleasant voice came from the receiver. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yufeng put the bowl back into the sterilizer and asked while wiping his hands. "You'll know when you come down." Yi Muxi giggled and hung up the phone. Zhou Yufeng took a look from the balcony and found a red Lamborghini parked downstairs with a tall beauty leaning against the car door. He didn't want to go down at first, but after thinking it over, he went downstairs and walked in front of Yi Muxi. Seeing Zhou Yufeng finally show up, Yi Muxi smiled sweetly, bent down and put her head into the car window, revealing a small part of her white waist and her round, plump buttocks. Zhou Yufeng's eyes widened. Is this something he could see without paying? Here you go. Yi Muxi didn't know all this. She took out a file bag from the car and handed it to Zhou Yufeng. What is this? Zhou Yufeng didn't answer. Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Yi Muxi rolled her eyes at him and stuffed the document bag into his hand. This is the confirmation letter of our Yi family's 10% stake. Ever since she revealed her true feelings and knew that there was such a powerful enemy as Keqing, she became much bolder in front of Zhou Yufeng, acting like Zhou's girlfriend. Are you serious? Zhou Yufeng suddenly felt the document in his hand was extremely hot. Although they are just a few pieces of paper, they are worth more than several tons of gold. Of course, how can this be false? Yi Muxi said with a smile, and the fact that I can take out 10% of the shares means that you have been unanimously recognized by the elders of our Yi family. What the hell? Zhou Yufeng handed the file bag to Yi Muxi helplessly. This is not good. This is only the 2nd time I've met you, and I've never met your elders before. So what? We have a lot of time left. Yi Muxi didn't care at all. But you also know that Keqing and I already have a child. I don't mind anyway. Yi Muxi smiled and sat in the driver's seat. Mr. Zhou, I'll wait for you to deal with these things. After saying that, she blew a kiss to Zhou Yufeng, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away with the roar of the engine. Shit. What the hell is going on? Looking at the direction where the Lamborghini disappeared, Zhou Yufeng looked at the document bag in his hand again and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. It's unrealistic to return it now, and Yi Muxi won't accept it. I can only think of a way later. Zhou Yufeng then went upstairs, completely unaware that there were 2 people staring at him in a car not far away. Sister, another beautiful lady. Liang Qingkang's eyes almost popped out of his head with envy. Although I couldn't see her face clearly from so far away, I could still make out her general outline. She definitely had a perfect figure. Plus, she drives a Lamborghini supercar, which is definitely a luxury car and a beautiful woman. Why can't I meet such a stunning beauty? Liang Qingkang was roaring in his heart. I said he must have a secret. Liang Mingyi felt that she had discovered something. I just don't know what that beautiful woman gave him, and what did they talk about? Sister, what should we do? Liang Qingkang frowned. Keep an eye on it first, maybe we can find out something. Liang Mingyi didn't have any good ideas for the moment. By the way, did you take all the photos just now? The photo is good, but it's not very clear because it's far away. Liang Qingkang was a little annoyed. If he had known there would be a discovery, he should have brought a SLR camera with him. It doesn't matter, as long as there are photos. Liang Mingyi waved her hand disapprovingly, then suddenly widened her eyes. Huh? Another car is parked downstairs of his building? What? Liang Qingkang also looked up quickly, and saw a black Maybach slowly stopping. Chapter 10, Get Married Right Here. Another super beauty? Liang Qingkang was completely jealous. Sitting in the driver's seat of the black Maybach was a beautiful woman who looked similar to the one just now, but her temperament was even more noble and cold, like a fairy in the sky. She is definitely not here to see Zhou Yufeng, definitely not. Liang Qingkang said the grapes were sour because he couldn't get them. Liang Mingyi also felt that it was impossible and it might have just stopped here by coincidence. How could a poor man from a poor family, a loser whom even she looked down upon, have so many beautiful women come to him? However, the next second, the brother and sister widened their eyes in shock again, because Zhou Yufeng really went downstairs. Why are you here too? Zhou Yufeng came to the Maybach and looked at Keqing with a puzzled look. Also? Why do you need to add also? Keqing frowned. Could it be that Yi Muxi has already come to see you? Well, Zhou Yufeng felt a little guilty, thinking that this woman was too scary. She guessed almost everything with just one word. Get in the car. Keqing didn't care about it. She shook her head and motioned Zhou Yufeng to get in the car. Where are you going? My home. Why are we going to your house? Zhou Yufeng was confused and didn't understand what he was going to Qin's house for. Let's get in the car first. Keqing had no intention of explaining at all. Zhou Yufeng hesitated for a moment, but still sat in the passenger seat. Sister, Zhou Yufeng left with that beautiful lady. Not far away, Liang Chenghong stared at the taillights of the Maybach and swallowed his saliva. The woman just now was so beautiful, she is truly a contemporary gem. I think I know Zhou Yufeng's secret, and I also know the relationship between Bai Chuxi and him. Liang Mengyi narrowed her eyes and said confidently. Sister, you know everything? Liang Chenghong turned around suddenly and looked at Liang Mengyi in surprise. Let me ask you, what does Zhou Yufeng look like? Liang Mengyi answered the question irrelevantly. It's okay, with a greasy face and powdered hair, just a pretty boy. Liang Chenghong didn't want to praise Zhou Yufeng, so he said this reluctantly. Yes, he is a gigolo. Liang Mengyi said seriously, only a gigolo would have so many beauties around him at the same time. Sister, do you mean that Zhou Yufeng is selling her body as a gigolo? Liang Chenghong suddenly understood something. That's right. Otherwise, why would a poor man like Pu Xian go to Tianhong Villa? Why would he get involved with Bai Chuxi? Why would so many beautiful women come to him? The more Liang Mengyi spoke, the more she felt that her guess was correct. Otherwise, it can't be explained. Yes. Liang Chenghong was convinced and reasoned, so the relationship between him and Bai Chuxi is purely physical. That must be the case. Liang Mengyi gave her brother an approving look. If Bai Chuxi knew that we knew this secret, wouldn't Jinling's pharmaceutical market be handed over to him? Liang Chenghong's eyes lit up, as if he saw a golden mountain waving at him. No. We can't go directly to Bai Chuxi. After all, she is the mayor's daughter. It won't be good for us if we break up with her. Liang Mengyi said wisely, but we can let Bai Chuxi know through Zhou Yufeng. You'll never go wrong if you listen to me. Liang Chenghong grinned happily, which pulled his facial muscles and caused him to breathe in and out in pain. Qin Family Mansion. Located in the most luxurious wealthy area of Jinling, it is situated halfway up the mountain and covers an area of approximately 3,000 square meters. Zhou Yufeng followed Keqing, and as soon as he entered the house he felt like he had entered a palace, which could only be described as magnificent and gorgeous. Mr. Qin, I have invited the staff from the marriage registration office. They are in the living room. Special Assistant Lin Ton stepped forward and reported. Yes. Keqing nodded slightly and said, take a look at the prenuptial agreement. After signing it, we will go through the marriage procedures. Lin Ton handed over 2 agreements at the right time. No, now when you get married you can move the Civil Affairs Bureau to your home? Zhou Yufeng took the agreement and glanced at it casually. They are all about premarital property and the agreements on the obligations of both parties, and they are not too harsh on myself. So I signed my name without hesitation. Come with me. Keqing brought Zhou Yufeng to the living room, and the 2 middle-aged men and women in work clothes quickly stood up. Mr. Qin. They greeted him respectfully while secretly looking at Zhou Yufeng. When they learned that Keqing, known as the Queen of Jinling, was going to register for marriage, they had been curious about who the man was. Now that they finally met him, he was indeed very handsome and outstanding. Identity card. Keqing said coldly. Zhou Yufeng took it out of his wallet and handed it to the middle-aged man. Mr. Qin, Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. After checking the ID card, the middle-aged man immediately registered and made a certificate with his companions. You even photoshopped the photo so quickly? Zhou Yufeng watched from the side and commented, you just don't look photogenic. You don't smile enough, and it looks a little forced. Lin Ton's face turned pale when she heard this, thinking that this was the end. President Qin would definitely be angry. However, Keqing just glanced at Zhou Yufeng and didn't say much. As for the 2 staff members of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they didn't dare to react at all. They buried their heads in their work, as if they didn't hear Zhou Yufeng's words. After a while, the middle-aged man held up 2 red marriage certificates and said with a smile on his face, Boss Qin, Mr. Zhou, congratulations on becoming legal husband and wife. I wish you a long and happy marriage and a son soon. Thank you. Keqing nodded slightly, and a smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Tong immediately took the marriage certificate and handed it over. Sorry to bother Director Chu. This is a small gift from our President Qin. How can this be so embarrassing? Director Chu looked at the 5 big zeros on the check and couldn't help but gasp. He really wanted to take it, but he didn't dare to. Director Chu, President Qin hopes that what happened today will not be spread out. Lin Tong said at the right time. Understood. We will keep it a secret and will never reveal a single word. Only then did Director Chu accept the check. This is hush money. If you don't take it, you're not giving face to Mr. Qin. I'll take you two out. Lin Tong took Director Chu and left, leaving Keqing and Zhou Yufeng alone in the living room. Where do I live? Zhou Yufeng asked. They have already obtained the marriage certificate, so it would be unreasonable not to live together. Of course, he would not expect to sleep with Keqing. After all, the two of them do not have that kind of emotional foundation yet. Follow me. Keqing took Zhou Yufeng up to the second floor and came to the end of the left corridor. Then she pointed to the second to last room and said, "This is your room. What about yours?" Zhou Yufeng pushed open the door and took a look. The environment was much better than the one he rented, and it was also much more spacious. This is my room. Keqing pointed to the room at the end. You live so close, aren't you afraid that I will sneak over to you at night? Zhou Yufeng teased with a smile. I thought this sentence would make Keqing angry, but unexpectedly she first looked down at Zhou Yufeng's crotch, then curled her lips and said with disdain, I know what kind of strength someone has. Toothpick aside, the time is so short, wait until you have the ability to last more than 10 minutes, then sneak over here. Chapter 11, The Ghostly Judge. Listening to Keqing's deliberate slander, Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows and said playfully, Are you sure it's just a toothpick? No wonder. You just kept asking for it like crazy that night. You wouldn't have noticed even if it was a super-sized one. TSK. Forget it, a toothpick is just a toothpick. How can you pretend to be so powerful? Apart from your mouth, where else in your body is hard? Keqing rolled her eyes in disdain. Besides being tough talking? How come this sounds more hurtful than a toothpick? Zhou Yufeng became furious and pushed Keqing to the wall, with the two of them almost sticking together. A faint fragrance wafted into Zhou Yufeng's nostrils. He gazed at her absolutely beautiful face, and then his heart was slightly moved. She was worthy of being the queen of Jinling. This face, this figure, and the cold and noble temperament can easily make a man fascinated by her. Even Zhou Yufeng, who was an old hand in the world of women, was still stunned for a moment. On the other hand, Keqing still looked at Zhou Yufeng with disdain, as if she had not enjoyed herself very much that night. Forget it, I never bully women. Zhou Yufeng stepped back about half a meter. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you say that, or do you think taking advantage of someone's weakness is not considered bullying in your eyes? Keqing teased. I was saving you, you know? Zhou Yufeng also rolled his eyes. Save me? Keqing didn't believe it at all. I have never heard of this way of saving people. You were hit by a very strong dose of Paradise No. 1, and it has already entered your blood. If I didn't treat you like that, it would be impossible to release the drug's effects. The worst result would be death. Zhou Yufeng said seriously. I won heaven No. 1? Wasn't I drunk and stumbled into your room? Keqing's face instantly became solemn. If she really won heaven No. 1, the nature of the matter would be completely different. Who is doing this to her? What is the purpose behind this? How did the other party do it? These are all things that need to be investigated clearly. Although I am a playboy, I will not take advantage of others in distress. Zhou Yufeng continued. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Keqing's eyes gradually became sharp. As soon as she asked the question, she realized that she had asked a stupid question. Without waiting for Zhou Yufeng to answer, she turned and went downstairs. Zhou Yufeng shrugged and went into his room. I just took a quick glance at it just now, and only after I came in did I realize that the balcony of the room was facing a magnolia tree. This season is when magnolia flowers bloom, emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance that is refreshing to the heart. In a corner of the balcony, there is an easel with an unfinished painting on it. It was a tall figure whose features could not be seen, standing in the endless darkness, holding a uniquely shaped judge's pen in his hand. The light around was all emitted by the judge's pen. First floor, living room. My son-in-law said that Mr. Qin was kicked out of Paradise Number 1 that night? Lin Tong felt her scalp tingling and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Who is so bold as to attack Mr. Qin? I want to know who is doing this behind my back. Qin Keqing's face was as cold as frost. I will arrange for someone to check it out, but it's been so long, I'm afraid it will be very difficult, unless... Lin Tong lowered her head, fearing that something bad would happen at this moment. Unless what? Unless we can ask the Pluto of the Wall of Size to take action. Lin Tong replied quickly. I don't care what method you use, I just want the result. Qin Keqing said in a cold tone. Understood. I'll do it right away. Lin Tong immediately took out her cell phone. She had never seen Qin Keqing so furious before, and she didn't dare to delay for a moment. A few minutes later, Lin Tong hung up the phone and reported, Boss Qin, we have contacted the Wall of Size, but they have to consult Pluto before they can give us a reply. Qin Keqing nodded slightly. Okay, go to the second floor and see if he needs anything. Yes. Lin Tong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately walked to the second floor. At the same time, Zhou Yufeng was standing on the balcony of the room, answering the phone. Boss, there's a big order. An excited voice came from the receiver. What big order? Zhou Yufeng was already used to the other party's surprise and didn't take it seriously at all. Someone asked us to help investigate an incident that happened a month and a half ago. The reward is 100 million. Said the young man on the phone. No. Zhou Yufeng refused bluntly. Boss, this is 100 million. The young man was reluctant. It's such a huge sum of money, but he just gave it up, and it's not a difficult thing to do. Xiaojiu, do you still remember who we are working for? There was a hint of coldness in Zhou Yufeng's voice. Country. The young man didn't dare to smile at all. We are the country's weapon, not slaves of money, nor are we tools of certain people. Zhou Yufeng said coldly. I'm sorry, boss. The young man apologized weakly. I will reject the sponsor right away. Zhou Yufeng hung up the phone. Son-in-law, Mr. Qin asked me to come and see if there is anything else you need? At this time, Lin Tong knocked on the door and walked in. What is this painting? Zhou Yufeng put away his phone unnoticeably, pointed casually at the unfinished painting on the easel, and asked. This is what Mr. Qin drew. Lin Tong took a look and said with a smile, Son-in-law, have you heard of the ghost pen judge? You mean, what she drew was the ghostly judge? Zhou Yufeng was stunned. That's right. Lin Tong nodded and said in an admiring tone, Ghost Pen Judge is a genius who only appeared in Jinling this year. As soon as he appeared, he overwhelmed the entire Jinling underground world. All the underground bosses and Jianghu overlords were terrified. It is precisely because of the Ghost Pen Judge that the underground world of Jinling has become stable and peaceful. Zhou Yufeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Has she also seen this Ghost Pen Judge? Boss Qin also wanted to meet him, but unfortunately she didn't have the chance. Lin Tong shook her head and said, Boss Qin imagined this based on other people's descriptions of the Ghost Pen Judge. So that's how it is. Zhou Yufeng suddenly realized. No wonder there are no physical features in the painting, but this style is quite mysterious. Son-in-law, are you sure you can cure Mr. Qin and the fetus's yin-yang meridians? Lin Tong hesitated and couldn't help asking. You don't believe me? Zhou Yufeng asked back. I heard from Elder Fu before that only Elder Tianji and Master Tianxian can cure this yin-yang meridian. Master Tianxian originally agreed to treat Mr. Qin, but for some reason he broke the promise. Now I have tried to contact Elder Tianji, but I have not been able to get through. It's not that I don't trust your medical skills, but I'm really worried about the safety of Mr. Qin and the fetus. Lin Tong was afraid that Zhou Yufeng would misunderstand, so she explained over and over again. Yin-yang meridian is indeed difficult to treat, but don't forget that I am the biological father of the fetus, and I will not joke about my own child. Zhou Yufeng said solemnly. Chapter 12. Do you dare to practice again? Lin Tong didn't ask any more questions. After confirming that Zhou Yufeng had no other needs, she left the room. Just as she was about to go downstairs, her cell phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Tong came to Qin Keqing with an ugly expression. Boss Qin, Hades rejected our request. What price are you offering? Qin Keqing's face darkened. 100 million. Give him more money, as long as it doesn't exceed 500 million. Qin Keqing gave instructions with a cold face. Boss Qin, this is not a matter of money, but the other party simply refuses to accept our task. Lintong looked worried. Why? The other party didn't say that, but I will try to invite other top organizations to investigate. Keqing did not comment, her eyes always fixed on the laptop in front of her. Even at home, she would always be busy with work and rarely have time to rest. Time passed and night gradually fell. Mr. Qin, dinner is ready. Lintong came over to report. Go upstairs and call uncle to eat. Keqing closed her laptop, stood up and walked towards the restaurant. Lintong was about to go upstairs, but saw Zhou Yufeng had already come downstairs. Do you have a dog nose? You knew I was coming down just as dinner was ready. Keqing sat in the main seat and teased jokingly. So you have this hobby? Zhou Yufeng was not panicked at all. What did you say? Keqing looked confused. I am your husband. If I were a dog, wouldn't you be raped by the dog? Zhou Yufeng smiled with a wink. Shut up, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Keqing was both ashamed and angry. She had no idea how to deal with such a shameless guy. Lintong was secretly shocked when she saw this. No one had ever dared to make such a joke in front of President Qin. Just then, there was a roar of a car outside the villa. Lintong looked out the window, then came over to report, Boss Qin, the old lady is here. It's my grandma. She doesn't know I'm pregnant yet. She must have known that I got the marriage certificate, so she came to see me. Keqing replied casually. Now she is the head of the entire Qin family. Only in front of old Madame Qin, she is still the obedient granddaughter. Because old lady Qin was the best person to her. Not only did she never look down on her because she was a girl, she also did her best to cultivate and love her, which allowed her to achieve her current success. In the family, only old lady Qin could gain her respect. Moreover, there was no way she could hide the fact that she had obtained the marriage certificate from old lady Qin. Zhou Yufeng listened from the side but didn't say anything. Then, a silver-haired old lady walked into the villa with a cane. Grandma, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have come to pick you up myself. Keqing went over and held the old lady's hand. Grandma isn't too old to walk, and you're so busy. Old lady Qin said as she looked at Zhou Yufeng, is this my grandson-in-law? Hello grandma, my name is Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng came over and introduced himself with a smile. What a nice name, and he's handsome too. He and Keqing look very good together. Old Mrs. Qin kept nodding her head and seemed very satisfied with Zhou Yufeng. By the way, who else is there in your family? I'm the only one left. Zhou Yufeng replied. It's good for one person to be left alone. Old Mrs. Qin responded with a smile. Grandma. Keqing's face changed slightly, and she subconsciously looked at Zhou Yufeng. Seeing that he looked normal, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaofeng, don't blame Grandma for speaking bluntly. Old Madame Qin suddenly said seriously, in our Qin family, Keqing's marriage is a very important matter, and the requirements for her partner are particularly high. Your family's situation can be considered a plus. I won't blame Grandma. I'm used to it. Zhou Yufeng said indifferently. So many years have passed, he has let it go long ago. Grandma, you don't look well. How about asking him to take your pulse? Keqing hurriedly changed the subject. Are you a doctor? Old Mrs. Qin looked at Zhou Yufeng in surprise. Not really. I've only learned a little medical skills. Zhou Yufeng replied. Seeing Zhou Yufeng's nonchalant look, Keqing and Lintong couldn't help but complain in their hearts. If you only know a little bit of medical skills, I'm afraid there won't be many people qualified to be doctors. After all, Zhou Yufeng could easily suppress the yin-yang meridian that even Mr. Fu couldn't do anything about, and he was confident that he could solve it. This skill alone is unmatched by ordinary doctors. At this time, the old lady waved her hands and said, I'm fine, I was just too worried about your marriage. Now that you're married, I feel relieved. No, Grandma's health is the most important. Keqing said. Grandma, let me take a look. We'll be prepared for any eventuality. Zhou Yufeng also agreed with a smile. Old Mrs. Qin had no choice but to stretch out her hand and let Zhou Yufeng take her pulse. This pulse. Zhou Yufeng looked strange. Xiaofeng, this is an old problem of Grandma's. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. You don't have to worry too much about it. Old Mrs. Qin said calmly. I'll prescribe a prescription for Grandma, just to regulate her body. Zhou Yufeng didn't expose it. That's fine. Old Lady Qin smiled and asked, Xiaofeng, how did you and Keqing meet? We met in Yazhou. I thought it was just a chance encounter, but I didn't expect to meet you again after coming back. Zhou Yufeng answered ambiguously. This is indeed the process, but I won't go into details to avoid scaring the old lady. Next, it was time for Old Lady Qin and Zhou Yufeng to chat. Keqing could occasionally interject, but Old Lady Qin and Zhou Yufeng seemed to have a tacit understanding and only talked about their own things, leaving her sitting aside and worrying. Moreover, Keqing didn't dare to just walk away. After all, this was the first time Zhou Yufeng and his grandmother met. If he let something slip, she could remedy the situation in time. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Zhou Yufeng said, Grandma, you must be tired, right? Why don't you go and rest first? We can continue chatting when we have time. Alright, I'll stay here tonight so that Xiaofeng can help me recuperate in the future. Old Lady Qin stood up cheerfully with the help of a cane. When she glanced at Keqing, she said, Keqing, Xiaofeng is a very good child. You should cherish him. He has broad shoulders, a narrow waist and long legs. He is sure to be strong. Give birth to a baby soon so that an old lady like me can hold my great-grandson sooner. Grandma, what are you talking about? Keqing was so embarrassed that she blushed. She didn't expect that the old lady, at such an old age, would still tell her such dirty jokes. After Lin Tong sent Old Lady Qin into the bedroom, Zhou Yufeng suddenly looked at Keqing with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Keqing frowned. What do you think? Zhou Yufeng chuckled. You heard what Grandma said just now, didn't you? She praised me for my strength, but you are still not satisfied? Do you want to practice again tonight? Zhou Yufeng, you are becoming more and more courageous. Keqing's face flushed red and her chest trembled with anger. Forget about not practicing. But if the old lady finds out that we sleep in separate rooms, that's none of my business. Zhou Yufeng played a little tune and went upstairs alone. Chapter 13, Dare to beat your wife right after getting married. What a hateful guy. He's just a toothpick man, why is he so arrogant? Keqing was furious. As a result, just as she finished mumbling, she suddenly noticed a figure flash by quickly, and then she felt a pain in her buttocks, and a crisp and elastic sound was heard. Bang! It was Zhou Yufeng. He slapped Keqing on her butt. If Lin Tong and the others saw this, they would be shocked. In Jinling City, is there really no one who dares to tease Mr. Qin like this, or spank Mr. Qin? It's simply unimaginable. You, Zhou Yufeng, how dare you hit me there? Keqing looked like she wanted to eat someone and her brain was about to shut down. Zhou Yufeng, on the other hand, remained nonchalant. What's wrong with a husband spanking his wife? There's no restriction on this in the agreement. And if I don't beat you, do you really think your husband is soft? You beat men with a toothpick every day. You have ruined my reputation. What? Am I wrong? You are. Bang! Before Keqing could finish her words, she was slapped on the butt again. Keqing was about to explode, but there was nothing she could do. When a man nearly 1.9 meters tall spanked her, but she seemed to have no ability to resist. Zhou Yufeng, you are awesome. You just got married and you already dare to beat your wife. If you are really capable, just use your strength where it should be used. Hearing this, Zhou Yufeng smiled and said, let's try it tonight. Woman, you said it. Wait for me. I'm going to go buy some combat equipment first. What the hell, why are you buying combat gear so late at night? Keqing actually understood it, but pretended not to know. Zhou Yufeng didn't tell her, turned around and went downstairs, and deliberately made a loud noise. Just as I was about to go out, a voice came from behind. Sir, you're going out so late? Zhou Yufeng turned around and saw that it was Aunt Feng, the personal assistant of Old Lady Qin. The other person is in his 40s, always smiling at everyone he meets, and is steady and meticulous in his work, never making any mistakes. It's Aunt Sue. I'm going out to buy something and will be back soon. If you want to buy anything, just tell Lin Tong to go. Well, some things are quite personal, so it's better to buy them yourself. After saying that, Zhou Yufeng went out. Going out to buy something personal so late at night? Aunt Feng looked at Zhou Yufeng's back in confusion, then her eyes rolled, as if she had thought of something. She immediately returned to the old lady's room, where she was wearing reading glasses and squinting at a picture album. "Madam, my son-in-law just went out and said he wanted to buy some personal things," Aunt Fong reported. "Personal things?" Old Mrs. Qin held up her reading glasses, her expression froze. "My son-in-law didn't explain it clearly, but I guess it's condoms." Aunt Fong lowered her voice and said, "It's late at night. Apart from this, I can't think of anything else you'd be so anxious to buy. Your analysis makes some sense, but it doesn't mean anything." Old Mrs. Qin shook her head. "I've already bought that thing, doesn't it mean something? If a man and a woman are alone in a room and nothing happens, do they need to run out late at night to buy personal belongings? You don't understand this." Old Mrs. Qin laughed. Xiaofeng made too much noise when he went downstairs. It was obviously intentional. Aunt Fong was even more confused. "He must have deliberately put on a show for us." Old Lady Qin's eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Of course, this is just my guess. Whether it is true or not needs to be verified." "How to verify?" Aunt Fong asked quickly, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she hurriedly covered her mouth. This was not a question she should ask. Old Madame Qin didn't care. She gently closed the album and said, "Let someone pay attention tomorrow to see what's in the trash can in Keqing's room." "I understand." Aunt Fong thought to herself that she was still too naive and had not thought of this. However, Keqing, who was known as the Queen of Jinling, was pinned down by her brother-in-law so quickly that Aunt Su was still shocked. The other side. In order to save time, Zhou Yufeng drove a pink Panamera out of the garage, drove down the mountain at lightning speed, and found a nearby convenience store. "Is there Okamoto 001? He looked next to the cash register and didn't see the brand he wanted. "Yes." The female clerk pointed to the other side, her eyes full of ambiguity. There must be a story behind such a handsome guy buying a small umbrella so late at night. Zhou Yufeng ignored her, found the brand he wanted, picked up some chewing gum and plums, paid the bill and left. "So handsome, but it's just not my type." The female clerk stared at it blankly, her saliva almost flowing out. Zhou Yufeng got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away quickly amid the roar of the engine. "Damn! Is it Zhou Yufeng? Am I seeing things? How can a poor guy like him afford a Panamera?" At the corner, a drunken figure walked out, looking at the beautiful taillights that were gradually disappearing, his tone full of jealousy and resentment. "No, I must have drunk too much and my eyes were blurry. The Zhou family has long been in decline and still owes so many bad debts. How could he possibly afford this limited edition sports car? It must be the beautiful lady who picked him up. Yes, that's for sure. Just say that this guy is a gigolo who lives off women." Liang Chenkan glanced at the convenience store thoughtfully and staggered in. "What would you like to buy, sir?" The salesgirl looked at him warily. "The security in Jinling is good, so you don't have to worry about encountering robbers, but drunk cats are still common." "What did the man who just came in buy?" Liang Chengkang asked while reeking of alcohol. "Please leave if you are not buying anything." The female clerk did not answer at all. Swish! Liang Chengkang took out $100 bill and threw it in front of the female clerk without saying a word. "Tell me now, and it's yours." The female clerk's eyes lit up and she quickly put away the $100 bill. He bought a box of Okamoto 001 and some snacks like chewing gum. "You always have surveillance in your store, right?" Liang Chengkang looked around the store again and found a surveillance camera hanging in the corner with its indicator light flashing. "Give me a copy of the surveillance video," he asked again. "You can have a video," but the female clerk made the gesture of counting money again. "This is the god of wealth, and he is drunk. I would be sorry if I didn't take the opportunity to make some money from him. Here you go." Liang Chengkang took out his wallet and took out all the 100 yuan bills inside, about 1,000 yuan. The female clerk quickly copied the video and put it into a USB drive. After getting the evidence, Liang Chengkang walked out of the convenience store with a smug grin. "Zhou Yufeng, I'll let you be proud for a while. If you don't obey me, I will make all the evidence of your being a gigolo public and make it so that you will never be able to turn over a new leaf in your life." Chapter 14. Is this a snack? Eat it like bubblegum if you can. Returning to the Qin family mansion, he quietly walked to the end of the corridor on the second floor. Crack! Gently turned the door lock and it opened smoothly. Keqing did not lock the door, but left it open for him. Zhou Yufeng walked into the room carrying a shopping bag and saw Keqing sitting in front of the dressing table beside the bed, combing her hair. She was wearing a silk nightgown, her black hair draped over her back, revealing her curvy figure, and the fragrance in the room seemed even stronger. Man, where's the combat gear you bought? Seeing him come back, Keqing stopped combing her hair and looked at him with a slightly playful expression. Fuck. You really want to fight me until dawn? Actually, I just bought some snacks. Keqing didn't believe it and came over to check. It's really nothing, I advise you not to watch it. Before she finished speaking, Keqing discovered Okamoto 001 in the bag. You said this is a snack? If you can eat it like bubblegum, I'll believe you. Hearing this, Zhou Yufeng's face darkened, and he said helplessly, Brother, do you want to know for your sake? Ha, you are really careful. Keqing teased, you are so familiar with this process, it seems you have used it many times before? You are wronging me. This is the first time I buy this thing. He added in his heart, it was the first time I bought it in Jinling. Do you think I will believe your lies? Keqing looked at him with disdain and was about to throw it into the trash can. If you don't want the news of your pregnancy to spread so quickly, it's better not to throw it away. I'm covering for you. Why don't you understand my good intentions? Zhou Yufeng said with a frown. Cover? Keqing frowned, not understanding what it meant. Zhou Yufeng had no choice but to explain, think about it, we are newlyweds. If nothing happened at night, who would believe it? And I bought this and deliberately let Aunt Feng see it, so the old lady would know about it, and naturally she would not think that you were pregnant. After Keqing heard this, she immediately felt that it made sense. After thinking for a while, she threw it back into the bag and said, then leave it here. I'm going to take a shower. Zhou Yufeng smiled and walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of water splashing was heard. Keqing looked at the shopping bag curiously, hesitated for a moment, and finally picked up Okamoto 001. She carefully unpacked it, took one out, and tore open the packaging. How is this used? Keqing studied it for a long time but still couldn't understand its specific usage. Just then, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. She quickly threw the TT and its packaging into the bedside trash can, and then restored everything to its original state. While she was wiping her hands, Zhou Yufeng came out. What are you going to do? Seeing Zhou Yufeng walking towards the bed, Keqing hurriedly stopped him. Of course I'm going to sleep. I'm tired after a whole day. Zhou Yufeng tried to avoid it. This is my bed. Keqing refused. Then where do I sleep? Zhou Yufeng asked back. You can sleep on the sofa or on the floor. There's plenty of space. Keqing pointed randomly at the ground. Then I'll go back to my room and sleep. Zhou Yufeng deliberately pretended to leave. Don't go. Keqing was anxious. Wouldn't this tell Grandma that there was something wrong between them? However, as soon as she finished speaking, the person in front of her disappeared. When she looked back, Zhou Yufeng was about to get into her bed. Get up. Keqing reached out to pull him up. Zhou Yufeng exerted a little force, and she screamed and threw herself into his arms. The two of them were pressed close together, able to feel the heat from each other's breath, and a hint of warm breath was rippling between them. Boo! Zhou Yufeng gently kissed Keqing on her red lips. Keqing's eyes suddenly narrowed and she tried to get up in a panic. On the night she had sex with Zhou Yufeng, she was drugged and was neither conscious nor clear-headed. Strictly speaking, this was her first kiss. This unprecedented strong impact made Keqing's mind go blank, and she no longer looked like the Queen of Jinling. Let me go. No. Will you let it go? No. I'll ask you one last time, will you let me go? Hey, are you trying to murder your husband? Zhou Yufeng let go of his hand helplessly, looking like he was surrendering. There was a pair of sharp scissors against his neck. Go down. Keqing became more and more aggressive and wanted to recover her lost territory. No. This time it was Zhou Yufeng's turn to refuse. Aren't you afraid that I will cut off that thing of yours? Keqing gestured twice viciously. Then you cut it. Zhou Yufeng lay there naked. Do you want me to take off my pants so it's easier for you to do it? As he said this, he was about to take off his pants. Get lost. Don't take it off. Keqing blushed, spat lightly, and put the scissors back under the pillow. Zhou Yufeng smiled proudly. You can sleep on the bed, but you can't touch me, and you can't take advantage of me. Keqing said while gritting her teeth. No problem. Zhou Yufeng agreed readily. Also, you cannot cross the border without my permission. This is mentioned in the agreement. Keqing continued to add conditions. I sleep very well and never move around. Zhou Yufeng had no objection. Keqing was still worried, so she took out a quilt and placed it between the two of them. Zhou Yufeng let her toss and turn and fell into a deep sleep. Damn it! Keqing cursed angrily, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. When a ray of morning sunlight shone into the bedroom, Zhou Yufeng woke up from his sleep. He instinctively wanted to stretch, but found that he was tied up tightly. You wouldn't be so perverted as to play bondage games with me while I'm sleeping, right? He suddenly started awake and all sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He opened his eyes and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The quilt in the middle of the bed had been kicked to the ground long ago, and Keqing hugged him tightly like an octopus. I can clearly feel the soft and elastic pressure on my arms. That pair of white, slender and beautiful legs was now presented before my eyes without reservation. Fuck, wake up! Isn't this going to kill people? Although he was somewhat reluctant, Zhou Yufeng still moved his body slightly to wake Keqing up. He was already in a hurry to pee, and with such a shocking scene, he almost wet the bed. Keqing's consciousness was hazy and she was unwilling to wake up. Damn! Wake up! I can't hold it anymore. Zhou Yufeng's movements became more vigorous. After hearing these words, Keqing's consciousness finally returned to her brain. When she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw that she and Zhou Yufeng were very close. She screamed subconsciously, let go of her hand and kicked Zhou Yufeng in the waist. Thump! Zhou Yufeng fell off the bed with his quilt, but he didn't have time to confront Keqing. He hunched over and rushed into the bathroom. Chapter 15, comparable to calligraphy master Chu Yunyang? Keqing was so happy when she finally saw Zhou Yufeng's embarrassed look that a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But soon, her expression became angry again. You are so bad, Zhou Yufeng. We clearly agreed that each of us would get half and neither of us was allowed to take advantage of the other, but in just one night you did everything wrong. After waiting for Zhou Yufeng to come out, Keqing asked, what happened last night? What's going on? Zhou Yufeng looked like he knew nothing. Have you forgotten what you promised me last night? Do you still remember the prenuptial agreement? Keqing said angrily. Zhou Yufeng suddenly realized, and then said seriously, first, I didn't take advantage of you, you took the initiative to hug me and took advantage of me. Second, I didn't cross the line, you crossed the line and kicked me off the bed. So I should be the one asking what's going on, right? You. Keqing was choked and couldn't utter a word. Then I thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. I was completely overwhelmed and didn't notice this fact. Anyway, I bought TT. If you want to try it, I can help you. There's no need to waste it. Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Go away. I'm not interested in trying with you. Come back to me when you can last more than 10 minutes. Keqing rolled her eyes, turned around and went into the bathroom proudly. Zhou Yufeng didn't care. After washing and changing clothes, he went downstairs with Keqing. Good morning, Grandma. The two of them came to the horizontal hall next to the living room and shouted in unison. This is where Keqing usually works, and now it has been requisitioned by Old Lady Qin. There is a painting on the huge desk. Are you two up? Aren't you tired from last night? Seeing the two people coming together, Old Lady Qin smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. Grandma, your painting is so lifelike, with smooth and natural details. It can be considered a masterpiece. Zhou Yufeng admired the painting on the table and praised, based on this skill alone, I'm afraid there are few people in Jinling who are better than you. It's just a hobby, to cultivate my sentiments. Old Lady Qin smiled and shook her head, and I always feel that my paintings lack a bit of spirit, just like poems that moan without reason. It would be great if I could break through the shackles. The old lady is no ordinary person. She has been painting for decades. Even though she is just doing it for fun, her skills are no less than those of ordinary painters. But I have not been able to break through that shackles, and now I am old, so I am afraid there is no hope in the future. For her, this is a pity. Grandma, your painting skills are already good enough. Don't force it too much. Keqing said comfortingly. If you can give me a great-grandson soon, Grandma won't ask for anything else. Old Mrs. Qin said happily. Grandma, why, why did you bring this up on me all of a sudden? Keqing's pretty face turned slightly red and she glanced at Zhou Yufeng subconsciously. I found that this guy had a calm face and was still admiring the paintings. Xiaofeng is a good child. Grandma has seen countless people and will not be wrong. Since you have already obtained the marriage certificate, you should have a child as soon as possible, so that Grandma can rest assured. Old Lady Qin patted the back of Keqing's hand. Grandma, let's talk about this later. There's no rush now. Besides, we still need to observe whether this person can do it or not. Zhou Yufeng, who was standing next to him, was immediately confused when he heard this. What do you mean? Are you saying that the man in your family is not good enough? How should I know? Only he knows whether he can do it or not. Zhou Yufeng immediately smiled evilly. Yes, we all know it very well. After he finished speaking, his eyes glanced at Keqing's lower abdomen. Keqing noticed that there was something wrong in his eyes and stopped arguing. She was afraid that if she continued, her grandmother would know that she was pregnant. How could a shrewd person like old Lady Qin not hear the hidden meaning between the two young men? Her experienced eyes glanced at Keqing's abdomen. Keqing was startled and quickly diverted her grandmother's attention. Grandma, what do you think Zhou Yufeng is doing? Old Lady Qin looked at Zhou Yufeng and saw that the latter simply tapped on the painting a few times without any further movement. Seeing this, Old Lady Qin seemed to have a flash of inspiration. She quickly picked up the paintbrush and added a few strokes at the location Zhou Yufeng pointed out. Then the whole painting came alive, as if it suddenly had soul and life. This scene scared Keqing so much that she looked at Zhou Yufeng in surprise. Xiaofeng, you can point out the flaws in my painting. I believe your painting skills are much better than mine. Old Mrs. Qin was also shocked. Without Zhou Yufeng's guidance, her painting would never have been of this level. Grandma, I just happened to feel that something was wrong with those places. Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. People who don't understand painting can't tell. Old Lady Qin didn't believe this. By the way, Keqing, don't you have an unfinished painting too? Why don't you take it down and let Xiaofeng take a look? Okay, Grandma. Keqing did not hesitate and turned to look at her special assistant Lintong. Lintong understood and went upstairs to take down a painting, which was the one Zhou Yufeng had seen before. This is the ghostly judge I drew. He is a chivalrous man who punishes evildoers and upholds justice. Unfortunately, I have only heard of his deeds but have never seen him, so I cannot draw his spirit. Keqing looked at her own paintings and spoke. Xiaofeng, why don't you try it? Old Mrs. Qin made a gesture. Isn't this a bad idea? If it gets ruined, I'll get beaten. Zhou Yufeng used Keqing as a shield. Since I promised Grandma to take it down, I won't care so much. Xiaofeng, Grandma believes in your ability, so let me see it for myself. Old Mrs. Qin continued to persuade. Okay then. Zhou Yufeng had no choice but to agree and picked up the pen to start drawing. This painting of the ghostly judge mainly lacks facial features because Keqing was unable to depict the charm of the ghostly judge. After trying it many times and being successful, I will never try it again. But Zhou Yufeng had no obstacles at all, he just picked up the pen and started drawing. His writing was done in one go, and his movements were extremely skillful, as if the ghost pen judge had been engraved in his mind long ago. In less than 2 minutes, he put down his paintbrush. This. Keqing looked at the painting on the easel and was speechless for a long time. The ghostly judge in the painting was exactly the same as what she had imagined in her mind. It's not just the appearance, but also the charm that jumps off the paper, there's simply no flaw to be found. If we have to say there is something, it is that the rest of the painting was painted by her, which makes the spirituality of the whole painting much less. What a great painting! It's really well done. Old Lady Qin exclaimed in amazement. I've also thought about Keqing's painting. If I were to paint it myself, I would definitely not be able to reach this level. Grandma, thank you for your kind words. Zhou Yufeng clasped his fists. No. Grandma, this is not an exaggeration. With your skills alone, you can rival the calligraphy master Chu Yunyang. Old Mrs. Qin said seriously. So powerful? Keqing was shocked. The Chinese painting master Chu Yunyang is known as the leader of Dragon Country's Chinese painting and has few rivals in the field of Chinese painting. It is true that Zhou Yufeng is a great painter, but he can't possibly be as good as Master Chu Yunyang, right? As for Zhou Yufeng, he smiled faintly when he heard the name of the Chinese painting master Chu Yunyang. Chapter 16. There is a used one in the trash can. Xiaofeng, let me introduce Master Chu to you. He is one of the best Chinese painting masters in the country. With his guidance, your talent for painting will definitely be developed to the maximum extent. Your future is absolutely limitless. After hearing what her grandmother said, the look of shock on Keqing's pretty face became even more intense. She had never seen her grandmother think so highly of someone before, and she couldn't help but look deeply at her painting ghost hand judge again. Grandma, I'm not very interested in painting. I just do it for fun. I don't plan to study it in depth. Zhou Yufeng was both amused and confused. Others didn't know Chu Yunyang, but he was very familiar with him. Even Chu Yunyang's achievements today have a lot to do with him. If it wasn't for a chance encounter where he gave some pointers, Chu Yunyang would never have been able to make a breakthrough and become a master of Chinese painting. As a result, the two of them became close friends regardless of age difference. But now old lady Qin wants him to become Chu Yunyang's disciple. Even if he doesn't mind, Chu Yunyang, his old friend, won't dare to accept him. Oh, is that so? That's a shame for your talent. Seeing Zhou Yufeng's firm attitude, Mrs. Qin did not try to persuade him any further, but just shook her head regretfully. Did Grandma sleep well last night? Zhou Yufeng didn't want to dwell on this topic any further, so he simply changed the subject. It's okay. People sleep less when they get older. Old Mrs. Qin took his hand and walked towards the restaurant. Xiaofeng, since you don't want to learn painting, you should concentrate all your energy on doing one thing well. What's up? Work harder and give Grandma a great grandson so that Grandma can sleep well. Grandma, I can't do this alone. I need someone to cooperate with me. Zhou Yufeng was not ashamed and deliberately brought trouble to Keqing. I'll go see how breakfast is prepared. Keqing was speechless and found an excuse to walk away quickly. Old Mrs. Qin and Zhou Yufeng came to the dining table, talking and laughing. Just after taking a few bites, Zhou Yufeng's phone rang. After taking a look, he found that it was Bai Chushi calling, and he immediately said, Grandma, I'll go answer the phone. Go ahead. Old Madame Qin nodded. After Zhou Yufeng walked away, she turned to Keqing and said, Keqing, did you hear what Grandma said to Xiaofeng just now? Grandma, I understand. Keqing had no way to escape anymore and could only turn a blind eye. The other side. Zhou Yufeng came to a corner of the living room and answered the phone. Master Tianxian, will you have time to meet us later? Bai Chushi asked straight to the point. After Zhou Yufeng's treatment, Mr. Bai has returned to normal life and is in much better health than some of his peers. Even her father Bai Jingshan asked her to contact Zhou Yufeng more often to enhance their relationship. Is there anything wrong? Zhou Yufeng did not give a positive answer. Bai Chushi smiled and said, Master Tianxian is really a forgetful person. Did you forget that I promised you that I would hand over Jinling's medical market to you? If it were someone else, they would have contacted me long ago and tried to finalize this cooperation as soon as possible. Only Master Tianxian, who was young but as steady as a rock, did not take the big cake of the Jinling pharmaceutical market seriously. Of course I remember. Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly. Bai Chushi continued, Master Tianxian, you also know that the scale of Jinling's pharmaceutical market is very large, and the interests involved are intricate and complicated, and there are countless people who covet it. In order to avoid possible trouble in the future, I plan to introduce you to other relevant parties at the negotiation meeting and let them know that you are the final decision maker in the Jinling pharmaceutical market. Hearing this, Zhou Yufeng nodded and said, Okay, but just don't reveal my true identity. Of course, no problem. Bai Chushi was delighted. Even if Zhou Yufeng didn't remind her, she wouldn't be so stupid as to introduce Master Tianxian to outsiders. After all, they were all potential competitors. After a pause, Bai Chushi asked cautiously, Do you have time to come over? Send me the address. Zhou Yufeng said, then hung up the phone and returned to the dining table. After breakfast, he said goodbye to old lady Qin and Keqing, then drove out in any luxury car in the Qin family garage. Grandma, I have to go back to the company too. Keqing took Lin Tong and left the Qin mansion closely behind. Go and take a look. After waiting for a while, old lady Qin suddenly winked at Aunt Fong beside her. Yes, old lady. Aunt Fong understood and immediately hurried upstairs to Keqing's bedroom. He walked to the trash can with a clear purpose and took a look at the contents. She narrowed her eyes slightly and did not look carefully, as if she had discovered something extraordinary, and hurried back to old lady Qin. There's a used one in the trash can. Aunt Fong reported in a low voice. Oh? Old Mrs. Qin widened her eyes in surprise, as if she was very surprised by this answer. Did I see it wrong? Aunt Fong lowered her head and didn't dare to respond rashly. After all, this was a top priority that even old Lady Qin attached great importance to. How could a servant like her have any say in it? Jiankong Pharmaceutical Company, this is the address Bai Chushi sent him, and the negotiation meeting will be held here. Jiankong is the ancient name of Jinling, and is also the homonym of health. It is enough to see Bai Chushi's exquisite thoughts in this regard. As soon as he walked into the company gate, he saw Bai Chushi coming up to him and said, Mr. Zhou, everyone else has arrived and is waiting in the conference room. Okay. Zhou Yufeng gestured for her to lead the way. Then, under the gaze of other employees, the two walked into an elevator. Who was that handsome guy just now? I don't know, but the person who can be received by President Bai in person must be someone extraordinary. Nonsense, how can an ordinary person be received by President Bai in person? But that handsome guy looks very young, maybe he is the son of a high-ranking official. If only I could know him. Don't dream in broad daylight. Be aware of yourself as a ox or horse. Fuck, are you looking for a fight? There were bursts of whispers. They have seen many big shots, but the big shots that even Bai Chushi has to curry favor with and pay attention to are all middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. And for the handsome young man just now, this was the first time they met him. At the same time, in the conference room on the 6th floor of Jiankong Pharmaceutical Company, there were more than a dozen big names in Jinling's pharmaceutical industry sitting there, each of them having a great reputation in Jinling. The leader among them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a maroon tang suit. This person sat in the main seat, looking like a superior leader, and some people around him seemed to be following his lead. Chapter 17, The Pharmaceutical Market Does Need Reform. This person's name is Yang Tianlu, and he is the president of the Jinling Chinese Medicine Association. He is also a big boss who holds a place in the entire Jinling pharmaceutical industry. But at this moment, his face looked unhappy. President Yang, what on earth is Mr. Bai doing? He called us here but he himself didn't show up. Even if her father is Bai Jingshan, she can't ignore us like this, right? We all have a lot of things to deal with, but we have to waste time here. The other people in the meeting room were getting impatient and started complaining. Although their status and position are not as high as Bai Chushi's, they are still well-known figures in Jinling's pharmaceutical industry. Now that I'm being left out like this, I'm a little angry. Everyone, please be patient. Mr. Bai may have some urgent matters to deal with. Yang Tianlu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He also thought that Bai Chushi had gone too far, but getting angry would not solve the problem. Besides, the Jinling pharmaceutical market is still controlled by others. Unless they dare to abandon all their interests, this approach will not do any good. When everyone heard what Yang Tianlu said, they tactfully changed the subject. President Yang, can you give our company a little more market share this year? 3% is really not enough. A fat man sitting next to him came over and said tentatively. His words immediately attracted the attention of others. Many eyes were cast over, waiting for Yang Tianlu's answer. This issue is also what they are concerned about. As for whether the fat man will get there first, no one cares because Yang Tianlu will not agree so easily. What they want to know is whether it is possible to increase market share and what can be done to increase their own company's market share. Mr. Zhou, 3% is a lot, right? That's already $1 billion business. Yang Tianlu's answer was indeed flawless. At the same time, he noticed the respect and awe in everyone's eyes, and felt a little complacent in his heart. Last year, he was fully responsible for the allocation of Jinling Pharmaceuticals' market share. Everyone talks about fairness and justice, but there are many opportunities for fraud. He made a lot of money from this alone. If nothing unexpected happens this year, he will still be in charge of this work, which will be another good opportunity to make some money. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have sat here obediently and endured Bai Chushi's neglect. Chairman Yang, who would complain that this is too much? Fatty Mr. Zhu chuckled. Mr. Bai is here. We can discuss these things privately later. Yang Tianlu's expression suddenly became serious. At this time, everyone in the conference room heard the sound of high heels coming from outside the corridor. The noise in the conference room disappeared instantly, and everyone turned their eyes to the door of the conference room. The next moment, the door was pushed open, and the person who walked in was indeed Bai Chushi. Zhou Yufeng was following behind her, but not many people paid attention to him. They all thought of Zhou Yufeng as Bai Chushi's assistant. Boss Bai. Boss Bai, you are finally here. Boss Bai, we were just about to send someone to look for you. One by one, industry leaders stood up and greeted Bai Chushi respectfully. I'm sorry everyone. I was delayed by something just now. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Bai Chushi said lightly. To succeed in the business world, even with the protection of family elders, one still needs to have certain abilities. In this regard, Bai Chushi has always done a good job. After everyone was seated, Bai Chushi continued, I called everyone here this time because I wanted to talk to you about the Jinling pharmaceutical market. Boss Bai, we were just discussing this. Don't worry, we will work harder this year to make the Jinling pharmaceutical market bigger so that everyone can enjoy the fruits of development. Yang Tianlu patted his chest and said confidently. It seemed as if the decision-making power in the Jinling pharmaceutical market was already under his control. Yes, we will definitely give our full support to President Bai and President Yang. With President Bai and Chairman Yang leading us, we are confident that we can reach a higher level. Others expressed their opinions one after another. For them, Bai Chushi and Yang Tianlu were both people they wanted to curry favor with. Especially Yang Tianlu, after all, he is the actual executor of Jinling Pharmaceuticals' market share. Although Bai Chushi has the power to make decisions, he will not carry out the specific decisions. President Yang, you have made an indispensable contribution in the past year. Our Jinling pharmaceutical market has grown by more than 30%. I would like to express my gratitude to you here. Bai Chushi looked at Yang Tianlu with a smile. Mr. Bai, thank you for your praise. This is what I should do. Yang Tianlu clasped his fists humbly, but he could not hide the pride in his expression at all. What's wrong with feeling proud of yourself for having this report card? In addition, I plan to take advantage of this good momentum and carry out a reform this year to enable the Jinling pharmaceutical market to develop faster. Does the pharmaceutical market need reform? Hearing this, everyone else looked at Yang Tianlu. President Yang, how do you plan to reform? Yes, we had such a good momentum last year. Will there be any impact if we reform rashly? President Yang, I think it's better to be still than to move, it's better to. As Yang Tianlu expected, everyone immediately raised objections. He was well prepared. He gently pressed down with his right hand. After everyone quieted down, he smiled and said, last year's momentum was indeed good, but it is almost reaching its limit. If we want to achieve greater development, we must reform. There was another commotion among the crowd, and Yang Tianlu continued, I know what everyone is worried about, but I can guarantee that everyone's benefits will only increase, not decrease. Chairman Yang, what exactly is your reform plan? Someone couldn't help but ask. Good question. Yang Tianlu smiled and said, I will set up a company to be responsible for management, marketing and operation, and all of us will be part of this company. With a professional management team, we don't have to worry about not being able to expand the pharmaceutical market in Jinling. This was a plan he had thought of a long time ago. He had even found a manager for the company. As long as Bai Chushi agreed, he could take office immediately. Chairman Yang's proposal is very good and forward-looking. I personally think it is feasible. Bai Chushi pondered for a moment and nodded. The smugness on Yang Tianlu's face became even more pronounced. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and no longer raised any objections. They only care about their own interests, and other issues are not important. But at this moment, Bai Chushi's voice rang out again, but my ideas need to be put forward for everyone to know. Chapter 18 Does he know medicine? Why should we give him the market? Boss Bai, what do you think? Should we postpone it? We are now preparing for the next year's plan, and now is the most appropriate time to start the reform. If we miss it, no matter how we allocate it in the future, there will be many different opinions, which will also cause great obstacles to our reform. Yang Tianlu was afraid that Bai Chushi would not support him, so he quickly put forward his own opinions. He actually doesn't care much about reforms, but cares more about how much money he can make from them. Under the existing system, there are too few ways for him to make money, and they involve too many people. If one person is exposed, he may be implicated. However, after establishing a dedicated company, all operations are carried out within the company. Everyone in the company is his. By then, the entire Jinling pharmaceutical market will be completely under his control and he can do whatever he wants. Even if Bai Chushi is the mayor's daughter, it is difficult for her to control the overall situation like she is now. This is the result he wants. President Yang, everyone, this is why I asked you all to come here today. I want to introduce someone to you. Bai Chushi said with a smile. Introduce someone? Who? Boss Bai, where is the person you want to introduce? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. We were clearly discussing the allocation and management of the Jinling pharmaceutical market for next year, so why did they suddenly want to introduce someone? Yang Tianlu frowned immediately. As a veteran in the martial arts world, he was very keenly aware of a hint of crisis. After all, at such a critical moment, Bai Chushi said he wanted to introduce someone, which was obviously not in his favor. Everyone, this is the person I want to introduce to you. Bai Chushi turned slightly and pointed at Zhou Yufeng and said, his name is Zhou Yufeng. From now on, the Jinling pharmaceutical market will be managed by Mr. Zhou. While what? He is in charge of the Jinling pharmaceutical market? Boss Bai, are you kidding us? As soon as Bai Chushi said this, the entire conference room exploded, filled with voices of astonishment, questioning, and dissatisfaction. It is true that Bai Chushi is the mayor's daughter, but even with this identity, it does not mean that she can do whatever she wants, let alone do anything that harms their interests. Bai Chushi's decision is harming their interests. Who can endure this when they are being bullied? As for Yang Tianlu, his face became even gloomier. What was the difference between letting a greenhorn manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market and shitting on his head? Boss Bai, did I hear you correctly? You want him to manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market? Does he understand what Chinese medicine is? Does he know how to manage and store various medicinal materials? Yang Tianlu said angrily, Boss Bai, this market is not a place for children to play house. Without an experienced person to lead the way, something could go wrong at any moment. President Yang is right. We only respect President Yang. Who does he think he is? Please think twice, Mr. Bai. Others echoed Yang Tianlu. Bai Chushi didn't expect that the crowd's reaction would be so big. He looked at Zhou Yufeng nervously, worried that he would blame him for the improper arrangement. Fortunately, Zhou Yufeng always had a smile on his face and didn't care much about what he had just heard. Seeing this, Bai Chushi had a plan in mind and continued loudly, everyone's concerns are not unreasonable, but you can rest assured, because Mr. Zhou is not an ignorant person. On the contrary, Mr. Zhou has very good medical skills and knows all kinds of medicinal materials. He is definitely the most suitable person to manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market. If even the great master Tianxian is not suitable, there is no second suitable candidate in this world. He knows medical skills? Everyone obviously didn't believe it, and they all looked at him with disbelief and contempt. Boss Bai, you should be very clear about the common sense of Chinese medicine. A young man like him only knows some common medical theories from books at most, and he doesn't even have many opportunities to practice. What kind of medical skills can he have? Yang Tianlu directly raised his doubts. Weak. Bai Chushi was anxious and was about to explain, but Zhou Yufeng patted her shoulder and then his gentle voice sounded in her ears. It's very simple to know if I have this ability. I have never met any of you here. If I can tell you about your hidden illness, I'm sure you will believe it, right? His words made many people change their expressions slightly. After all, some hidden illnesses are not convenient to be disclosed in front of so many people. Don't try to scare me with this. I won't fall for it. The fat man who had been trying to curry favor with Yang Tianlu stood up and cursed, tell me my hidden illness if you have the guts. He did this because, firstly, he didn't believe Zhou Yufeng had such good eyesight and medical skills. Secondly, he wanted to show his loyalty to Yang Tianlu. As long as Yang Tianlu continues to manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market, he will definitely not suffer any losses. Sure enough, Yang Tianlu gave him an admiring look, which made the fat man even more excited. Seeing this, some people secretly regretted not being the first to flatter. Zhou Yufeng glanced at the fat man and chuckled, you have problems with the 3 highs in cardiovascular system. I suggest you don't get angry easily. TSK. The fat man sneered disdainfully, any older person would have these problems. What's the big deal? That is. You want to bluff us, kid? Don't you think about what we do? If you don't have the ability, just admit it as soon as possible. Boss Bai, I think you must have been deceived by this guy. Hold on, I haven't finished yet. Zhou Yufeng was not panicked at all and continued, you are puffy, your eyes are dark, and your steps are unsteady. These are typical symptoms of kidney deficiency, and the degree is very serious. Even if you take several small blue pills at once, it will not help. Am I right? No. Nothing. The fat man's face turned red, but he still tried to hold on. In addition to impotence, you also have prostate problems. You have to go to the bathroom every once in a while. Nonsense, I don't have this problem at all. The fat man denied it with gritted teeth. Then you can't blame me. Zhou Yufeng whistled with a sly smile, and the crisp sound echoed in the conference room. Chapter 19: The Conspiracy begins. The fat man's flushed face suddenly became somewhat hideous, and his skin kept twitching. Seeing his appearance, everyone present understood that Zhou Yufeng was right. This fat guy did have a problem with his prostate. I can't take it anymore. At Zhou Yufeng's whistle, the fat man rushed to the toilet with his legs clamped together in a very strange posture. After the fat man left, the conference room was silent, as everyone was stunned by Zhou Yufeng's move. Well, I believe everyone has seen Mr. Zhou's medical skills, and there is no need to say more about his experience in the pharmaceutical industry. From now on, the Jinling pharmaceutical market will be fully managed by Mr. Zhou. I don't want to hear any other opinions. Bai Chushi stood up at the right time, with a hint of majesty in his tone. The bigwigs of Jinling's pharmaceutical industry in the conference room felt very upset, but they could do nothing about it. In this regard, Bai Chushi has both connections and background, and no one dares to disobey what she says. Since Mr. Bai has made up his mind, there is no need for us to say anything more. Let's just wait and see. Yang Tianlu slowly stood up, glared at Zhou Yufeng, and said sarcastically, Mr. Zhou, the Jinling pharmaceutical market is not so easy to be responsible for. It's very complicated. Zhou Yufeng ignored him and Yang Tianlu got up and left. Seeing this, the others followed Yang Tianlu silently. Soon, Bai Chushi and Zhou Yufeng were the only ones left in the huge conference room. Master Tianxian, I'm sorry. I didn't expect their reaction to be so big. Bai Chushi said. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yufeng waved his hand and said, they are now on Yang Tianlu's side because they think Yang Tianlu can bring them benefits. This kind of alliance is not stable. It seems that Mr. Zhou already has a solution? Bai Chushi's eyes lit up. This market is in my hands. There are many people who want to get a piece of the pie. As long as they understand this, they will naturally abandon Yang Tianlu. Zhou Yufeng said seriously, but before that, I need Miss Bai's help. Mr. Zhou, please let me know if you have any instructions. Bai Chushi agreed without hesitation. I need to set up a company to professionally manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market. Miss Bai, please help me set up the framework first. I can handle the company's location and employees, but as for professional management talent, I will personally select the candidates when the time comes, and you just need to help me post the recruitment advertisement. Zhou Yufeng said again. Okay. Bai Chushi nodded slightly. Yang Tianlu sat in the back seat of a speeding Alpha business car, his expression looking extremely solemn and ugly. If he loses the management rights of Jinling pharmaceutical market, he will not only suffer huge losses but will also be in a very passive position in the future. Ding ling ling. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, his cell phone suddenly rang. Yang Tianlu glanced at the caller ID, frowned and pressed the answer button. President Yang, I heard that you have already held the meeting? Has the market reform been passed? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. This man was Liang Dayong, the head of the Liang family. Brother Dayong, I'm afraid our plan will fail. Yang Tianlu said in a deep voice. Why? Liang Dayong's tone suddenly became serious. Yang Tianlu glanced at the driver and said, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. I'd better go over to you and talk to you face to face. Okay, then I'll wait for President Yang's visit at home. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tianlu ordered, go to the Liang family villa. Yes, President. The driver responded, and the Alpha business car drove into another street and headed towards the Liang family villa. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Tianlu arrived at the Liang family villa and was invited to the study on the second floor. Liang Dayong, Liang Mingyi, and Liang Chengkong were all there. President Yang, what went wrong? After a few pleasantries, Liang Dayong couldn't wait to ask. After they hit a wall with Bai Chushi, they took another approach and approached Yang Tianlu, and successfully reached an agreement on cooperation. The Liang family provided money and manpower, and Yang Tianlu was responsible for handing over the management rights of the Jinling pharmaceutical market to the Liang family. Both parties were happy. Originally, this plan was going smoothly, because in previous years, Bai Chuxi would give this task to Yang Tianlu. As the president of the Jinling Chinese Medicine Association, Yang Tianlu is quite prestigious in Jinling City and has always been very close to Bai Jingshan. Although Bai Jingshan was the mayor of a city and didn't like to pay much attention to him, Yang Tianlu was very good at flattering him and winning the favor of his leader. After a while, I became familiar with Bai Jingshan, but now even my flattery is useless. The mayor's daughter forcibly handed over part of her power to an unknown young man, causing problems in various tasks. Thinking of this, Yang Tianlu said angrily, "We just had a meeting with Bai Chuxi. Originally, we wanted to tell her about the market reform idea and then implement it. Who would have thought that she would tell us at this time that she would hand over the Jinling pharmaceutical market to someone else? Did you give it to that kid named Zhou?" Liang Daong, Liang Meni, and Liang Chengkong all looked livid. They had already guessed that this would happen. "Yes, it's the one called Zhou Yufeng. It seems you have also received the news." Yang Tianlu gnashed his teeth and said, "That guy probably has a deep relationship with the Bai family, otherwise Bai Chuxi wouldn't rely on his status to insist on handing over the pharmaceutical market to him. So, Brother Daong, this matter is difficult to handle. President Yang, is there really no way to save the situation?" Liang Mengyi asked tentatively, "If there is anything we can do to help, please tell me directly." "Well, there is a way, of course. Since Bai Chuxi's way is blocked, we can only go the other way," Yang Tianlu said in a low voice. "I hope President Yang can give us clear instructions." Liang Daong and Liang Chengkong quickly clasped their fists, signaling Yang Tianlu to come up with a strategy. Liang Mengyi seemed to be thinking about something, but did not rush to express her opinion. "It's very simple. Isn't Bai Chuxi going to hand over the Jinling pharmaceutical market to someone else? As long as this kid named Zhou can't take over, everything will go back to square one." This was the only solution he could think of on the way here. But he can't do this kind of thing, and he can't say it openly. "I understand, President Yang. Let us handle this matter. I guarantee that he won't dare to wade into this muddy water again. The Zhou family has fallen, but he still acts arrogantly in front of us. When the time comes, he won't even know how he died." Liang Daong understood Yang Tianlu's meaning and agreed without hesitation. "Isn't it just threats, coercion, and intimidation? The Liang family has used similar methods many times and is very skilled at it. This matter cannot be made too obvious, nor can it arouse Bai Chuxi's suspicion, so those conventional methods cannot be used." Yang Tianlu saw through his thoughts, looked at him disdainfully and said, "Chapter 20, The Bloody Love Triangle has been spread? If we can't use conventional means, then it will be a bit difficult." "Dad, it's actually not that difficult. If it were someone else, I would still find it a little tricky. As for Zhou Yufeng, I can guarantee that he will be obedient. If you tell him to go east, he won't dare to go west. If you tell him to beat a dog, he won't dare to chase a chicken." Just as Liang Daong lowered his head to think, Liang Mengyi said proudly, "What do you have in mind?" Yang Tianlu turned his gaze to Liang Mengyi. "President Yang, to be honest, we have approached Bai Chuxi before, and he happened to be there at the time, and Bai Chuxi defended him for no reason. We thought it was very strange at the time. How could the mayor's daughter be related to a bumpkin? So we secretly investigated for a while. Guess what we found?" Liang Mengyi said as if seeking credit. "What did you find?" Yang Tianlu asked subconsciously. "We found out that he was not only a poor fellow, but also a gigolo, or a duck." Liang Mengyi said this with disdain on her face, as if she was disgusted with herself for being engaged to such a man in the first place. "You mean to say that Bai Chuxi and Zhou Yufeng have a relationship that cannot be seen in public?" Yang Tianlu frowned, feeling incredible. With such favorable conditions, would Bai Chuxi be so open-minded? It's unlikely. Seeing Yang Tianlu's doubt, Liang Mengyi continued, "President Yang, I'm telling you the truth. It's not just Bai Chuxi. We also discovered that Zhou Yufeng is dealing with two other women at the same time. They are Yi Muxi from the Yi family and Keqing from the Qin family." "What? This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yang Tianlu denied it without hesitation. "You have to know that each of these three women is more noble than the other, especially Keqing, who is honored as the Queen of Jinling. How could such an extraordinary woman get involved with a poor man whose family had fallen on hard times? This is only possible if Keqing's head was kicked by a donkey." Liang Mengyi did not explain and took out all the photos and videos she had taken. President Yang, the facts are before our eyes. You can't help but believe them. These are the evidences that my brother and I took. Take a look for yourself. Swish. Then Yang Tianlu took the phone and looked at it carefully. The more I looked at him, the more frightened I became, and the more incredible it seemed to me. It wasn't until he saw the video of Zhou Yufeng buying a small umbrella at a convenience store that he had to believe it. I recognized that the pink Panamera Zhou Yufeng was driving was Keqing's car. Being able to drive Keqing's car to buy a small umbrella late at night must have some indescribable relationship with Keqing. Hiss. I never thought they would play so crazily. Yang Tianlu felt like he was dreaming. President Yang, the crazier they play, the more beneficial it will be for us, right? Liang Mingyi said proudly with a sneer on her face. You are right, that is indeed the truth. Yang Tianlu nodded. In that case, I will leave Zhou Yufeng to you to deal with. Please rest assured, President Yang. If he doesn't agree to give way, I promise to make him pay for it. Liang Mingyi narrowed her eyes, looking as if she had determined to defeat Zhou Yufeng. The other side. Zhou Yufeng walked out of Jiankong Pharmaceutical Company and just got into the car when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I opened it, I found it was an unfamiliar number. Who? I'm Liang Mingyi. A cold voice came from the receiver. I have something to talk to you about. I don't think I have anything to talk to you about. Humph. If you don't want the scandal between you and Keqing to be exposed, you'd better meet me now. Whatever you want, just don't bother me anymore, I'll block your number, get lost. Zhou Yufeng didn't even have the interest to talk to this kind of woman and hung up the phone directly. How dare this loser hang up on me? Hearing the busy tone, Liang Mingyi almost got angry. Sister, please hit it again. Liang Chenkong said. Liang Mingyi stiffened her neck and dialed Zhou Yufeng's number again, but got an automatic reply, the number you dialed cannot be connected. He actually blocked me. Liang Mingyi was so angry that she was about to smash her phone. I'll call him. Liang Chenkong took out his cell phone, but was stopped by Yang Tianlu. Since he doesn't want to talk, there's no point in calling him. Is there nothing we can do to him? Liang Chenkong said hatefully. Yang Tianlu said, if he doesn't give us face, we don't need to give him face either. Besides, our goal is just to get rid of him. Chairman Yang, do you mean that we should directly expose his dirty laundry? Liang Daong asked. That's right. But will this implicate Bai Chushi? Liang Daong was a little worried. They could not afford to offend the Bai family. Why not just put away all the negative information involving Bai Chushi and only expose the ones about Yi Muxi and Keqing? Yang Tianlu said with a smile. I understand. Liang Daong slapped his thigh. I'll have someone do it right away. I want to see if this loser like him can make a comeback this time. Liang Mingyi and Liang Chenkong both looked smug. Do this cleanly. The Yi family and the Qin family are not pushovers, and I don't want to cause trouble. Yang Tianlu warned again. Please rest assured, President Yang. If you can't even do such a small thing, our Liang family is not worthy of cooperating with you. Liang Daong assured. On that day, a piece of scandal about Zhou Yufeng being a gigolo quickly spread on the internet. The Liang family first hired a group of internet trolls to spread the news, but soon discovered that the spread of the black material was getting faster and faster, and there was no need for internet trolls to promote it at all. This is because the scandal involves two perfect women, the favored daughter of Heaven Yi Muxi, and the queen of Jinling Keqing. The Yi family and the Qin family are both well-known wealthy families in Jinling. The former is the daughter of the Yi family, and the latter is the head of the Qin family. The most important thing is that the two women are super beauties with fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs. The number of men who fall at their feet is as numerous as crushing carp crossing the river. Now that this scandal has suddenly broken out, one can imagine the impact it will cause in Jinling City. All of a sudden, all major self-media platforms, including mainstream portals, were filled with the bloody love triangle between Zhou Yufeng, Keqing, and Yi Muxi. Chapter 21. Because I'm more handsome than you, I should be called a pretty boy, right? My goodness, this is too much. Yeah, keeping a gigolo is nothing, but is it necessary for two goddess-level figures like these? You've even bought Okamoto 001, and you're still questioning the reliability of the news? As the saying goes, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. She may be a goddess in front of others, but who knows what she is like behind the scenes? Oh. How hateful. I wish I were that pretty boy. Wake up upstairs and stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Is there anyone with diabetes? Wake him up quickly. I don't want him to get any benefits. It became a hot topic on the internet and quickly occupied the hot search lists. The top 5 hot words were all related to this incident. Such high popularity soon attracted the attention of the Qin and Yi families. The Qin family's old house. Old Mrs. Qin was leisurely eating breakfast when Aunt Fong hurried into the restaurant, looking quite anxious. What's got you so anxious? Old Mrs. Qin said slowly without even raising her head. Madam, a scandal has just been exposed on the internet. It's about the young lady and her husband. Aunt Fong said in a low voice. Let me see it. Old Mrs. Qin paused and slowly put down the cutlery. Aunt Fong didn't dare to neglect it and immediately handed over her phone. The screen showed the top trending topic of the day: the Queen of Jinling keeps a gigolo. The text after clicking on it was disgusting, and there was also a surveillance screenshot of Zhou Yufeng driving a Panamera to buy a small umbrella. They are a couple, it's normal for them to do this kind of thing. How did it become a scandal? Old Mrs. Qin, who was old but young at heart, asked calmly. Because this matter is also related to the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Aunt Fong clicked on another hot word. The publisher claimed that the person who supported the son-in-law also included Yi Muxi from the Yi family. Old Mrs. Qin frowned for a while, and her expression changed from indifferent to solemn. Although these are not conclusive evidence and are even somewhat far-fetched, they have now formed a huge public opinion on the internet. It will cause great negative impact and losses to Keqing, the Qin family, and even the entire Qin group. She was silent for a moment, then took out her cell phone and called Keqing. Grandma, you know this too? Keqing's slightly solemn voice came from the receiver. What's your explanation for this rumor? Old Mrs. Qin's tone was serious, even a little angry. She knew that Keqing had always been disgusted with her urging to get married, so it was very likely that she was looking for a man for a fake marriage. Besides, Yi Muxi is now involved, which forces the old lady to believe it. Grandma, I think someone is deliberately confusing us and making up rumors. We have already obtained our marriage certificate, so could this be false? Keqing, getting a marriage certificate doesn't mean you're really getting married. How do you explain the Yi family? Old Lady Qin's tone was still solemn. Grandma. At this time, Zhou Yufeng next to him spoke up. Yi Muxi and I actually have no relationship at all. We have only met twice. It is definitely not a relationship of support. Okay, Grandma believes you, but you have to come back to the old house. I guess some people can't wait to come and hold us accountable. Old Mrs. Qin said lightly. Okay, Grandma, we'll go back now. Keqing's voice came from the phone again. An hour and a half later, Zhou Yufeng drove a Maybach and came to the Qin family's old house with Keqing. This place is located in a manor on the outskirts of Jinling City, covering an area of thousands of acres. Only the direct descendants of the Qin family are qualified to live in the old house. However, this place is remote, more than an hour's drive from the city center. Not to mention that Keqing is busy with all kinds of affairs, even her uncle and aunt don't like living here. So usually there is only old Lady Qin and a few servants in the Qin family's old house. But today, the Qin family's old house was bustling with people, and almost all the direct descendants of the Qin family had returned. When Keqing and Zhou Yufeng walked into the living room, everyone's eyes were on them. Oh, Sister Keqing, you have good taste. The pretty boy you found is really handsome. He's even more handsome than me. Tianhong was the first to jump out and said in a sarcastic tone. He is Keqing's cousin. He graduated from university not long ago and now works in an inconspicuous department of Qin's company. Relying on the fact that his father is the eldest son of the Qin family, he has always been dissatisfied with Keqing, thinking that it was Keqing who stole his father's group power. Keqing, this is too outrageous of you to bring this pretty boy here? That's right, how can this be so embarrassing? You can have fun, but you have to pay attention to the impact, right? Uncle Qin Hongi, Aunt Zhang Chunfeng, and Aunt Qin Xiumei all started to tease. It sounds like they are doing it for Keqing's own good, but only they themselves know what their actual intentions are. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Keqing ignored them and said expressionlessly, I haven't introduced him to you yet. His name is Zhou Yufeng, and he is my legal husband. What? Legal husband? This. Keqing's words were like a blow to the body, instantly stunning all the Qin family members present. Sister Keqing, you don't think we will believe whatever you say, right? Keqing asked with a sneer. Bang! Keqing was too lazy to explain and just threw their marriage certificate on the table. Tianhong was stunned again, and after a while he said, "Mom, did you know this a long time ago?" Old Mrs. Qin nodded slightly. "No. Keqing's marriage is the top priority of our Qin family. How can we be so hasty? Besides, we had no idea about it beforehand." Tianhong raised an objection. "Keqing's marriage is her own private matter and has nothing to do with others." Old Lady Qin said. "Grandma, if they were a good match, it wouldn't matter, but the problem is that this guy is just a gigolo." Qin Zhihong pointed at Zhou Yufeng, his tone showing no disdain at all. "How am I a gigolo? Is it because I'm whiter and more handsome than you? I never spend women's money, and I never rely on women for a living. Even when we got married, it was Keqing who proposed the marriage. And you tell me that this is called a gigolo?" Seeing that he was involved, Zhou Yufeng was no longer silent. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Keqing, all with questioning looks in their eyes. Keqing twitched her lips and agreed, "He's right. Then why are there rumors online that you and Yi Muxi are entangled and have an affair that cannot be exposed to the public?" Zhihong was choked, but he still held on tightly. It took so much effort to find Keqing's pain point, how could I let it go so easily? Chapter 22 Meeting with the Future Son-in-Law. Rumors are just rumors. If you believe everything said on the internet, it only shows that you are too naive. Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. "Ha, am I too naive, or are you simply unable to explain the reason?" Zhihong raised the corner of his mouth, his expression full of sarcasm. "If I say that Yi Muxi came to me to marry me, and she came a few minutes earlier than Keqing, you will definitely not believe it, right?" Zhou Yufeng looked at everyone in the Qin family with a smile. "What? How is that possible? If you want to lie, at least find a plausible reason." Qin Zhihong widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Yufeng as if he was a fool. Tianhong and the others did not say anything, but it was clear from their facial expressions that they had the same attitude. This is indeed the truth. Why would I lie? Keqing also knows about this. Keqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's true." "Fuck, I don't believe it. This must be an excuse you discussed before you came back to fool us." Qin Zhihong sneered. "Do you have any evidence to prove it?" Bang! This time, it was Zhou Yufeng's turn to throw a document on the table. "This is the Yi family shares that Yi Muxi gave me, and it is also the evidence you want." Qin Zhihong picked up the document immediately, read it carefully, and his face turned pale. Tianhong, Qin Shoumei and others finished reading the document and fell silent. They are not fools, whether the document is real or fake, it cannot escape their eyes. The Yi family's 10% stake is worth billions of Dragon Country currency. The Yi family used this money to support a gigolo. No one would believe that the Yi family would be so stupid. But they couldn't understand why the eldest daughter of the Yi family would do this. "Uncle, aunt, auntie, and Zhihong, are you satisfied with this explanation?" Keqing looked at everyone who was collectively confused and asked. Tianhong and others remained silent. They found it unbelievable, but the facts were indeed not as rumored on the internet. Etc. At this moment, Qin Zhihong suddenly said, "Even if the facts are as you said, this matter has already fermented on the internet and has caused a great impact on the Qin group. Keqing's sister, who will take responsibility for this? I don't think this is a bad thing. It may even be a good thing." Zhou Yufeng suddenly said. "Is this a good thing? Are you insulting our intelligence?" Qin Zhihong sneered and said, "Also, this is our Qin family's business. What does it have to do with you? Since Xiaofeng and Keqing have obtained their marriage certificate, they are now part of our Qin family." Old Mrs. Qin glanced at Qin Zhihong. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I said the wrong thing." Qin Zhihong was startled and apologized quickly. He also wanted to compete with Qin Keqing for the position of future ruler and could not lose points in his grandmother's favor. "Xiaofeng, go on, why is this a good thing?" Old Mrs. Qin did not comment and looked at Zhou Yufeng again. Hateful. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhihong could only curse in his heart and at the same time blame Zhou Yufeng for the resentment. Zhou Yufeng smiled and said, "We can see that this incident has made the Qin family very popular. As long as we can restore the truth and prove that Keqing and the Qin family are innocent, it will be like giving the Qin family a wave of free advertising, and a big one at that. It takes only a few words to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it." Tianhong said in a deep voice, "The truth is not so easy to restore. Leave it to me." Zhou Yufeng said. Then it's decided. Let Xiaofeng handle this matter. I hope you won't let me down. Old Lady Qin wanted to test Zhou Yufeng, so she made the decision immediately. No one else spoke out in objection. Firstly, this was the old lady's decision, and even Keqing couldn't change it. Secondly, this was not an easy matter to deal with. If they mess up, they will have another reason to attack Keqing again. The situation of the Yi family is similar to that of the Qin family. Muxi, this is too outrageous. You will be the head of our Yi family in the future. How can you do such a stupid thing? Do you know that your every move is closely related to our huge Yi family? Yi Muxi, you are now bringing shame to our entire Yi family. The elders' words were more unpleasant than each other, and some even proposed to remove Yi Muxi from her position in the company. Muxi, do you have any explanation? A white-haired old man pounded his cane vigorously a few times, and then asked seriously after the voices of the crowd died down. He is none other than the real helmsman of the Yi family, Old Man Yi. Grandpa, the information on the internet is fabricated. Zhou Yufeng is not a gigolo, but the man I want to marry. Yi Muxi paused and said seriously. Is it him? Old Master Yi was surprised when he heard that. He is the only person in the Yi family who knows that Yi Muxi admires Master Tianxian. It is for this reason that she agreed to give out 10% of her shares to recruit a son-in-law. But he could never have imagined that the dignified Master Tianxian would be a party to this turmoil and be teased as a gigolo. Yi Muxi nodded heavily. Who do you want to marry? Yeah, why can't we understand what you are saying? Dad, Muxi, what is it that we don't know? Yi Muxi's parents and other members of the Yi family were all confused. Since it's him, it's very easy to solve this matter. As long as we recruit him as our Yi family's son-in-law, everything will fall apart. Old Master Yi did not explain, but looked at Yi Muxi with a smile. It is exciting to think about Master Tianxian becoming the son-in-law of the Yi family. Grandfather. Yi Muxi was about to say something. No, how can this be possible? A pretty boy wants to be the son-in-law of our Yi family. Wouldn't that make outsiders laugh? Dad, it's already this late, please stop making trouble here. Everyone in the Yi family raised their objections. You haven't even seen the person, how can it be impossible? Do you doubt Muxi's judgment? Old Master Yi's face darkened and he cursed these short-sighted people in his heart. It was a good thing he didn't hand the Yi family over to them. Dad, we are not doubting Muxi's vision, but Muxi is a member of our Yi family after all. Is that boy worthy of her? Ye's father objected. Yes, even if we want to get married, at least let us meet him first and see what kind of person he is before making a decision. Ye's mother agreed. You are right. Old Master Yi nodded slightly. You are Muxi's parents, and it is your duty to meet your future son-in-law. Muxi, please arrange it another day. No, Grandpa, this. Yi Muxi was dumbfounded. How did it turn out to be a meeting to meet the future son-in-law? Chapter 23, The Wall of Size is deployed, without any omissions. Afterwards, Yi Muxi was finally unable to go against the wishes of many elders and called Zhou Yufeng. It was easy to fool the others, but the key was that Old Man Yi was also among them, and he knew Zhou Yufeng's true identity. When the call was connected, Zhou Yufeng said, I won't go to your Yi family, but I will clear your name. Mr. Zhou, what are you going to do? Do you need me to do anything? Curiosity flashed in Yi Muxi's eyes. She wanted to know how Zhou Yufeng would resolve this rumor. Just wait and see. Zhou Yufeng didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. How's it going? Have you made an appointment? Seeing Yi Muxi put away his phone, Mr. Yi asked first. Ye's father, Ye's mother, and other members of the Yi family also looked over, thinking about how to ruin this marriage. He didn't agree to come to us. Yi Muxi shook her head. You don't even dare to come to our Yi family? What a coward. Dad, you've seen it too. Such a person is not worthy of being our Yi family's son-in-law. He doesn't take responsibility when something goes wrong. How can we trust him to leave Muxi to you? The rest of the Yi family began to sneer and mock. Although he didn't agree to come to the Yi family, he promised that he would make the truth known in Jinling Hall tomorrow and clear the name of Keqing, me and him. Yi Muxi glanced at everyone and spoke calmly. Humph. I don't believe he can prove his innocence. In a villa in the Jinyangtai villa community, two naked bodies were entangled together crazily, venting the most primitive desires. After a moment, the two separated. The man got up sweating profusely, sat against the head of the bed, lit a cigarette, and took a long, comfortable puff. Young Master Yang. The woman came up like a soft snake, making seductive moves with her seductive eyes. The man frowned impatiently, reached out to the bedside table, took out a bundle of $100 bills and threw it over. Young Master Yang, you know I don't want this. I just want to be with you. The woman didn't answer and spoke in a coquettish manner. Take the money and get out. The man's tone was cold and heartless, without any sympathy for women. The woman was stunned for a moment, then realized that the man was not joking with her. She picked up the money disappointedly, quickly put on her clothes, and blew him a kiss. Young Master Yang, if you need anything next time, feel free to call me. After saying that, she walked away with her hips twisted. Humph. A slut like you is worthy of being Yang Weidong's woman? You're a female toad wanting to eat a male swan. The man sneered, only a goddess like Keqing is qualified to be my other half. After muttering, he took another puff of his cigarette and picked up his phone to kill time. But as soon as I opened the screen, my attention was immediately attracted by the hot news. What? How is this possible? This can't be true. How could a woman like Keqing keep a gigolo? In every aspect, I am better than that pretty boy. Even I can't pursue Keqing, so how can he do that? He didn't believe it at first, but as he watched, he began to waver and felt that the matter was more and more complicated. On the one hand, there is video evidence that Zhou Yufeng drove Keqing's Panamera to buy the small umbrella. Even a fool would not believe that there was no such relationship between the two. On the other hand, he was bewitched by countless netizens on the internet. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Seeing so many people teasing and making fun of Keqing, and most of them were very convincing, his thinking was inevitably affected. Hold. The more Yang Weidong looked at it, the angrier he became. He smashed his phone to pieces with a bang. In the end, he couldn't help but record a video, madly dissing Keqing and scolding Zhou Yufeng, and then uploaded it to his own media account. Yang Weidong has a lot of fans on TikTok and Kuaishou. He likes to share his luxurious life, which attracts many similar people, all of whom are greedy, ambitious, and have high expectations but low skills. After this diss video was released, it was immediately liked and commented on, and soon caused a small public opinion storm on TikTok and Kuaishou. Night. Zhou Yufeng and Keqing sat opposite each other and ate dinner in silence. Suddenly, Lin Tong hurriedly walked to Keqing with her cell phone, glanced at Zhou Yufeng, and looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Keqing saw her complicated expression and said, "Just tell me what you have to say. There is no need to hide anything. Boss Qin, someone just posted a video on a certain audio platform, publicly slandering and defaming you and your son-in-law. Do we need to clarify this?" Keqing frowned and said, "Show me the video." Okay. Lin Tong handed the phone to Keqing, and then saw Yang Weidong inputting various things into the screen. The words that were said were very unpleasant to the ear, and when I opened the comment section, it was full of lackeys echoing the sentiments. They paid attention to Yang Weidong in order to curry his favor. Now that their master was barking at Keqing and Zhou Yufeng, these lackeys naturally followed Yang Weidong and put on airs. What happened? At the same time, Zhou Yufeng next to him spoke, and he also heard what Yang Weidong cursed in the video. Keqing put the phone on the table and said, "It's just a clown, don't pay any attention to it." Ha, that's interesting. From the tone of his voice, he seems anxious. Has he ever pursued you before? Zhou Yufeng didn't care and had a happy look on his face. Even eating can't shut up that mouth of yours. Keqing rolled her eyes and then said, "He was pursuing me. He was a former schoolmate. Maybe he lost his temper after seeing those rumors on the internet." Zhou Yufeng understood what was going on after hearing this. When the two finished their meal, his cell phone suddenly rang. Speak. Zhou Yufeng walked out with his cell phone, his tone suddenly becoming solemn and cold. Boss, we have found out that the people behind this are Liang Mengyi and Liang Chengkong from the Jinling Liang family. They hired some trolls to spread rumors, causing this heated discussion. Xiaozhou's voice came from the receiver. To resolve this crisis, we must first know who the enemy is. Zhou Yufeng had already made arrangements and asked the brothers from the Wall of Size to investigate. Is it them? Zhou Yufeng felt a little strange. According to the news, the Liang family wants to control Jinling's medical market through the relationship with Yang Tianlu, the president of the Jinling Chinese Medicine Association. Boss, You happen to be their stumbling block, so they will use this method to prevent you from taking office. Xiao Jiao chuckled. I see. I understand. Zhou Yufeng understood that exposing that fake scandal would do no good to the Liang family and would also offend the Qin family and the Yi family. But if they could gain management rights over the Jinling pharmaceutical market, things would be different. In addition, we have also found evidence to prove that this incident was deliberately fabricated by the Liang siblings, and they hired a troll army to spread the propaganda. As long as these evidences are released, everyone will know that this is a trick played by the Liang siblings. Xiao Jiao continued to report. Well done. Follow my instructions tomorrow and post the evidence you collected online at the appropriate time. Zhou Yufeng ordered. Okay, boss. Xiao Jiao chuckled and paused before saying, by the way, boss, in addition to those evidences, we also found something even more explosive during this investigation. What? Zhou Yufeng asked. I've sent it to your email, boss, you'll know when you take a look. Xiao Jiao's laughter became more and more brilliant, but to Zhou Yufeng, why did this laughter sound so seductive? Chapter 24, When this storm is over, I will send him downstairs for tea. Zhou Yufeng just opened it and took a look, and he felt that his three views were shattered. He knew the male and female protagonists in the video. One was Liang Mengyi, and the other was Yang Weidong, who had just dissed him and Keqing on a certain audio platform. I really didn't expect that there was an affair between these two people. How about it, boss? Pretty exciting, right? Xiao Jiao was still laughing on the phone. Zhou Yufeng laughed along, it's really exciting. Who is this Yang Weidong? Xiao Jiao replied, boss, this guy is the son of Yang Tianlu, the president of Jinling Chinese Medicine Association. His family has some capital, so he is very restless in Jinling and always thinks he is very awesome. Moreover, after investigating him in depth, we discovered a secret. Zhou Yufeng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, what secret? Boss, he is the man who drugged Miss Qin in Yazhou. He used to be a schoolmate of Miss Qin and pursued Miss Qin crazily. He never gave up even after being rejected by Miss Qin many times. Until more than a month ago, when Miss Qin went on vacation in Yazhou, he followed her and secretly plotted against her. Oh? He was the one who drugged you? Zhou Yufeng's face turned cold. The use of such dirty means as drugging shows that Yang Weidong is beyond redemption. And the woman was plotting against him, a hint of murderous intent slowly emerged. Boss, do you need us to do anything? Xiao Jiao obviously noticed Zhou Yufeng's mood change and asked immediately. No hurry, once this storm is over, I will let him go down to have tea with the King of Hell. The next day. The Jinling Great Hall was decorated quite grandly, with lights and decorations, giving it a very ceremonial feel. Today is the signing ceremony for the implementation of Jinling Pharmaceuticals market management rights. Anyone with a bit of reputation in the Jinling pharmaceutical industry is among the invited guests. Bai Chushi attended the event in a gorgeous dress. She wore an off-white women's suit. She looked decisive and capable, with the aura of a domineering female president. At this moment, he was sitting in the center of the first row of the venue, with a calm expression, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. What on earth is Mr. Bai thinking about? That's right. The public opinion online has been going crazy these past 2 days. That person's reputation is so bad, yet we still want to sign a contract with him. Do you think President Bai is also having an affair with that Xiao Bai family? No way? It's hard to say. Even the two people from the Yi family and the Qin family have fallen. There's no guarantee that Mr. Bai won't fall. That's true. Hey, what do you think this has become? The people around were secretly observing Bai Chushi and talking about her in secret. The gigolo incident caused a sensation in the city, and almost everyone in Jinling knew about it, not to mention those in Jinling's pharmaceutical industry. Many people also specifically looked for Bai Chushi, but Bai Chushi remained unmoved and insisted on not changing people, and even insisted on not changing the signing date. Under such circumstances, rumors began to spread and reached her ears. Everyone, look! The protagonist is here. Isn't the woman next to him the queen of Jinling, Keqing? She is really beautiful, and her aura is so powerful. Oh my god, they dare to show up together? Are they ready to throw the jar into the ground? The people sitting in the venue started to talk and looked towards the entrance of the venue. The two people who came in were Zhou Yufeng and Keqing. In the eyes of outsiders, they had completely confessed their crimes. Before one crisis was over, another one arose. The next people to enter the venue were Yi Muxi and Old Man Yi. Now all are here, the three parties involved in the gigolo incident are here. And there was absolutely no concealment at all, and other people in the venue began to feel that something was wrong. After all, Keqing and Yi Muxi are not from the pharmaceutical industry, so there is no need for them to attend this signing ceremony. This scene was naturally seen by the Yang family father and son and everyone in the Liang family. It's just in time. The more they try to argue, the more guilty they appear. Liang Mingyi stared at Zhou Yufeng's back with a look of sarcasm on her face. Yes. If they want to make a fool of themselves, can we stop them? Liang Chenkan also sneered. As for Yang Tianlu, he frowned slightly, feeling that the situation seemed to be out of his control. Despite this, he was not afraid because he did not take any action or make any comments during the whole incident. The purpose is to stay out of it so that if there is any problem, he won't get into trouble. Just as he was thinking, he saw Bai Chushi stand up, walk onto the podium, pick up the microphone and say to the audience, "Everyone, thank you for coming to witness the signing ceremony of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Market Management rights in your busy schedule. Today is a historic moment. From today on, the Jinling Pharmaceutical Market will see a brand new development. Now let us invite." Wait, Mr. Bai, I still have some doubts that I want to clarify. Just then, Liang Mingyi raised her hand and stood up. What do you want to ask? Bai Chushi discovered that the person who spoke was Liang Mingyi, and subconsciously glanced at Zhou Yufeng out of the corner of her eye. When she came, she received a text message from Zhou Yufeng with several people's names on it. He also said that as long as those people asked questions, he would cooperate with them, including Liang Mingyi. Just as Bai Chushi was thinking, Liang Mingyi pointed at Zhou Yufeng and said righteously, "Boss Bai, as far as I know, the person who signed the contract this time is Zhou Yufeng. He just exposed a scandal. He is a kept gigolo. How can such a poor character be fully responsible for the management of Jinling pharmaceutical market? Yes. This kind of person with questionable character is not worthy of entering the Jinling pharmaceutical industry. We firmly oppose this signing. Boss Bai, we strongly demand a replacement. Chairman Yang did a good job before. We cannot deprive him of his power for no reason. Boss Bai's actions will only chill the hearts of all of us." Many people echoed this, and even though Keqing and Yi Muxi were present, they had no concerns at all. After all, this is something that has been widely circulated on the internet for a long time. What's wrong with telling the truth? However, during this process, Yang Tianlu never expressed his opinion. He chose the safest option of waiting and watching. Yang Weidong, who was sitting next to him, was not so calm. When Yang Weidong saw the queen of his dreams attending the event with Zhou Yufeng, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to lose his temper because there were too many people around. At the same time, Zhou Yufeng slowly stood up. Seeing Zhou Yufeng taking the initiative to show off, Liang Chengkong opened his mouth and cursed, "Zhou Yufeng, you really dare to stand up? Trash like you with questionable character should quickly go back to your Zhou family. Look at the people here, who is not better than your Zhou family? If I were you, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Living is just a waste of land and air. How dare you come here?" Faced with Liang Chengkong's insults, Zhou Yufeng was too lazy to argue with him. He moved and appeared in front of him without him noticing. He slapped him in the face and made him fall to the ground headfirst. After slapping Liang Chengkong for his bad mouth, Zhou Yufeng walked up to the podium step by step, took the microphone handed over by Bai Chushi, and said to the audience, "Everyone, today, President Qin, President Yi and I are here for only one purpose, which is to make the truth of this matter public, so that everyone will not be fooled and deceived by those with ulterior motives." Chapter 25. I have never seen such a shameless person. Zhou Yufeng, don't try to find some high-sounding excuses. How can you say you beat my brother in broad daylight? Don't think that the Qin family and the Yi family can protect you. If you don't give us an explanation, you will die today. Liang Mingyi helped Liang Chengkong up while glaring at Zhou Yufeng with gritted teeth. You want an explanation, right? I'll give you one later. Zhou Yufeng sneered, thinking of the excellent video of her and Yang Weidong. At the same time, Yang Weidong stood up immediately. Boss Bai, you've seen that he is a barbaric and vulgar person. Not only does he behave improperly, but he is also so arrogant and unreasonable. How can we convince people to let him manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market? Yes, Mr. Bai, it's simply outrageous to start a fight just because of a disagreement. We doctors are like parents, how can there be someone like him? How can tens of millions of Jinling citizens be satisfied if such a person is allowed to manage such a huge pharmaceutical market? How can we ensure that life-saving drugs are safely delivered to every patient? A number of industry leaders spoke up one after another, once again criticizing Bai Chuxi. Facing the pressure from everyone, Bai Chuxi remained calm. Don't you think this is a bit strange? Strange? Boss Bai, what do you mean by this? Bai Chuxi looked at the crowd and continued, Mr. Zhou's scandal broke out after I announced that he would manage the Jinling pharmaceutical market. Now someone is constantly creating conflicts at the scene and trying to make me change the candidate. Isn't all this strange? Boss Bai, do you mean we are causing trouble? Liang Mengyi was furious. You saw it with your own eyes just now. It was obviously him who started the fight first. Boss Bai, how can you be so indiscriminate and favor a pretty boy? Or are you having an affair with him? Liang Chenkan covered his face with his hands. The severe pain and grievance made him unable to care about anything else, and he just spoke out what was in his heart. Mr. Bai, we are just stating the facts. He is indeed involved in a scandal, and it is very reasonable for us to raise doubts now. Yang Weidong said again. You can raise doubts, but you cannot stop Mr. Zhou from telling the truth. As for whether or not to believe the truth Mr. Zhou tells, I firmly believe that everyone has their own yardstick in their hearts. Liang Mengyi, Liang Chenkan, and Yang Weidong were all speechless when they heard Bai Chuxi's words. Okay, since Mr. Bai said so, let's listen to what he has to say. I hope he can come up with a convincing answer. Otherwise, not only will he be in trouble, but you, Mr. Bai, will be in trouble as well. Liang Mengyi sneered. The public opinion on the internet was almost one-sided. Even if Zhou Yufeng had a silver tongue, he could never get rid of the label of a pretty boy. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Zhou Yufeng thanked them, looked around the scene, and then said loudly, the truth is that Mr. Qin, Mr. Yi, and I do know each other, but it is not the kind of relationship that is rumored online. And the people who created this rumor are here at the scene. They are Liang Mengyi and Liang Chenkan from the Liang family. Liang Mengyi's face changed when she heard that. She pointed at Zhou Yufeng and cursed, Zhou Yufeng, you are desperate and want to put the blame on us. Be careful or I will sue you for defamation and slander. Just based on what you said just now, I can sue you directly. Don't be anxious. Since I dare to say it here in public, how could I not have evidence? Zhou Yufeng snapped his fingers. Swish. The screen in the conference hall lit up, and a chat record appeared. This was the entire process of Liang Mengyi hiring internet trolls to spread rumors and slander Zhou Yufeng. It's fake, all of this is fake. Technology is so advanced nowadays, isn't it easy to forge a chat record like this? Liang Mengyi argued loudly. Oh, the chat screenshots hired by the internet trolls can be forged, but what about the videos? Zhou Yufeng asked with a smile. Then, an extremely obscene and vulgar video suddenly appeared on the screen in the conference hall. At first, everyone didn't understand what was going on, but when the moans were heard and all kinds of beautiful poses appeared in front of everyone, the scene immediately fell silent. Liang Mengyi and Liang Chenkan were stunned, and Liang Dayan was also confused. Yang Tianlu and Yang Weidong widened their eyes, totally unable to believe that this was true, and for a moment they thought they were dreaming. Because the male and female protagonists on the big screen are Yang Weidong and Liang Mengyi. If these videos hadn't been made public, no one would have thought that these two people actually had an affair and played so wildly, especially Liang Mengyi. It's so amazing, I can't even comment on it. Bang! The next second, Liang Dayan, as a father, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He thought it was too eye-catching. Feeling angry and ashamed, he immediately gave Liang Mengyi a big slap, and angrily blew his beard and glared, Mengyi, when did you record this video? You and Yang Weidong. Dad. This is fake, I have never filmed this kind of video, it's AI face-changing technology, it must be like this. Even though she was scared to death, Liang Mengyi still insisted that this was AI face-changing technology. Yang Tianlu frowned and glanced at Yang Weidong. Before he could speak, the latter hurriedly said, Dad, Miss Liang is right. This is AI face-changing technology. You, Zhou, you really went to great lengths to throw dirty water on us. Faced with the two people's refusal to admit it, Zhou Yufeng was not in a hurry at all. He would know whether it was AI face-changing technology later. Ha, what a great AI face-changing technology. I think you two are trash and not celebrities. There's no need to ask others to change your faces because you two are not worthy. You said it was AI face-changing technology, right? Then do you dare to take out your phone and let others take a look? It would be better if you could tell them the password to your photo album as well. Because these obscene and indecent videos were extracted from the photo albums of the two people's mobile phones by the wall of size using top hacking technology. As long as you open their cell phones, you can know the truth. When they heard that their phones were going to be confiscated and that they were going to unlock their photo albums with passwords, Liang Mengyi and Yang Weidong could no longer remain calm. They have known each other for a long time and later started to fool around together. They have recorded more than just these few obscene videos, and there are many more in their cell phones. It's really interesting. Who is throwing mud at whom? I think anyone at the scene who is not stupid can tell. In order to gain control of the pharmaceutical market, you resorted to slander and defamation, saying that young Master Zhou was a gigolo. But you turned out to be such trash. When young Master Zhou used the same method against you, you claimed that it was a smear campaign. I, Bai Chushi, have never seen people as shameless as you in my life. At this time, Bai Chushi, who was the focus of the conference, spoke. Everyone, I have called the police on behalf of young Master Zhou. They will pay a corresponding price for what they did today. Liang Mengyi, Yang Weidong, do you have anything else to say? I think they don't need to say anything. They can just go to the police station and explain it to Uncle Hat later. Zhou Yufeng spoke calmly, glancing at Liang Chenkan, and chuckled, it's better to check his phone. If I remember correctly, 3 girls had abortions for Mr. Liang. After all, Mr. Liang is also a playboy. He likes to keep a mistress whenever he has nothing to do. That kind of extravagant and lustful life is something that ordinary people like us dare not imagine in our lifetime. Swish. As Zhou Yufeng said this, everyone's eyes turned to Liang Chenkan again. It turned out that he was also so good at playing. 3 girls had abortions for him? If Zhou Yufeng hadn't said it, no one would have dared to imagine it. Liang Chenkan's face flushed red, but he didn't dare to say anything, because Zhou Yufeng was right, those indecent records were also in his mobile phone. But at this moment, Liang Chenkan, Liang Mengyi and Yang Weidong were all puzzled and shocked. How did Zhou Yufeng know about these ugly things they had done secretly? Could it be that my phone was infected with a virus and my secrets were leaked? I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried. Just at this moment, the sound of a police car sirens came, and several tall uncles in hats arrived at the scene and went straight towards the 3 people. Chapter 26 Zhou Yufeng, you dare to hook up with other women in front of me. Excuse me, who are Ms. Liang Mengyi and Mr. Liang Chenkan? Asked the uncle in the hat who was leading the group. In fact, there was no need to ask, with so many people at the scene, almost everyone's eyes were on them. Please take out your cell phones immediately so we can check them. I hope you will cooperate. As the uncles in hats talked, they went to get Liang Mengyi's cell phone. Get lost. You are in the same group with that Zhou guy, right? Cell phones are personal privacy, why should I let you check them? What you are doing is illegal, I have the right to sue you. Ms. Liang, we have received a report that you have openly slandered Ms. Keqing, Ms. Muxi, and Mr. Zhou Yufeng. We hope that you two can cooperate. Otherwise, we, the police, don't mind using some special means against you. Hurry up and show them to us. Swish. The uncle in the hat who was in the lead was very strong and immediately snatched Liang Mengyi's mobile phone away. Please tell me the password, thank you. Liang Mengyi said nothing, but sweat was pouring down her forehead. Because she knew that once she revealed the password, it would not only prove that she had slandered Zhou Yufeng, Keqing, and Muxi. The obscene videos will be further spread, and then the whole world will know what kind of woman she is. Forgot. Forgot? Tell us again, how could you forget the password on your phone? You don't think we are 3-year-old children, do you? The uncle in the hat was already very angry, and he increased the strength of his hands. When Liang Mengyi saw this, she lost all her temper and could only tell Uncle had her cell phone password. Then, on her mobile phone, she not only found evidence of hiring internet trolls to discredit Zhou Yufeng and the other two, but also confirmed that the obscene video just played on the big screen was indeed filmed by her and Yang Weidong when they were having fun together. It's not some AI face-changing technology, it's clearly her and Yang Weidong's disgusting hobby. The uncle in the hat felt it was irritating after looking at it for a few seconds, so he quickly closed the door. Young man, I know how to play with you. Take them away and punish them according to the law. Don't think that the internet is a lawless place. If you do something wrong, you must pay for your actions. The brother and sister were convicted of defamation and libel, and they will be in big trouble once they are sent to the police station. How could they possibly get away with it if they dared to slander the queen of Jinling and the daughter of the Yi family? Yang Weidong managed to escape a disaster because he was just the male protagonist in a top-notch serial number and did not openly discredit Zhou Yufeng and the other two. Uncle had no reason to arrest him. As Liang Mengyi and Liang Chengkong were taken into the police car, silence fell over the auditorium. The truth came out and everyone understood what had happened. Alas! I said Liang Mengyi and Liang Chengkong were not good people. Fortunately, I didn't trust them completely. It seems that Mr. Bai is wise and has long guessed that the Liang family is unreliable. Yes, President Yang is right. The Liang siblings are really not good people. I misjudged them before. Boss Bai made a wise decision. It seems that it is the right decision to give the management rights of our Jinling pharmaceutical market to Mr. Zhou. At this time, the first person to take the lead in expressing his opinion was Yang Tianlu. He didn't want to get involved in this mess, fearing that he would be jointly sanctioned by the Qin and Yi families once the matter was exposed. Now that Liang Mengyi and Liang Chengkong have been arrested, Yang Tianlu immediately shows weakness to Bai Chuxi in order to protect himself. I hope President Yang has thought so from the beginning. Bai Chuxi said meaningfully. Boss Bai, I, Yang Tianlu, have no objection to your decision. I hope so. Bai Chuxi nodded slightly, and then ignored him. Liang Daong next to him was too embarrassed to face anyone. His daughter was such a piece of shit, and as a father, he felt so ashamed that his face was thrown into outer space. I'm sorry, everyone. I have something else to do at home. I'll leave first. Liang Daong lowered his head and left in embarrassment with his tail between his legs. Yang Tianlu looked at him and immediately winked at Yang Weidong next to him and whispered, "Go." Yang Weidong didn't move at all. His mind was blank and he couldn't tell the directions. Seeing this, Yang Tianlu was so angry that he slapped Yang Weidong on the back of his head and cursed, "You useless bastard, why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to stay here and embarrass yourself?" Yang Weidong stood up in a daze, with his head hung, and followed Yang Tianlu away quickly. But as he turned around, his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Zhou Yufeng. Okay, it's settled. Zhou Yufeng came down from the podium and came to Keqing. From beginning to end, Keqing had a smile on her face. She suddenly discovered that the eldest son of the Zhou family, who had disappeared for several years, was not completely useless and not as bad as described in the information. Mr. Zhou, you are really good at this. You punished the rumormonger without showing off. Yi Muxi came from not far away, followed by Old Man Yi. Young man, you are worthy of being the man that our Muxi has chosen. You are really capable in handling things. Old Master Yi had a look of relief on his face. Zhou Yufeng clasped his fists towards the old man as a greeting. Keqing suddenly stood up, took Zhou Yufeng's arm for the first time, and said to Old Master Yi, Zhou Yufeng's ability has always been outstanding. Otherwise, how could he become the son-in-law of our Qin family? What? Your Qin family's son-in-law? Old Master Yi's face showed astonishment and he glanced at Yi Muxi beside him. Grandpa, this is a long story. I'll tell you when I get back. Keqing showed a victorious smile. She did it on purpose. Her purpose was to let the Yi family know that Zhou Yufeng was her man and no one could take him away from her. Mr. Yi was a smart man and tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Zhou, my family hopes that you can come over for dinner. I'll let you know the specific time. Do you have time recently? Yi Muxi continued. Zhou Yufeng was about to respond when he suddenly felt a pain in the soft flesh of his waist. It was Keqing. She put her left hand behind her back and twisted Zhou Yufeng hard. That look was very meaningful, as if warning Zhou Yufeng, if you dare to agree, I will kill you when I get back. Zhou Yufeng suddenly felt a chill coming from his crotch. He thought for a moment and said, we'll discuss this later. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Please say hello to my family for me. I'll visit them when I have the chance. Hee, that's fine. I'll wait for you. Yi Muxi agreed happily, and then got into an extended Lincoln car with Old Man Yi and left Jinling Grand Hall. Watching the two of them leave, Keqing let go of the slender hand that was holding Zhou Yufeng's arm and said in a teasing tone, Zhou Yufeng, you are quite good. You dare to hook up with other women in front of me. Other women don't know your strength, so how can I not know it? Miss Yi has big breasts and a nice butt. You may not be able to satisfy her with a toothpick like you. So you'd better not go and throw that person away, lest the whole of Jinling spreads the rumor that my man is a worthless guy. Chapter 27 Two Lives Lost. When Special Assistant Lin Tong heard these words, she felt as if she was in another world. Looking at the whole Jinling, it seems that the only one who can make President Qin joke like this is his son-in-law. Could it be that Mr. Qin really fell in love with this poor young master of the Zhou family? It's unlikely. He must be acting. Mr. Qin did this just to give an explanation to the elders in his family. Boss Qin, the car to the company is ready. Qin Keqing glanced at her and got into the car silently. I'm going back to the company first. You still have some things to deal with later. The pharmaceutical market in Jinling cannot be underestimated. I hope you can seize it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufeng waved at Qin Keqing and then walked towards Bai Chushi, who was not far away. Mr. Zhou, please follow me. Bai Chushi had a look of surprise on her face. She had never thought that the Queen of Jinling would be talking and laughing with Zhou Yufeng. She wanted to ask what the relationship between the two was, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Without the interference of the Liang family and Yan Tianlu, the signing ceremony went very smoothly. A contract was handed to Zhou Yufeng. He took a look at it and quickly signed his name. Mr. Zhou, from now on, the medical market in Jinling City will be entrusted to you. I will get you a medical qualification certificate. Without this certificate, it will be inconvenient for you to manage it. Okay. Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly. Mr. Zhou, I have another request. I wonder if you can agree to it. But it's okay. It's like this. My grandpa has recovered very quickly since you treated him. My dad wants to hold a disaster removing banquet for him. Do you have time to attend it? Mr. Bai's hidden illness has lasted not just 1 or 2 years, but 10 or 8 years. If he hadn't met Zhou Yufeng, the old man probably wouldn't have lived until the end of the year. The recovery is now very fast and everyone in the Bai family is very happy. Bai Jingshan even hoped to hold a banquet to ward off disaster for the old man, at which time all the upper-class people in Jinling would come one by one to congratulate him. After listening to it, Zhou Yufeng did not answer immediately, but said ambiguously, let's talk about it later. Well, okay then. Bai Chushi could see that Zhou Yufeng was not very happy, and he did not dare to say anything more. After the signing was completed, Zhou Yufeng left the conference hall and returned to the Qin mansion. When I have nothing to do, I write or draw to cultivate my sentiments. If those seemingly sloppy calligraphy and paintings were seen by contemporary Chinese painting master Chu Yunyang, he would surely be shocked. He would even pat Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder and say, brother, your skills have improved a lot. If this were to be auctioned on the market, it would fetch at least 100 million. At night, the sky is dotted with stars. Qin Keqing was tired after a day's work and took a bus home. Lin Tong, who was driving, received a message and said, Boss Qin, Mr. Bai was cured by a miracle doctor. Bai Jingshan invited you and the old lady to attend Mr. Bai's disaster banquet. Really? Qin Keqing's heart moved, and she asked, have you heard who that miracle doctor is? I haven't heard of it. Lin Tong shook her head. The Bai family kept this very secret and didn't reveal any information. She glanced at Qin Keqing in the rearview mirror and found that she had a thoughtful expression. Boss Qin. Well, do you guess what I'm thinking? Lin Tong turned her gaze back and nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Qin, because I think so too. Could the miracle doctor who cured Mr. Bai be my son-in-law? Qin Keqing nodded first, then shook her head. I admit that his medical skills are good, but I heard that no one has been able to cure Mr. Bai's hidden illness for 10 or 8 years. Lin Tong fell silent upon hearing this. She was also questioning her brother-in-law's medical skills, which should not be that profound. You have to know that in the past 10 years, the Bai family has invited many famous doctors to help Mr. Bai, but all of them returned empty-handed. Beep. Just as the two of them were thinking about their own things, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in their ears. I saw that there was a serious traffic jam around me, and a cordon was set up 100 meters ahead. Hello, comrade. A serious criminal case has occurred ahead. The area around the bar has been controlled by our police. Please take a detour. We apologize for the inconvenience this may cause to all drivers. Thank you for your understanding. An uncle in a hat was holding a big loudspeaker and shouting at every driver on the main road. Lin Tong frowned. Boss Qin, it seems we need to change the route. A major criminal case has occurred in the bar ahead. Qin Keqing said, then let's go home by another route. Okay. Lin Tong touched the steering wheel and turned to take another path. In the Qin family mansion, a news report was playing on the TV in the living room. Zhou Yufeng was eating grapes while watching the news. Suddenly, a familiar figure was taken into a police car by several uncles in hats as he watched. "Are you watching the news too?" A fragrant breeze blew over, and Keqing was sitting 3 meters away from Zhou Yufeng. "Lin Tong and I passed that road when we were going home just now," Keqing continued. Zhou Yufeng asked, "Then do you know what caused this case?" Keqing shook her head. "I don't know, because Lin Tong and I changed our route more than 100 meters away from the entrance of the bar." "Then I can tell you that this case should be related to your old schoolmate." "What old schoolmate?" Keqing didn't react for a moment. "Yang Weidong, we met him today." "Really? How did you know?" Keqing was puzzled. "Because a reporter just took a picture of him, he is now under police control." "So that's how it is." Keqing couldn't help but admire Zhou Yufeng's good eyesight. At this time, Lin Tong also came into the room, still browsing on her cell phone. After a moment, she said angrily, "Boss Qin, what the uncle said is right. Yang Weidong was arrested. 2 hours ago, he stabbed a waitress to death with a knife and killed a cleaning lady. This man is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing and has no humanity at all." A witness in the bar revealed that he was in a very depressed mood and was looking for trouble the moment he arrived at the bar. Others were afraid of his identity and did not dare to say anything. Later, he went crazy in the box, and a part-time waitress poured wine for him, but accidentally poured it on his collar, which made Yang Weidong want to kill him. He pulled out a dagger and stabbed the waitress directly. The poor girl came to the bar part-time to save more money for her father's medical treatment, but she died under his knife. The cleaning lady heard the little girl's cry for help and ran in to stop the fight, but she was also ruthlessly killed by him. "This scum must be sentenced to death." Lin Tong finished speaking, her eyes filled with anger. Zhou Yufeng and Keqing were also stunned. They didn't expect that 2 lives were lost just like that, all because of Yang Weidong's madness. He was in a very depressed mood, and Zhou Yufeng and Keqing knew it all too well. In the Great Hall today, Yang Weidong left with gritted teeth. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. However, no matter how bad your mood is, it is not a reason to maliciously retaliate against society. Scum like this deserves to be shot 1,000 times. Chapter 28, Kill only those who deserve to die. But after a moment, Keqing shook her head. Yang Weidong should not be executed. His Yang family is quite powerful in Jinling City, and I know that one of his uncles is a senior official in a government department. Boss Qin, if that's the case, can Yang Weidong get away with this crime? It's hard to say. Keqing said seriously, it's easy to deal with if there are people above. You have to know that in most countries in the world, mentally ill people who kill people are not held legally responsible. Yang Tianlu and his brother-in-law can make Yang Weidong a mentally ill patient by working in secret. He may be released on bail in a few days. This is so abominable. Lin Tong gritted her teeth in hatred. Zhou Yufeng listened and did not make any comments. He got up and went upstairs, not knowing what he was going to do. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, Zhou Yufeng lay on the bed and played with his mobile phone. The sound was quite loud. "Fuck, stealing the tower, do you know how to play? Is the monk the one operating on the opposite side? Damn it. How could I, a man of great reputation, be matched with a bunch of idiots like you?" Keqing heard this sound after she entered the bedroom. She frowned speechlessly and kicked Zhou Yufeng. "No. Why did you kick me? Do you want to play a few games together? Get out." As the capable queen of Jinling, Keqing never wastes her precious time on games. "Don't interrupt me if you're not playing. Watch me kill the opponent 5 times in a row. You can't really rely on these elementary school monks." What followed was the operation of Zhou Yufeng alone. With his superb skills and graceful movements, he killed all the opponents without leaving a single piece of armor. "I'm done. I'm going to sleep now." Keqing looked at him with disdain and said unhappily, "Can you go downstairs and sleep now?" "Okay, I'll go downstairs to sleep." In fact, this was what Zhou Yufeng was waiting for. They had to sleep in the same bed, and Keqing was a light sleeper, so he was afraid of waking her up. Keqing was surprised to see Zhou Yufeng lying on the floor swiftly without even a blanket. I wanted to ask Zhou Yufeng why he went to sleep so readily, but I felt that if I asked, it would seem like I was feeling sorry for him, so I held back and said nothing. But 5 minutes later, he threw a blanket to Zhou Yufeng and said, "The floor is cold. I don't want you to catch a cold, because if you catch a cold, you will infect me and I won't be able to work. Zhou Yufeng smiled when she heard this. If you feel sorry for your husband, then so be it. Why are you embarrassed to say it directly? Keqing. She was speechless for a moment. Even though she thought this in her heart, she couldn't let this guy know her true thoughts. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Zhou Yufeng stood up quietly and walked out of the bedroom in the dark. His movements were gentle and did not make any sound. Keqing's light snoring could be heard from the bed. Zhou Yufeng knew that she was sleeping soundly, and there was still no sound when he closed the door. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When he walked out of the huge living room, Zhou Yufeng disappeared in a few seconds as if he was on a Hot Wheels. The more than 3-meter-high wall of the Qin family mansion looked like flat ground in his eyes. He rushed forward in one leap and climbed over it easily and comfortably. On the dark and quiet street, there was a figure wrapped in black clothes with a lifelike Ghost King mask on his head. The strangest thing is that this person is holding a golden pen in his hand. If any citizen saw this scene, they would definitely scream out in surprise. Because the mysterious man in strange attire is none other than the Ghost Pen Judge, who was extremely well known in the martial arts world. Rumor has it that the Ghost Pen Judge only kills those who deserve to die, only kills corrupt officials, only kills tyrannical bullies, and only kills those who oppress the people. Wherever the Ghost Pen Judge appears, he will win the applause of the local people. Because the evil people who cannot be punished by the law will naturally be dealt with by the Ghost Judge, who will bring justice and conscience to the people and society. Jinling City Detention Center. Ever since Yang Weidong was brought here by Uncle Hat, he started acting crazy and stupid. Sometimes he flirted with a pretty policewoman, and sometimes he took off his pants and urinated in a crowded place. I look so silly and stupid that I really look like a mental patient. This is when Yang Tianlu contacted Yang Weidong specifically after learning that his son had made a big mistake and told him how to get out of the situation. Let him act crazy and stupid in the detention center, and when the time is right, pull him out. His uncle is a high-ranking official in a certain government department, and Yang Tianlu has connections everywhere, so as long as everything goes well, Yang Weidong will be released on bail soon. The reason for bail is that Yang Weidong has a serious history of mental illness. The Yang family was running around trying to get Yang Weidong out on bail. Little did they know that what was waiting for Yang Weidong was the fatal blow from the King of Hell. Swish! The detention center's electric fence was easily climbed over, which directly triggered the internal alarm system. A series of woo-woo sounds instantly spread throughout the heavily guarded detention center. Oh no! Someone broke in, hurry up and gather at the gate. The uncle in the hat who was in charge of monitoring the surveillance immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and informed all his colleagues in the institute. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A group of fully armed uncles in hats came to the gate with guns in hand. However, when they ran over, the person who climbed over the electric fence was gone. Calling the monitoring room, where is the person who was checking the power grid now? He has already passed through the registration room and is heading towards the corridor where the prisoners are kept. He has already reached the door. Shit! Oh no, he destroyed the electronic eye. The surveillance camera in the corridor is black. I can't see him now. But this guy is very strange. He wears a mask and holds something in his hand. It looks like a pen. What? He dares to break into the detention center with only a pen? What kind of weirdo is this? The uncle in the hat looked surprised. This seems to be the Ghost Pen Judge in the rumors. Uncle Hat had heard of the rumors about the Ghost Pen Judge. Based on his colleague's simple description, he guessed that this was most likely the legendary Ghost Pen Judge. What? The Ghost Pen Judge actually broke into our detention center without permission. Go to where the prisoners are being held. A group of uncles in hats ran to the corridor panting, but before they could find the Ghost Pen Judge, they heard a shrill scream. Oh no, something happened in room 7. The group quickly ran into room 7 and saw a person lying on the bed. To be precise, it was a bloody dead person. And this dead man was none other than Yang Weidong, who acted crazy and stupid during the day. Dead. No longer breathing. The leader, the uncle in the hat, plucked up the courage to walk over to Yang Weidong and found that he was lying straight on the bed, dead. There was only one fatal wound, his neck was stabbed by a sword, even a god could not save him. Everyone, I can confirm that the person who did it was the Ghost Pen Judge. He used only that pen to kill Yang Weidong in one blow. Now he has disappeared, I can't locate him. The voice of the uncle in the hat who was watching the surveillance video came from the intercom. He was trembling all over, obviously very scared. Because the ghost pen judge was so fast, he kicked open the sturdy prison door and walked in front of Yang Weidong without waiting for Yang Weidong to react. The golden pen in his hand swung out, and suddenly a blood flower bloomed in the air. Then Yang Weidong fell straight on the bed. From the time he was awakened to the time he died, Yang Weidong didn't even have time to make a sound. Just died in the cell and became a cold corpse. Chapter 29. This is the couple. The next day, the streets and alleys were filled with news of the ghost pen judge's efforts to help the weak and punish the strong. Although the Jilin City Detention Center tried its best to suppress the incident, many well-informed citizens still got the inside scoop. Yang Weidong, who killed 2 innocent people in a bar last night, died miserably in the detention center. Some people applauded and thought that Yang Weidong, such a beast, deserved to die. Some people also think that the ghost judge is too overbearing and that no matter what, he cannot be above the law. Some people also say that the ghost pen judge is the righteous knight of contemporary society. The law can do nothing about some powerful evil people, but the ghost pen judge can sentence them to death. Especially in the upper class, people know more about the sudden appearance of the ghost pen judge than ordinary citizens. When Yang Tianlu learned the news, he fainted in the toilet several times. He only has this one precious son, yet he still wants to use illegal means to get Yang Weidong out on bail. As a result, before he could make any arrangements, his son died tragically in the detention center. Yang Tianlu cried bitterly, but he was completely helpless against the mysterious ghost pen judge, and he had no chance of revenge at all. Qin Family Mansion. After Qin Keqing got up, she learned the news in a WeChat group. The members of the group are all well-known figures in Jilin City, and what they discuss must be true. Many people in the group promoted the ghost pen judge as being magical, which made Qin Keqing yearn for the mysterious ghost pen judge more and more. Otherwise, she would not have drawn a half-portrait of the ghost pen judge based on only other people's description. Ghost pen judge, a man like that is a true knight. I really wish I could meet him once. Qin Keqing murmured to herself, admiring people like the ghost pen judge from the bottom of her heart. However, when she turned around and looked at Zhou Yufeng, who was sleeping next to her like a dead pig, Qin Keqing suddenly became furious. He kicked Zhou Yufeng and said angrily, "What time are you still sleeping? And didn't you sleep on the floor last night? When did you get on the bed again?" Zhou Yufeng opened his eyes in a daze and said speechlessly, "Miss, why do you always kick me every time you get up?" "Because I don't like you." Qin Keqing said, "Look at the ghost pen judge. He is a real man of flesh and blood. Yang Weidong died in the detention center last night. Did you know that?" "What? There is such a thing? Who did it? The ghost pen judge?" Zhou Yufeng asked in pretended shock. "Nonsense, if it wasn't the ghost pen judge who did it, could it be you?" Qin Keqing threw back the quilt and said, "Get up and have breakfast. I'll take you to buy a suitable dress later." "How? What do you mean?" "Grandma and I will be attending Mr. Bai's disaster removing banquet, and we will bring you along. Your current clothes are too casual, not formal at all." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhou Yufeng originally didn't want to go to the Bai family, but when Qin Keqing and Old Lady Qin asked him to go with them, it was hard to refuse. After breakfast, Old Lady Qin came with Aunt Sue as expected. "Xiaofeng, Keqing and I will attend Old Man Bai's disaster removing banquet tonight. You can come with us then." What else could Zhou Yufeng say? He could only nod and agree. "Okay, Grandma, I'll go with you." "Well, I heard that Old Man Bai also likes paintings and calligraphy. I came here to take away the work that cultivates his sentiments." Zhou Yufeng was moved when he heard this, and said, "Grandma, since you like Chu Yunyang so much, why don't you use his work?" "Alas! You don't know that Master Chu has a strange temper. When he is in a good mood, he will occasionally chat with me. If he is in a bad mood, it will be difficult for me to find him." Zhou Yufeng smiled. The old lady was right. Chu Yunyang, the half-bearded old man, did have a weird personality. Of course, that was only when facing outsiders. As long as he made a phone call and asked Chu Yunyang to go to the mountains to find him, he would rush over quickly. "Grandma, please go inside first. I'll take Zhou Yufeng out to buy some clothes." At this time, Qin Keqing came downstairs dressed up. With her exquisite and elegant makeup and three-dimensional facial features, she was definitely one of the most beautiful women. "Okay, you guys go ahead, I'll go into the house." After watching the two of them get into the car and leave, Aunt Sue whispered in the old lady's ear, "Old lady, didn't Master Chu give you a work of art before? How about Before Atsu could finish her words, the old lady frowned and said, "Nonsense. Do you know who painted that picture? He is a master who even Master Chu admires. How could I bear to give that work to old man Bai?" Atsu was so frightened that she shrank her neck and quickly apologized. "Old lady, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing." "It's okay." Old Mrs. Qin waved her hand, recalling the scene 2 years ago. Chu Yunyang went to visit the Qin family's old house and gave the old lady a contemporary masterpiece. And that work, it is said, was not created by Master Chu, but by a transcendent being who was even more powerful than Master Chu. It's just a pity that no matter how old Lady Qin tried to find out who the other person was 2 years ago, Chu Yunyang just wouldn't tell her. He also said that person was someone he needed to look up to for the rest of his life. The saying that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse is never outdated in any era. Zhou Yufeng usually likes to wear casual clothes, looking lazy and nonchalant. However, when he put on a neat suit, he immediately revealed the charming aura of a domineering president. With a height of 1.9 meters, wearing a well-fitting suit and trousers and a pair of shiny black leather shoes, he looks like a super male model walking out of the big screen. "Let's take this one. It looks suitable." Keqing's eyes lit up, but it was fleeting. Even though she had seen all kinds of handsome men, she had to admit that those men would pale in comparison when standing next to Zhou Yufeng. "I look okay in this outfit, right?" Zhou Yufeng asked, stroking his chin. "Sir, it's not that it's okay, but your wife is very satisfied." The salesgirl replied with a smile on her face. Keqing frowned and asked with a hint of doubt, "How do you know that I am his wife?" "Miss, I can tell from your expression. After the gentleman put on this dress, I can clearly see appreciation and approval from your expression, so I dare to conclude that you are his wife. I have to say that there is no shopping guide who can't speak." Zhou Yufeng was amused beside him, and he put his arm around Keqing's shoulders and said with a smile, "I guess we look like a good couple," and she noticed it. Yes, Mr. and Miss do look like a perfect couple. They look like a wealthy and powerful couple. Thank you for your good talking skills. This is a reward for you." Zhou Yufeng took out his wallet from his old clothes and gave the other party a tip of 200 yuan. "My wife, why don't you go get yourself a sexy evening gown?" When she came out, Keqing frowned, but careful people would find that there was joy hidden between her brows. "Get lost. Who is your wife? Just because someone praised you a few times, do you really think you and I look like a couple?" Chapter 30, Not Coming? Just say Zhou Yufeng wants to see him. So what? If you don't want to, I can still look like a couple with Yi Muxi. You. Keqing gritted her teeth in anger. There were many people in the mall and she couldn't do anything to this guy. "Zhou Yufeng, I've added you to my blacklist again." By Family Mansion. The gate of the courtyard was decorated with lights and 2 big red lanterns were hung. Mr. Bai was wearing a maroon tang suit and leaning on a dragon-headed cane. He looked much better than before. As night fell, cars began to drive in front of the mansion. It is true that there are no luxury cars worth tens of millions, but the license plates of these cars can make any of them stay away from the street. After all, in the face of real power, money is nothing. Alas, why make such a big show? It's a waste of money and favors. There's no need to be so extravagant. Mr. Bai looked at his descendants and muttered, "Just invite the miracle doctor who cured me. It's unnecessary for anyone else to come." Bai Jingshan listened to his old father's chatter with a bit of embarrassment on his face. "Dad, this is not a waste. I just wish you a healthy recovery. In addition, the miracle doctor who cured you will also be here." Chu Shi has already greeted him. "Really?" Mr. Bai was excited. "Chu Shi, tell Grandpa, when will the miracle doctor arrive?" Bai Chu Shi glanced at his watch and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, he should be here soon." Okay, I'll wait for him." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yufeng, Keqing and old lady Qin arrived at the Bai family residence in the same car. On the way, Zhou Yufeng also received a text message from Bai Chushi, saying that Mr. Bai really wanted to meet him. Zhou Yufeng replied briefly, "Don't tell others that it was he who cured Mr. Bai." He didn't want to break the rules of the Tianji sect. He took action at the time just because he thought that treating old Master Bai would not bring him any karma, that was all. If this gets out and breaks the sect's rules, it will be difficult for him to explain to his master. Although Bai Chushi didn't know what the rules of Tianji sect were, since Zhou Yufeng had given her instructions, she naturally didn't dare to disobey. "Chu Shi, go and greet old Madam Qin and President Qin." Bai Jingshan respected the Qin family very much. After all, half of the economic development of Jinling City was contributed by the Qin family. Old Man Bai, are you feeling better now? Old Mrs. Qin greeted Old Man Bai with a smile. Ha, it turns out you're here, old lady. I know this is your granddaughter, but who is this? Mr. Bai glanced at Zhou Yufeng beside him. Look at my poor memory. His name is Xiaofeng, and he is the husband of our Keqing. Swish. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples. When old lady Qin said this, everyone present was shocked. No matter they were dignitaries or business tycoons, they all looked at Zhou Yufeng in disbelief. That fair-skinned boy turned out to be Qin Keqing's husband? If these words had not come from old lady Qin, they would never have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Fuck. Are you kidding me? When did our Queen of Jinling get married? I didn't receive any news at all. I haven't received any either. Qin Keqing is such an excellent queen, but the marriage was too hasty. I really can't see any advantages of that boy except that he is a little handsome and taller. Or to put it bluntly, I really can't understand why he is worthy of the Queen of Jinling. I guess it's fake news. Even though this came from the old lady, it's inevitably a smokescreen. I just don't know who the Qin family is trying to blow up with this smokescreen. Well, it seems to make some sense. Could it be the Huang family that bombed Longhai City? Everyone, don't you think that boy looks familiar? He seems to be that someone from the Zhou family. Now that you mention it, I seem to have an impression of it. 7 years ago, the Jinling Zhou family, right? The whole audience was talking and pointing at Zhou Yufeng. He didn't care and stood there motionless. Mr. Bai looked at Zhou Yufeng carefully and said with a smile, the young man is very handsome. It is a blessing to be the son-in-law of the Qin family. Thank you, Mr. Bai. This is the gift my grandma prepared for you when she came. I hope you like it. Qin Keqing didn't want to become the focus of other people's discussion, so she changed the subject and handed the scroll to Mr. Bai. After unfolding it, Mr. Bai liked it very much. Ha, old lady, you are really good at this. You know I like this, right? Well, we are the same. When we get older, we like these things. Yes, I like this gift very much, but it's a pity. Hearing him say this, some flatterers, including the younger generation of the Bai family, asked, Old man, what's the pity? It's a pity that Master Chu is not free today. I would be very happy if he could come. Zhou Yufeng was listening and suddenly felt confused. Why did these elderly people like Chu Yunyang? Is that half-bearded old man so charming? He has become an idol for middle-aged and elderly people. Mr. Bai, if you don't mind, you can give Chu Yunyang another call and ask him to come over. Just when everyone didn't know how to answer Mr. Bai, Zhou Yufeng spoke calmly. Oh? Everyone looked at Zhou Yufeng, not knowing what he was up to. Mr. Bai had already clearly stated that Chu Yunyang was too busy to come, yet he still asked him to call. Wasn't this obviously embarrassing Mr. Bai in front of everyone? Zhou boy, I know you. Your family has been in decline for a long time, right? When you are down and out, you have to learn to be humble. Don't think you are so great. The old chief just said that Master Chu is not available to come. You asked the old chief to make a phone call. What is your intention? Are you trying to embarrass the old chief? Yeah, did you do that on purpose? A young man who was about the same age as Bai Chushi said, Grandpa, don't listen to his nonsense. Master Chu is a weird person. This is no secret in Jinling. Forget about Master Chu being busy. Don't call again. After saying that, he even glared at Zhou Yufeng on purpose. Seeing this, Bai Chushi immediately walked up to Zhou Yufeng and whispered, Mr. Zhou, don't be angry. He is just like that. He is my cousin. He has a hot temper, but his character is still good. Zhou Yufeng kept smiling slightly, without any change in expression. However, old Master Bai looked at Zhou Yufeng with a complicated expression. When he was treated by Zhou Yufeng, he was in a coma and didn't know that it was Zhou Yufeng who saved his life. However, he had a magical feeling and had a strong liking for Zhou Yufeng. Young man, what did you mean by that? Did you ask me to call Master Chu again? But he told me that he has been working hard to surpass the person he admires, so he is concentrating on practicing hard and doesn't want to see anyone. Hearing this, Zhou Yufeng was delighted and said directly, Mr. Bai, just tell him that Zhou Yufeng wants to see him. When he knows about this, he will naturally rush over as fast as he can. Chapter 31 Your son-in-law is really a hidden talent. Oh? Old Mr. Bai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Yufeng in surprise. Looking at the huge city of Jinling, it seems that the only person who was so confident in front of him is this young man. Young man, judging from your tone, you should be very familiar with Master Chu? It was more than just familiarity. When Chu Yunyang saw her, he was even a little too affectionate. Zhou Yufeng was thinking this in his mind and was about to answer Mr. Bai when mocking voices rang out around him again. Old chief, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is from the Zhou family. There is no one else in his family except him. How can he invite Master Chu? Bang! A crisp sound broke everyone's shouting. The middle-aged man who spoke unpleasantly was slapped to the ground by Zhou Yufeng. How dare you? Asshole! This is the old leader's disaster relief banquet, not a place for you to act arrogantly. Someone, catch him for me. The mansion was suddenly in chaos, and several burly men in military uniforms ran over. They are the Bai family guards, responsible for the old man's safety 24 hours a day. Don't get excited. Old Master Bai was very calm. He waved his hand to signal the guards to retreat, while staring at Zhou Yufeng meaningfully. Don't bring this up with my family. When the truth comes out, no one will be spared. At the same time, Zhou Yufeng spoke softly. 7 years ago, the Zhou family encountered difficulties that led to their decline, and their parents and sister left this world one after another. Ever since taking charge of the Wall of Sighs, Zhou Yufeng has never stopped investigating. He wants to find out who was behind the destruction of the Zhou family 7 years ago. Dahai, you must learn to respect others and don't do this again. Old Master Bai looked at the middle-aged man who was knocked to the ground and reminded him with a little anger. Old leader, I understand. The middle-aged man named Dahai stepped back. Old Lady Qin and Keqing didn't speak from beginning to end, but the expressions on their faces were very interesting. They wanted to see what Zhou Yufeng would do. Old woman, your son-in-law is not an ordinary person. He was able to invite Master Chu. Did you know this before? Old Lady Qin shook her head, and then continued, I really don't know about this, but one thing is certain, Xiaofeng's attainments in painting and calligraphy are no less than Master Chu's. What? Old Master Bai was startled for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He was now becoming more and more curious about Zhou Yufeng. Okay, young man, I believe you this time. They all think you are bragging, but I don't think so. I will call Master Chu now. Call with my phone. Zhou Yufeng said with a smile. He was afraid that if Mr. Bai called with his own phone, Chu Yunyang might not answer. Haha, okay. Mr. Bai was a shrewd man and naturally understood Zhou Yufeng's intention. Then, the phone rang in less than 3 seconds before being connected. Mr. Bai turned on the speakerphone specifically so that people around him could hear him. The next moment, Chu Yunyang's very excited and joyful voice was heard from the receiver. Oh my god. Brother, why did you only think of calling me now? I almost called your phone to pieces a few days ago, but you didn't even think of calling me back. Quiet. The scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at each other, all confused. Even Keqing, who always looked aloof in front of outsiders, looked at Zhou Yufeng in disbelief. Especially Chu Yunyang's catchphrase I'll go, which he would only say so naturally when facing very close friends. Mr. Bai was also stunned and didn't know how to respond. In his impression, Master Chu has always been serious. He would never be like this, coming up with a catchphrase and making even an old man like him confused. Zhou Yufeng smiled awkwardly, coughed lightly, and said, Old Chu, pay attention to your image, there are many people around me. Ah? Really? Where are you now? Chu Yunyang also realized that he had lost his composure and quickly returned to normal. I'm currently in the Bai mansion. Today is Mr. Bai's disaster banquet. I'm sure you know that, right? I remember that Mr. Bai came to see me. Since I've found you, then come over quickly. There are many people here who hope you will be there. Okay, I'll be there right away. Unlike other invitations, he refused again and again. Now, based on Zhou Yufeng's words alone, Chu Yunyang agreed to come to the appointment without any hesitation. Okay, Lao Chu, let's meet and talk. I'm hanging up first. The phone bill is quite expensive. Ah, okay, see you later. Chu Yunyang hung up the phone, patted his forehead, and pretended to be annoyed and said, Hey. Brother, aren't you embarrassing me in front of others? Complaints aside, I would not hesitate to go through fire and water to see Zhou Yufeng. Even before leaving home, he brought a brand new work with him. Industry experts have estimated that this work could fetch at least 150 million yuan when put on the market for auction. Back at the Bai mansion, when the call was hung up, everyone stared at Zhou Yufeng as if he were an alien. No one could have imagined that Zhou Yufeng and Chu Yunyang had such a close relationship. Just from a few short sentences of conversation, it can be seen that the two people have a very good personal relationship. Xiaofeng, when did you get to know Master Chu? Old Lady Qin asked in shock. Keqing pricked up her ears and was equally curious about this question. Old Master Bai Chushi, Bai Gingshan, including Bai Chushi's cousin and his group were all looking at Zhou Yufeng. We met when I was cultivating my sentiments. Grandma, don't forget that I am also very talented and interested in calligraphy and painting. Zhou Yufeng's answer was quite standard. He did not reveal his identity, and this also saved the situation. Ha, you are young and promising. You are really young and promising. Old Master Bai clapped his hands. For a moment, he felt that he had a natural liking for Zhou Yufeng. Was it Zhou Yufeng who cured his illness? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this kid is a hidden talent. 20 minutes later, a man walked outside the Bai mansion. This man was not good looking, not tall, had a goatee, looked to be in his 50s, wore a gray robe, and carried a scroll on his back. He is none other than the highly famous Chinese painting master Chu Yunyang. Someone once said that after he retires or passes away, his fame will even surpass that of Qi Baisher. Master Chu is here, it's really Master Chu. Welcome Master Chu to visit Bai mansion. Countless people cheered, but Chu Yunyang ignored them. Wherever he looked, he was only looking for one person. When he saw Zhou Yufeng, who was dressed in a neat suit and looked so handsome that he had no friends, he quickened his pace. When he came to Zhou Yufeng, he first gave him a warm hug, then patted Zhou Yufeng on the back and said, "Brother, when did you come to Jinling again? Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could welcome you?" Chapter 32 The Scholar is lack of energy. We just arrived a short time ago, so there's no need for a welcoming party. Let's all send our best wishes to Mr. Bai to get rid of the disaster. Haha, okay. Chu Yunyang took the new work off his back and handed it to Mr. Bai next to him. Mr. Bai, this is a new work I created recently. I hope you like it. Mr. Bai was flattered. The eccentric Chu Yunyang actually took the initiative to give him a brand new work of art. If this matter gets out, he will definitely be arrogant among the elderly for a week. Master Chu, how can this be so embarrassing? It's okay, as long as Mr. Bai likes it. Mr. Bai accepted it disapprovingly. He knew that without Zhou Yufeng's call, Chu Yunyang would never give him such a precious work. Because everyone knows that Chu Yunyang takes good care of his reputation. Grandpa, do you want to go back inside and take a look at this new work of Master Chu? Bai Chushi also became interested and cast a strange look at Zhou Yufeng. Okay, let's go back to the house first. Then everyone surrounded Mr. Bai and returned to the spacious living room. Just as Zhou Yufeng was about to follow, he felt someone pulling his arm. Looking back, I found it was Keqing. What secrets do you have that I don't know? Zhou Yufeng grinned. Why? Want to know? Will you tell me? Say yes. Go back tonight and prepare some water for me to wash my feet, and I'll tell you. You still want me to prepare water for you to wash your feet? Keqing was so angry that she twisted the guy's arm hard. Damn, that's all you can do? Can't you try something new? Keqing said, there are some new ones. You will find out when you go home tonight. People entered the living room one after another, and Mr. Bai couldn't wait to unfold his new work. This is a work called Watching the Snow at the Pavilion on the Lakeside, and the artistic conception of the painting fully reflects 100 years of solitude. The snowflakes were fluttering in the air, vivid and lifelike. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake stood a scholar, holding a book with his hands behind his back, staring in a daze at the falling snowflakes outside the pavilion. At first glance, this work seems ordinary, but the more you look at it, the more you will feel the constraints and loneliness of the scholar in the painting from the bottom of your heart. A work like this with a masterly style can be seen at first glance as being created by Chu Yunyang. What a great painting! Master Chu, you have once again opened the eyes of us, the lowly people. Old Master Bai clasped his hands together and expressed his sincere admiration to Chu Yunyang. Although he was much more powerful than Chu Yunyang in terms of power, deep down in his heart, he admired masters like Chu Yunyang immensely. Mr. Bai, thank you for the compliment. Chu Yunyang said politely. Master Chu, this work has such a profound artistic conception that it makes people feel restless for a long time after viewing it. I believe old man Bai will treasure it for the rest of his life. Old Mrs. Qin said with envy. Haha, old woman, are you being sarcastic to me? Old Bai, how can I not be jealous? You got such a perfect work just because of a phone call from my Xiao phone. Ha, so this is all fate, just accept it, old woman. Everyone talked, and all admired Chu Yunyang's sharp writing style and elegant painting style. However, at this moment, Chu Yunyang revealed his flaws. Everyone, actually this painting still has some flaws. Although I have tried very hard to depict the inner world of the scholar, it still feels a little off. If I can break through this shackle, the value of this work will surely be improved. Upon hearing this, everyone must have complimented Chu Yunyang as much as possible. He is a master and he is clearly being modest. If he still pretends to make paradoxical statements at a time like this, it would seem like he is showing off his skills in front of Guangong. Master Chu, you are too modest. This work is 1 in a million. How could it have any flaws? Yes, Master Chu, please don't be so modest. In the whole Jinling. No, looking at the whole country, who else can surpass you in the field of Chinese painting? Chu Yunyang listened to all the flattering voices and said nothing more. He knew that these guys were just ordinary people and naturally could not see the inner world of the scholar in the painting. For no reason, he turned his gaze to Zhou Yufeng. The reason why he wanted to see Zhou Yufeng so much recently was because he wanted to ask Zhou Yufeng for advice. As long as Zhou Yufeng could give him some pointers, this work would definitely be more perfect. The scholar is short of energy. Suddenly, Zhou Yufeng spoke in a low voice, claiming that the scholar was short of energy. Someone glared at Zhou Yufeng with an unhappy look on his face. I just said that making pretentious remarks at this time would only make you look like a show of force in front of Guangong. As a result, there are some people who are not tactful enough and just show off on other people's strengths. Ha, short of breath? I think you are short of brains? Someone continued to tease. Keqing also frowned and looked at Zhou Yufeng in confusion. What's lack of air? Anyway, considering her level, looking at this painting watching the snow at the pavilion on the lake is already perfect. Of course this is the case because her level is not high enough. She can only judge people who are lower than her, but cannot objectively analyze Chu Yunyang's works, because Chu Yunyang's attainments are much higher than hers. The same was true for Old Lady Qin and Old Man Bai, neither of them understood what lack of energy meant. Only Chu Yunyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Brother, what do you mean? What do excellent scholars care about most?" Zhou Yufeng asked back. Chu Yunyang thought for a moment and said, "Fame, wealth and honor, and a talent beyond compare." Yes and no. Zhou Yufeng shook his head. Some outstanding scholars may hope to go down in history and gain fame and fortune from the royal family, but the most outstanding scholar must first have spirit. This qi refers to bearing, magnanimity, and pride. Just imagine, if a scholar loses his qi, can he still be the best scholar? Swish. A word can wake a person up from his dream. Chu Yunyang widened his eyes and looked at Zhou Yufeng in astonishment. Others were confused and didn't understand what this conversation had to do with the work. But in the next second, Zhou Yufeng picked up the brush on the inkstone and tapped the scholar's facial expression a few times, instantly making the whole painting reach a higher level. What? This is also possible? Everyone was shocked, especially those who knew a little about painting. They were even more astounded by Zhou Yufeng's skill. Incredible, absolutely incredible, with just a few strokes, the scholar's inner world came alive completely. Just now I felt only loneliness and bondage, and a little bit of desolation, but now in the scholar's eyes, I seem to see a majestic aura that is as high as the sky. What a great work! What a great work! Mr. Bai was so excited that his whole body was shaking. At first he couldn't even imagine that with just a few strokes of Zhou Yufeng's hand, the entire work could have such a huge breakthrough. Chu Yunyang, Old Lady Qin, Keqing, Bai Chushi and others looked at Zhou Yufeng in a daze. This is the true transcendent master. Chapter 33. I just participated a little bit. Brother, you are worthy of me. With your soul infused into my work, the value of this work is beyond doubt. Chu Yunyang gave a thumbs up and showed great respect for Zhou Yufeng. In the Chinese painting world, he is not convinced by anyone except Zhou Yufeng. Master Chu, in this case, I think I can't take this painting. Mr. Bai suddenly wanted to return the painting watching the snow at the pavilion on the lake to Chu Yunyang. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Mr. Bai in doubt. Old Bai, what are you doing? If you don't want it, I won't be polite. Old Mrs. Qin, who was enjoying the fun, said this on purpose. Mr. Bai rolled his eyes at her in annoyance and said, "Old woman, you still have the nerve to ask me. Your son-in-law is so talented. What kind of masterpiece do you want?" With just a few strokes, the young man seems to have injected a new soul into this work. Just now you said that his attainments in calligraphy and painting are no less than Master Chu's. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. So now this painting is too valuable, I can't accept it anymore. Master Chu, you can take it back. So that's why? Mr. Bai guessed that the value of this work continued to rise, and he felt embarrassed to accept it. Grandpa, how much do you guess this work is worth now? Bai Chushi suddenly asked. I don't know. After all, I'm not an expert. What do you think? Mr. Bai cast his gaze towards everyone present. Immediately, everyone started whispering to each other, discussing how much this work would be worth if it were put on the market. Chu Yunyang smiled without saying anything. According to his speculation, with Zhou Yufeng's brilliant ideas, it would be no problem to sell it for 180 million. Everyone, there's no point in guessing. Why don't you invite Miss Muxi over? After all, the Yi family runs the Guahao auction house. Let Muxi bring someone over to appraise it, and we'll naturally know how much it's worth. The person who spoke was Bai Chushi's cousin, Wu Haochen. After hearing this, everyone thought it made sense and it would be most reasonable to ask Yi Muxi to come over for identification. Grandpa, let me call Muxi. Wu Haochen took out his cell phone and immediately dialed Yi Muxi's number. After a few rings on the other end, the call was connected, but the tone of the voice was not very good. Mr. Wu, why did you call me again? Didn't you say not to come to me for no reason in the future? There's no way between the two of us. Yi Muxi spoke in a cold tone, and it was obvious that she was very annoyed by Wu Haochen. This is indeed the case. Wu Haochen has been pursuing Yi Muxi for a long time. He went to Ye's company every few days, but Yi Muxi was never interested in him and rejected him many times. If Wu Haochen wasn't too annoying, the Yi family should have been present to congratulate Mr. Bai at his disaster relief banquet. Yi Muxi did not show up in Bai Mansion today just to avoid Wu Haochen. Wu Haochen smiled awkwardly and said, Muxi, you misunderstood. I'm not here to bother you this time. My grandfather got a work by Master Chu, and now I want you to bring an appraiser from Guahao Auction House to appraise this work and see how much it would be worth if it were auctioned on the market. Oh, so? Yi Muxi pondered for a moment and felt that he should help. Not to mention that the Bai family is very powerful in Jinling City, some of the Yi family's projects also need Bai Jingshan's support. If you don't even go to handle such a small matter, you won't be able to deal with the Bai family in the future. After thinking about this, Yi Muxi agreed, okay, I'll take the appraiser over right away. Guahao Auction House is the largest auction venue in the entire Jinling. There are more than 10 gold appraisers in-house, covering various fields. For example, jade jewelry appraisers, calligraphy and painting appraisers, ancient cultural relics appraisers, etc. As long as the auction venue needs them, the Yi family has these talents. Putting down the phone, Wu Haochen said with a smile, Grandpa, Muxi will be here with the appraiser soon, let's wait and see. Well, okay. Old Master Bai looked deep and nodded slightly. Then everyone toasted each other while waiting for Yi Muxi to arrive. About half an hour later, the sound of a car was heard outside the Bai Mansion, and Yi Muxi walked into the Bai Mansion with a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Mr. Bai, I wish you good health. As soon as Yi Muxi entered the door, he bowed and greeted Mr. Bai. Ha, glad you're here. No need to be so polite. Mr. Bai looked at the middle-aged man in a suit and asked, Yi girl, is this the gold appraiser from your Guahao auction house? That's right, old man. He is the one. Yi Muxi responded while instructing the appraiser, go and take a look at the work. Yes, miss. He walked towards the unfolded watching the snow at the lakeside pavilion and picked up a magnifying glass to study it carefully. As for the authenticity of the work, there is no need to check it. Chu Yunyang is present at the scene. To verify the authenticity would be tantamount to slapping Chu Yunyang in the face. After a moment, the appraiser raised his head and looked around at the people around him, and said, Everyone, this work has reached the realm of unity between man and painting. No matter which angle or direction you look at it from, there is no flaw at all. And it was created by Master Chu, so if this work is brought to our Guahao auction house, the starting price will not be less than 180 million. The final price depends on how many heroes come that day. But based on my years of experience, the final transaction amount of this work should exceed 200 million. Hiss. As the appraiser finished speaking, everyone present took a deep breath. Although some business tycoons looked down on the money, they were still shocked and their faces changed. For just one painting, the final transaction amount could reach over 200 million. This is definitely a contemporary phenomenal work. Haha, it's you, brother. To be honest, without your brilliant ideas, I don't think it would be worth as much as it is now, because an appraiser friend of mine has already estimated it for me, and he said that this work could be worth at most 150 million. And now with my brother's brilliant moves, the amount has skyrocketed by more than 50 million. I have to say that my brother is the real master, and I can only be regarded as a runner-up. Chu Yunyang started making self-deprecating jokes and lifted Zhou Yufeng to a high position. Yi Muxi finally understood what was going on after hearing this. It turned out that Zhou Yufeng was also involved in this work. She had noticed Zhou Yufeng just now, but there were too many people at the scene, so she didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm. Now after listening to Chu Yunyang's words, Yi Muxi was shocked. She subconsciously walked towards Zhou Yufeng, with admiration on her face and deep affection in her eyes. Mr. Zhou, did you also participate in this work? Well, it's okay. I just participated a little bit. Zhou Yufeng touched his chin. Mr. Zhou, I was right about you. You are the most powerful man in the world. Yi Muxi's pretty face flushed, and her affectionate eyes were full of confusion. In this state, anyone who is not a fool can guess what she feels towards Zhou Yufeng. Chapter 34. It seems like you were plotting against me like this last time. Wu Haochen couldn't bear it anymore and his teeth were chattering. Could it be such a coincidence that Yi Muxi also likes this boy from the Zhou family? Humph. You look so greasy and powdered. I wonder why women have such poor taste nowadays. Wu Haochen felt aggrieved, but he did not continue to attack Zhou Yufeng. Keqing frowned and stared at Yi Muxi unhappily. She reveals such deep affection for her man in public. Does she really think that Keqing doesn't exist? On the other hand, old Mrs. Qin always had a smile on her face. I wonder what she was thinking. Alas! It seems that Keqing will have her first love rival. This is good, as it can stimulate Keqing's competitive character. This girl has never submitted to anyone since she was a child. Now that she has a love rival, it is a good thing for me. Old Mrs. Qin has figured out human nature and even plotted against her own granddaughter. At the same time, Mr. Bai looked at Yi Muxi and the gold appraiser and asked, Yi girl, are you sure the value of this work is more than 200 million? Yi Muxi came back to his senses and told the truth. Yes, Mr. Bai, it will definitely be sold for more than 200 million. It depends on whether the people who come to the auction venue are determined to get this work. It's too expensive. Mr. Bai shook his head after hearing this. Master Chu, I can't take such a valuable thing anymore. You should take it back. Chu Yunyang chuckled and said, Mr. Bai, how can we take back the gift we gave away? Ha, you don't know that my status is different from yours. If I accept such an expensive gift, I won't be able to explain to my superiors in the future. Everyone knows what this person above means. This. Chu Yunyang hesitated, not knowing what to say. I think it's better to do this. The item is too valuable. Old Man Bai is worried that it will cause unnecessary trouble if he takes it, and Master Chu doesn't want to take it back. In this case, let's auction this work and use the money to improve the people's livelihood in our Jinling city. How about donating the money to help those poor families? Old Lady Qin made a suggestion, and her words caused everyone to freeze in place for a moment. But after a while, someone took the lead in applauding. Okay, the old lady's suggestion is very good. The donations raised will improve people's livelihood and help those poor people in need. What do you think, Master Chu? I have no objection. Chu Yunyang immediately stated that it was okay. At his level, money was just a string of numbers and he didn't care. Ah, that's right, you are the best old lady. Your brain works faster than ours. You deserve that your Qin family is the largest family in Jinling. I think this suggestion is very good. Old Master Bai smiled, and while he sighed at how capable old Lady Qin was at handling things, he also glanced at Bai Jingshan who was standing next to him. Jingshan, what do you think of this proposal? Bai Jingshan quickly said, Dad, I agree. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's auction this work. The subsequent donations will be distributed by your Qin family's charity organization. No problem, let Keqing handle this. Keqing nodded. Okay, Grandma, I will handle it properly. As for the auction process, who should go? Let young Master Zhou go. After all, he also participated in this work. Don't you agree? Without waiting for others to speak, Muxi took the lead in expressing his opinion. Her little thoughts could not be hidden from old lady Qin and Keqing. Let Zhou Yufeng handle the auction process, and Muxi will have the opportunity to contact Zhou Yufeng. Keqing wanted to refuse, but with so many people present, if she said it out loud, she would seem petty. You are only allowed to go to the Yi family's Guahao auction house. You are not allowed to go to the Yi family's old house. Keqing took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her and whispered in Zhou Yufeng's ear. Zhou Yufeng was speechless. How could every woman be jealous? Even a queen like Keqing was no exception. Xiaofeng, I'll leave this to you. Can you handle it? Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly. Grandma, I'm fine. Okay then, it's decided. Ha, this is how everyone is happy. Come on, everyone, let's take our seats. The wine and food will be here soon. The dinner lasted from around 9 o'clock until midnight. It was already 12:30 when we drove back to the Qin mansion. Old Mrs. Qin did not return to the old house, but moved directly into the mansion. Keqing, it's getting late today. You two should stop struggling and go to bed early. Keqing blushed and thought to herself that she had never made such a fuss before, so why did the old lady suddenly say this? As a result, the old lady's next sentence shocked Keqing so much that she was shocked inside. Also, you two should stop wearing those things in the future. It's really important that you have a baby sooner rather than later. I don't know how many years I can live as an old woman. While I can still walk, I want to realize my dream of hugging my great-grandson as soon as possible. Grandma, what are you talking about? Keqing was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She suddenly understood something. It seemed that the Okamoto 001 that she deliberately threw into the trash can that night was seen by her grandmother? Zhou Yufeng smiled on the side and did not express any opinion. You still have the nerve to laugh? After returning to the room, Keqing punched Zhou Yufeng. However, as she was fighting, she suddenly felt dizzy, with half of her body hot and the other half cold, similar symptoms to that night. Don't move, the yin-yang meridian in your abdomen is causing trouble again. Zhou Yufeng directly carried Keqing to the bed by the waist, inserted his warm big hands into her clothes, and slowly stroked Keqing's lower abdomen. I have been pregnant for more than a month, and my abdomen is still flat and smooth, and every inch of my skin is as delicate as that of a baby's. With the nourishment of true energy, Keqing gradually felt less pain, but her eyes were blurry and her cheeks were red. Call. She hugged Zhou Yufeng tightly and greedily breathed in the scent from Zhou Yufeng's body. Her red lips were trembling, and there was a fire hidden in her body. She urgently needed Zhou Yufeng's comfort. The pair of slender, white hands also became dishonest and quickly attacked Zhou Yufeng's chest. Faced with this situation, Zhou Yufeng would not sit and wait for death and directly put the pressure on Keqing. His movements were very gentle, as he was afraid of hurting Keqing and also afraid of pressing the fetus in her belly. After all, this child was the bloodline of the Zhou family. Hiss. The next second, Keqing moved her hands down and almost touched Zhou Yufeng's big treasure. This almost made Zhou Yufeng lose control. Looking at the increasingly intoxicated Keqing, Zhou Yufeng was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse when there was a hurried knock on the door outside the bedroom. Son-in-law, open the door. Mr. Qin needs to take medicine before he can sleep. Damn it! Zhou Yufeng cursed, and then looked at Keqing, who gradually returned to normal. Sensing the smell of hormones in the air, Keqing asked, "What did you do to me just now? Why do you add a end?" Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows. Because the last time you were so close to me, it seemed like you were planning something bad to me. Bang! With a dull thud, the bedroom door was violently slammed open by Lin Tong. Chapter 35, The Number 1 King of Freeloaders. When she heard the words plotting something bad, she rushed in immediately without thinking much. Keqing looked at the reckless Lin Tong coldly and said, "Did I let you in?" "Boss Qin, I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now." "Your medicine." Lin Tong trembled and didn't dare to say another word. "Just leave it there." This prescription was written by Zhou Yufeng. "It really works after I drink it. I used to have frequent attacks, but now the chances of having attacks are getting lower and lower. And Mr. Qin, this is a letter from the Huang family in Longhai City. Lin Tong carefully placed an envelope on the table. Zhou Yufeng frowned. Does anyone still write letters these days? And just now in the Bai mansion, he vaguely heard someone mention the Huang family in Longhai City. I didn't take it seriously at first. It seems that the Huang family has a close relationship with Qin Keqing. People still write letters nowadays. Could this be a love letter from someone to you? Zhou Yufeng pretended nothing had happened and walked over to pick up the letter. However, when Zhou Yufeng just touched her, Qin Keqing was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur almost stood up. That's my stuff, put it back. What's wrong? You don't allow me to watch? Zhou Yufeng curled his lips. What do you think? Reading other people's letters is illegal. Are you illiterate about the law? Qin Keqing said in a stiff tone. Okay, if you don't allow me to look, then don't look. It's no big deal. Zhou Yufeng stretched lazily. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Remember not to peek. Crash. After a while, the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. Qin Keqing sat at the table, finished her medicine, and picked up the envelope, her slender hands trembling slightly. After a while, she finally mustered up the courage to open the letter. The next day, noon. The Yi family's old house is extremely bustling. Yi Muxi was beaming with joy as he talked about a series of events that happened in Bai mansion last night. When she finished, Ye's mother frowned and said, Muxi, are you serious? That Zhou Yufeng, he just added a few strokes to Master Chu, and the value of the work increased by 50 million? Yes, it's true. I never thought that Master Zhou is also a master of Chinese painting. It is said that his attainments in this field are not inferior to Master Chu's. It's fake, it must be fake. We all know what the Zhou family was like before. They were only slightly stronger than the Liang family. How could they become a master of Chinese painting in just a few years, who is no less than Master Chu? This is even more of a joke. Ye's father didn't believe it either. That's right, Muxi, you are still young, don't be fooled by others, maybe they will team up to fool you. Yi Muxi's uncle and aunt also didn't believe that Zhou Yufeng had that ability. Only old man Yi had a smile on his face. He firmly believed that Yi Muxi would not lie. Zhou Yufeng's current identity is no longer the young master of the Zhou family 7 years ago. Well, whether you believe it or not is not up to you. I have a very good impression of Xiaofeng. Old Master Yi said, Muxi, you just mentioned that Master Chu's painting of watching the snow at the pavilion in the center of the lake will be on sale at Arguahao auction house, right? That's right, Grandpa. This is what they unanimously decided last night. The money raised from the auction will improve the people's livelihood in Jinling City. Okay, this is a good suggestion. I can see it was proposed by the old lady from the Qin family. She is the only one who knows how to handle things. Grandpa, you are so smart. It was old lady Qin who first brought it up. Well, in that case, just as the old woman wishes, you can put this work on the auction house. Remember to warm it up properly before putting it on the auction house. I know, Grandpa. I am very familiar with these processes. We are already warming up. Now the response is very good. The big bosses in several cities around Jinling City have heard that this is the work of Master Chu, and they are all reserving seats. By the way, maybe someone from Longhai City will come over. Longhai City is not far from Jinling City, and it only takes 2 hours to drive there on the highway. Unlike the provincial capital of Jinling, Longhai is a municipality, and the first of the 4 municipalities. As the leading city in the Yangtze River Delta region, the wealthy bosses in Longhai must be richer than those in Jinling. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Mr. Yi made the decision. Guahao auction house was bustling with people. Countless wealthy bosses came to see Chu Yunyang's new work. Every time Chu Yunyang's works appear at an auction house, they are snapped up like crazy, and this time is no exception. Zhou Yufeng attended the event in a formal attire, and it was Qin Keqing who arranged his tie for him before he left the house. Mr. Zhou. Yi Muxi was waiting for Zhou Yufeng's arrival. When she saw Zhou Yufeng, who had a tall figure and handsome features, her heart began to beat fast. How could a man who made her fall in love at first sight when she was a girl be an ordinary man? Mr. Yi. Mr. Zhou, your name is too unfamiliar. Just call me Muxi. Well, okay then. Zhou Yufeng stroked his forehead gently. He still couldn't understand until now. At that time, the Zhou family was completely no match for the Yi family. How could this woman fall in love with him at first sight? Mr. Zhou, come here, I'll show you how the preheating works. Yi Muxi took the initiative to hold Zhou Yufeng's arm, looking like a gentle girlfriend. As the two walked side by side, her towering and full breasts would occasionally rub against Zhou Yufeng's arms. Outsiders who caught a glimpse of this scene were all amazed. You have to know that Yi Muxi is a recognized favored girl of heaven. Even though she is slightly inferior to Keqing in fame, there has never been a shortage of high-quality men pursuing her. Isn't that guy the son-in-law of the Qin family? Why is he so close to Mr. Yi? Oh my god. Do you still remember the scandal from a few days ago? They said that this Zhou family kid was a gigolo and won the favor of Mr. Yi and Queen Qin successively. Although it was later confirmed that it was fake news, there is no smoke without fire. Maybe this kid is really the #1 king in the gigolo world. Yes, that's definitely the case. A fly won't bite an egg that's not cracked. Since there's dirt on me, it proves that this is almost certain. Awesome. Others call him a gigolo, but I envy him very much. He is favored by both Mr. Yi and Queen Qin at the same time. It's worth dying now. Who says it's not true? I'm already very happy to have just one, let alone two goddesses liking me at the same time. Acid. Each one of them is so sour. In fact, people don't hate gigolos, but they hate themselves for not being that gigolo. And from today on, Zhou Yufeng got a title that is both elegant and awesome, Jinling's King of Freeloaders. Zhou Yufeng was unaware of all this and was taken by Yi Muxi to watch the pre-production of the work. When the clock pointed to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Muxi said, Mr. Zhou, the warm-up effect is almost over, and everyone who should come has arrived. Let's go to the auction venue. Chapter 36, 400 million deal. Okay. Zhou Yufeng nodded slightly and followed Yi Muxi to the auction venue. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the house was packed. There was not a single empty seat in the auction house. Those sitting in the front row are naturally prominent figures in society. Next to the center seat sat a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle and refined. He has a pair of slender almond-shaped eyes, and every time he looks at someone inadvertently, his eyes seem to be glowing. In front of him, there was a sign with his name and where he was from. Longhai City, Huang Shirong. Mr. Huang, you are here too. Yi Muxi knew this person and took the initiative to say hello as he passed by him. Yes, there are elders in the family who like Master Chu, so I came to see him. Huang Shirong answered calmly, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Yufeng beside him. Yi Muxi didn't say anything else and nodded in response. Zhou Yufeng sat calmly in the C position, and Yi Muxi sat on the left, just separating Huang Shirong. Afterwards, the auction proceeded as normal and the auctioneer took to the podium. A lukewarm yet slightly passionate voice rang out in the auction venue. Some of the items introduced above are just small-time items, and few of them are valuable. The big bosses didn't make many offers, and they basically just took away some ordinary collections. In terms of price, it ranges from hundreds of thousands to several million, and if you get a good one, it can reach 7 figures. Items like this are generally hard to catch the eyes of those big and powerful bosses. For example, Huang Shirong has never raised a sign since he sat there. Obviously, none of the previous lots aroused Huang Shirong's interest, and he was waiting for the final lot to be unveiled. After about a few dozen minutes, almost all the items in the front were auctioned. During the period, Yi Muxi also asked Zhou Yufeng which collection he liked, and she could take a picture of it and give it to Zhou Yufeng as a gift. Zhou Yufeng smiled slightly and refused without leaving a trace. But he dared not accept other people's things again. Now he has not signed for 10% of the Yi family's shares. No reward without merit. Once you take something from someone, you must make corresponding compromises. Now that he is married to Keqing, if he marries Yi Muxi again, it would be considered bigamy. Zhou Yufeng doesn't want to get into trouble. More than half an hour passed and all the items in the front were auctioned. At this time, the auctioneer's tone became more and more excited. Because the much-anticipated blockbuster item will be on the shelves soon. Everyone, the previous lots are just to warm up. The next lot will definitely make everyone here excited. Because this lot is not an ordinary lot. Its name is Watching the Snow at the Lakeside Pavilion, and the person who created this painting is none other than the well-known Chu Yunyang, Master Chu. Okay, I won't waste any more time. I'll ask the guys backstage to bring this work up right now. Please look at the big screen now. Swish. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the big screen suddenly lit up. Immediately, the painting watching the snow at the pavilion on the lake was reflected in everyone's eyes from all angles. This caused cheers at the scene, and many people stood up, raised their SLRs or mobile phones, and took pictures frantically at the big screen. Master Chu's works are indeed extraordinary. I must get one this time. Ha, everyone wants it, so why should I only give it to you? Whoever has the ability has the final say. It's too early to draw conclusions now. I will first pay 150 million to reserve this new work of Master Chu. Before the auctioneer opened his mouth, someone in the audience had already made an offer. The auctioneer smiled but said nothing. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the easier it would be to get a high price. Everyone, I believe that you have come all the way here, mostly to see this new work of Master Chu. You have watched it on the big screen, and some behind-the-scenes footage has also been shown. The real thing is now on this shelf. In order to keep it safe, our auction house has put it in a scroll to prevent it from being accidentally damaged. Whoever successfully obtains this item can go to the backstage to receive a free appraisal process, so that you will never buy a fake and suffer unnecessary troubles. Alright, the starting price is 180 million, and each bid cannot be less than 1 million. Please start your performance. 190 million. Someone immediately raised the price by 10 million. 193 million. 198 million. 200 million. 200 and 500 million. 210 million. In just a few minutes, the price had doubled by 30 million. Zhou Yufeng is sitting pretty on the Daiwo Yutai State Tower. It will be no problem for this new work to be sold for 250 million. Yi Muxi had the same idea. Now that 200 million could be easily raised, there was no need to worry at all. Another 10 minutes passed, and the price was close to 250 million. After breaking through this level, how far you can reach next depends on your luck. 260 million. Shit. I have to get one of Master Chu's works. 265 million. Stop shouting, this work is mine. 270 million. Damn, 280 million. The auction venue has become a price defense war. These bosses treat money as dirt, and every bid makes people's heart beat faster. When everyone thought that 280 million should be the ceiling, Zhou Yufeng and Yi Muxi were also very satisfied, as it was a full 80 million more than expected. It can be said that it is a very good thing to use this money to improve the people's livelihood in Jinling. The result was unexpected. Before the auctioneer could bring down the hammer for the third time, a calm voice exploded like thunder. 400 million. This work is mine. Hold. Damn it, is it necessary to be so cruel? Damn it. It almost belonged to me. This guy is simply crazy. If I take back 400 million, isn't this a deal that will cost me my pants? Many dissatisfied bosses were complaining, but when they saw someone standing up, they immediately shut up. Because this calm voice, without any emotion, was actually the price quoted by the man. Huang family of Longhai City, Huang Shirong. Mr. Huang, are you sure you want to buy this painting for 400 million? Yi Muxi looked at Huang Shirong in shock. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Muxi, and said in a light and arrogant tone, "What? Is there a problem?" "Well, of course not. Congratulations, Mr. Huang." Yi Muxi stretched out her slender hand. The two men shook hands symbolically, and the auctioneer brought the hammer down 3 times. 400 million was almost a done deal, and no one dared to compete with Huang Shirong. Even wealthy businessmen dare not make offers casually, because they all know that if they offend the young master of the Huang family in Longhai City, all their current wealth will be ruthlessly harvested. Congratulations, Mr. Huang. So it's Mr. Huang. If you had told us earlier that you liked this work, we wouldn't have joined in the fun. Oh. We didn't recognize Mr. Huang. We didn't expect him to be here today. A group of wealthy businessmen apologized one after another, fearing that Huang Shirong would bear a grudge and make things difficult for them when he returned. Faced with these fawning voices, Huang Shirong ignored them, shook his sleeves lightly, and walked towards the podium. Chapter 37. You want to take her away, have you got my consent? Congratulations, Mr. Huang. This painting of Master Chu watching the snow at the pavilion in the center of the lake will be your collection from now on. The auctioneer was also congratulating Huang Shirong. He picked up the scroll from the shelf and stroked it lovingly. Huang Shirong took it and walked down the podium gracefully. Passing by the center position, looking at Zhou Yufeng who was about to stand up, he suddenly stepped forward and said, "Leave Keqing, I can tell you a secret from 7 years ago." Swish. When Zhou Yufeng heard these words, he was stunned for a moment. When he wanted to ask, Huang Shirong had already left the auction venue with the people around him. "Mr. Zhou, he is." "No need to say more." Zhou Yufeng frowned deeply. He was very curious about what secret Huang Shirong wanted to tell him 7 years ago. "Yi." "No, it's Muxi. I'm going back first. As for the 400 million yuan in donations, you can go and hand it over to Keqing and transfer it to the Qin family's charity organization." Yi Muxi nodded. "Okay, Mr. Zhou. By the way, don't you want to stay and have a quick meal together?" "No." Zhou Yufeng looked hesitant. After all, according to the terms of his marriage, he was not allowed to date other girls alone. "Mr. Zhou, let me ask you something. There are rumors that you and Keqing have already obtained a marriage certificate. Is this true?" Zhou Yufeng looked directly into Yi Muxi's eyes and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "I tell the truth." "Yes." Zhou Yufeng did not hide it. Seeing Yi Muxi's increasingly lonely expression, he said earnestly, "I understand your thoughts. It's not too late to regret now. After all. Mr. Zhou, you don't need to say more. There is no reason for me, Yi Muxi, to give up on the man I like. I believe that you can get a marriage certificate with Keqing, and you can get a marriage certificate with me." Zhou Yufeng. He was suddenly speechless and felt that there was no woman more stubborn than Yi Muxi. After leaving Guahao auction house, Zhou Yufeng did not return to the mansion immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and called Keqing. But the phone rang many times and the woman didn't answer. Perhaps he was busy. Zhou Yufeng did not call her a second time, but just sent her a text message. "Are you familiar with the Huang family in Longhai City?" The text message fell on deaf ears and still received no response. Zhou Yufeng was so angry that he swore that he would give this woman a good face when they met in the evening. Now he dares not to answer my calls or reply to my messages. If later. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. What Zhou Yufeng didn't know was that in the Qin family's old house, Keqing was experiencing mental torture. "Keqing, what did you just say? Did the Longhai Huang family write to you? And they hope you can come back?" Qin Hongyi, Zhang Chunfang, including Old Lady Qin and others, all had complicated expressions on their faces. "Well, there's nothing wrong with my cousin going back. After all, my cousin relied on the Longhai Huang family when she was little." "Zhihong, shut up. You have no right to speak here," old Mrs. Qin said in a harsh tone. There was no expression on Keqing's face, but only she knew what kind of struggle between her conscience and her conscience she was facing at this moment. "Keqing, the Huang family in Longhai is like your second home. They wrote to you, hoping that you can go back. I also think you need to consider it carefully," Aunt Zhang Chunfang said with a smile. Keqing glanced at the two of them and said after a moment, "Why should I go back? If I go back, what will happen to my parents?" "Don't worry, after you leave, I will take care of them, as well as my sister. We will treat our second uncle and second aunt as our biological parents." Qin Shihun forced himself to add more drama, threatening that after Keqing left, he and his sister would treat Keqing's parents as their own parents. Keqing was too lazy to pay attention to him. After saying a few more words, she prepared to leave the Qin family's old house. As a result, just as I walked out of the yard, an Aston Martin suddenly drove into the old house. Soon the car door opened, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a suit and tie, with a gentle and refined temperament, came to greet Keqing. "Keqing, I'm here to take you home." The young man had a gentle smile on his face, giving people the impression that he was harmless. But occasionally, a frightening light would flash in those narrow and long almond-shaped eyes. "Shirong, when did you come to Jinling?" Old Lady Qin and others walked out of the living room and looked at the well-mannered young man. "Grandma Qin, I came here right after I finished writing to Keqing. It just so happened that Guahao Auction House had a new work by Master Chu, so I wanted to try my luck and came to take a look." "Oh, so that's how it is." Old Mrs. Qin nodded. "Come in and have a cup of tea. It just so happens that our Qin family has something to discuss with you." "Grandma Qin, I'm a little pressed for time, so I won't go in. After picking up Keqing, I'll go back to Longhai. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the family." Huang Shirong declined Old Lady Qin's request to stay and insisted on taking Keqing away. Everyone had different expressions, and Keqing kept frowning deeply. Keqing, get in the car. Keqing subconsciously dodged his pull and said coldly, you go back first. I'll go back in a few days. The company is very busy recently and I can't leave. Just stay for a few days, not too long. It's just that my parents miss you, there's no other meaning. Huang Shirong still insisted. Keqing, since Shirong has said so, you should go back and take a look. No one in the company can function normally and doesn't care about these few days. Zhang Chunfang enjoyed watching the fun and hoped very much that Keqing would leave the Qin family. Because once Keqing passed away, her children would have the opportunity to take over. Of course, there was no way that she could hide her little tricks from the clever Keqing. After a sharp look, Zhang Chunfang didn't dare to say anything more. Keqing, can't you satisfy such a small request from our Huang family? Huang Shirong gradually lost his patience. Before he came to Jinling, his family gave him an ultimatum: he must bring Keqing back to Longhai City today. I said I'm not going. Are your ears not working well? Keqing was forced into a corner and her eyes became fierce. Huang Shirong puffed out his chest and got angry. Keqing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Don't forget. Enough. Stop talking about it. That happened many years ago. Keqing said coldly. Okay, Keqing, if you insist on doing things so drastically, our Huang family is not a pushover. Huang Shirong clenched his fists. Several strong men in black clothes suddenly got out of the Land Rover Range Rover behind him. They were all gold medal fighters. Why? Your Huang family is not a vegetarian, so does the Qin family eat vegetarian food? At this moment, a voice came from far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking towards the gate of the old house. The man had his hands in his pockets, his body was straight, and his deep black eyes were fixed on Huang Shirong. He stood close to her and said calmly, Keqing is my legal wife now. Do you want to take her away with you? Have you got my consent? Chapter 38. No matter who you are, keep a low profile in front of me. What did you say? Huang Shirong turned his head and looked at Zhou Yufeng with wide eyes. Why are you here? Keqing asked with a complicated expression. You didn't answer my calls or text messages, so I thought my newlywed wife had run away with someone else, so I came to check on her. After hearing Zhou Yufeng's inappropriate words, Keqing subconsciously took out her cell phone and checked. Sure enough, there was a missed call and an unread text message. Boy, what are you talking about? Who is the wife you married? Huang Shirong did not get angry, but the burly men in black were the first to lose control. Kill him. You are such an ignorant fellow. You dare to act rashly here without even considering who you are facing. Call. The burly man in black who was at the head of the group moved as fast as lightning and reached Zhou Yufeng in the blink of an eye. A fierce punch came straight to Zhou Yufeng's temple. Anyone who has ever fought knows that his punch was not intended to make Zhou Yufeng stand up a second time, and his attack was a killing move. Get out. Zhou Yufeng didn't even bother to look at him. He didn't move an inch. When the opponent's fist was about to land on him, he was easily caught by a hand. The burly man in black tried to move hard, but it was useless. He felt like a powerless 3-year-old child in front of Zhou Yufeng. Bang! The next second, he was kicked away by Zhou Yufeng. He fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, and blood came out of his mouth. Fuck! You're looking for death. The rest of the sturdy men in black stepped forward and tried to surround Zhou Yufeng. Noisy! Zhou Yufeng frowned and his eyes turned dangerous. Before they could get close to the Land Rover, Zhou Yufeng took a step forward and suddenly kicked the car hard with his right foot. Then, the Land Rover Range Rover, which was worth more than 2 million yuan, flew directly into the air, and after landing, it smashed heavily into the burly man in black who tried to move forward. Bang! With a loud thump, the Range Rover crashed into several of them, and the car was shaking violently. Fortunately, 2 guys dodged in time, otherwise they would have been hit hard to the ground by the flying car like their companions. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the Qin family including Huang Shirong were stunned for a moment. How much strength does it take to kick a Range Rover away and hit several people at the same time? You have to know that the Land Rover Range Rover is a large SUV. The weight of the whole car is at least several tons, but it was kicked into the air by one person. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Boy, you're looking for excitement. An unknown amount of time had passed before the shock slowly dissipated. Huang Shirong's expression turned grim and he stared at Zhou Yufeng with sinister eyes. Get out of here, get out. I'll pretend you've never been here. No matter who you are, keep a low profile in front of me. Zhou Yufeng didn't take Huang Shirong seriously at all. He walked up to Keqing, took her hand, and said, "Come back with me. No one can take you away without my permission." Keqing wanted to say something, but Zhou Yufeng didn't give her a chance. "Boy, if you dare to take Keqing away today, I will have 100 ways to deal with you. I will make you disappear from this world in the same way that your Zhou family disappeared 7 years ago." Zhou Yufeng turned his head and sneered at Huang Shirong. "Are you threatening me? You can think so." Huang Shirong and Zhou Yufeng confronted each other. "Wait for me here." Zhou Yufeng let go of Keqing and walked towards Huang Shirong. Swish! With one hand, he easily lifted his collar. Zhou Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, how much do you know about what happened 7 years ago?" "What? Are you begging me in disguise?" Huang Shirong also sneered. Bang! Zhou Yufeng was in no mood to argue with him, so he punched Huang Shirong directly in the stomach. Suddenly, Huang Shirong hunched his body and his whole face turned the color of liver. "Explain." "Ha, if you dare to touch me, I can tell you in advance that you will be in trouble." Bang! Zhou Yufeng punched Huang Shirong again, and this time he even had difficulty speaking. If he gets hit a few more times, Huang Shirong will have to be admitted to the ICU ward. "Xiaofeng, stop it. You can't hit me anymore." Old Mrs. Qin hurried over and persuaded Zhou Yufeng. "Xiaofeng, don't be impulsive. Put him down first. If anything happens in the future, Grandma will support you." Old Lady Qin was really afraid that Zhou Yufeng would get impulsive and accidentally kill Huang Shirong. She never expected that Zhou Yufeng's fighting power was so terrifying. The scene of kicking the Range Rover away still makes the old lady feel extremely terrified. "Zhou Yufeng, let him go." Keqing's voice was heard from behind. After hearing what the two people said, Zhou Yufeng pushed Huang Shirong hard and threw him to the ground. Then he took Keqing's hand again and left the Qin family's old house without looking back. The two got into the car. Keqing said nothing. Her beautiful eyes became wandering and her thoughts went back to the past. Zhou Yufeng lit a cigarette in a slightly irritated manner and said, "Won't you give me an explanation for what happened today? What do I need to explain to you?" Zhou Yufeng was upset, and Keqing was also upset, so her tone was very stiff. "What is your relationship with the Huang family?" Zhou Yufeng asked again. Silence. Keqing did not answer directly. After a long while, she said, "I will take you to a place first. This is a private hospital, and the investor behind this hospital is the Qin Group." When Keqing brought Zhou Yufeng to the hospital lobby, the medical staff passing by were all very respectful to Keqing. "Boss Qin, you are here." "Yeah." Keqing nodded slightly without any further movements. The medical staff also knew why Mr. Qin came here every time. "Boss Qin, Mr. Qin and his wife have not been doing well recently. It seems that the brand of nutrient solution is not suitable for their constitutions, so we decided that the nutrient solution we supply to them in the future should be imported from Europe." Keqing nodded. "Okay, don't worry about the money, use the best nutrient solution." "I understand, Mr. Qin." Several medical staff retreated, and Keqing turned her gaze to Zhou Yufeng. At this time, Zhou Yufeng also guessed something, but he didn't ask. "I followed Keqing and took the elevator to a high-end ward on the top floor, where I saw two middle-aged men lying on the bed. This is a man and a woman, about 45 years old. And they are Keqing's biological parents, Tianhong and Zhao Mailan." Although both of them were lying on the hospital bed without any reaction, Zhou Yufeng could still tell from their faces that they were Keqing's parents. How could this happen? Zhou Yufeng frowned, looking surprised. "Didn't you want my explanation just now? Now the explanation is here." Keqing spoke calmly. Although she tried her best to keep her tone calm, Zhou Yufeng could still hear that she was choking up. Chapter 39 Woman, you are blaspheming my medical skills. What exactly happened? Zhou Yufeng gently put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her in this way. That was 15 years ago. Afterwards, Keqing told a secret that she had never told anyone else. In the whole Jinling, only the direct descendants of the Qin family knew about this matter. Now that she can tell Zhou Yufeng, it is obvious that she treats Zhou Yufeng as her own. 10 minutes later, Keqing finished speaking and Zhou Yufeng understood. It turned out that one night 15 years ago, Keqing's family of 3 went to Longhai City for an important matter. Keqing's grandmother's home was in Longhai. Unfortunately, on that night 15 years ago, their family of 3 had a car accident on the highway. The consequence was that the car was overturned, and Tianhong and Zhao Mailan were turned into vegetables. Fortunately, when the couple faced danger, they instinctively hugged Keqing, who was only 9 years old, tightly, allowing Keqing to escape. Although he suffered some injuries, at least his life was not in danger. Some scars on the body gradually returned to normal through surgery. It was a pity for Tianhong and Zhao Mailan, a couple. They were hit and turned into vegetables while trying to protect their only daughter. Now, 15 years have passed, and they still show no signs of awakening. Maybe I have a way to wake them up. Looking at Keqing, whose eyes were already blurred with tears, Zhou Yufeng didn't have the heart to ask any more questions. Although Keqing did not mention the Huang family in this traffic accident. Do you have a way to wake my parents up? Keqing looked at Zhou Yufeng in disbelief. Well, first you have to trust me. Keqing was silent for a while. She knew that Zhou Yufeng was a doctor, but her parents had been in a coma for 15 years. Could they still be cured? Even the country's top medical experts said there was no possibility. What awaits Tianhong and Zhao Mailan is an indefinite coma for the rest of their lives. How confident are you? Keqing asked after a struggle between her conscience and her conscience. 1 month at most. Zhou Yufeng stretched out a finger. Impossible. Keqing shook her head. Even the top medical experts say it can't be cured. Ha, you compare me with them? Are you blaspheming my medical skills? Someone come here. Keqing looked at Zhou Yufeng deeply, and then called someone over. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? The dean ran to Keqing personally. Open the door and let him in to see the physical signs of my parents. What? The dean was startled and said quickly, Boss Qin, you absolutely can't do that. It's okay, just do as I say. Well, okay then. The dean had no choice but to open the door. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and Tianhong and Zhao Mailan had various infusion tubes inserted into their bodies. Looking at her parents who had their eyes tightly closed and did not move at all, Keqing shed tears again. Zhou Yufeng walked to the bedside, first looked at Tianhong, then looked at Zhao Mailan. The signs of waking up are indeed almost impossible, just as the medical expert said, with less than 1 in 1,000 chances. But as the descendant of old man Tianji, possessing superb ancient medical skills, Zhou Yufeng has some confidence that he can wake the couple up. You can go out now. No one of you can come in without my permission. Zhou Yufeng turned his head to glance at the dean and gave instructions. You. The dean subconsciously wanted to refute, but when he saw Keqing's eyes, he retreated angrily. Help me lift your mother up a little. I'll give her some treatment first. Keqing didn't know how he would treat her, so she obediently helped Zhao Mailan up. In this accident, your mother's injuries are less serious than your father's. I am very confident that your mother will wake up first. As for your father, it depends on his luck. As he spoke, Zhou Yufeng took out a cloth bag from his pocket like a magic trick. And inside the cloth bag, there was a row of golden needles. He took out 7 of them and inserted them into 7 acupuncture points of Zhao Mailan. These 7 acupoints are all concentrated near the brain. When the golden needle pierced her, Keqing almost screamed. The mother, who had not moved at all, actually moved her right index finger. My mother, her fingers moved. Keqing was extremely excited. Don't panic, this is just a normal reaction of the body's functions. It will take a long time before it truly wakes up. As he spoke, he flicked the end of the needle gently. The internal energy also gathered from the tail of the needle and slowly flowed into Zhao Mailan's brain neurons. It was unknown how long this repetitive qi transfer method would last. When Zhou Yufeng's forehead began to sweat, he slowly stopped and pulled out 7 golden needles at the same time. The first course of treatment is over. Oh. Keqing nodded, took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the sweat from Zhou Yufeng's forehead. With a surprised expression on his face, he said, You haven't been treating my mother for a long time, why is she sweating so much? Zhou Yufeng rolled his eyes in annoyance. It seemed like a short period of time, but the energy consumed were enormous. It's a waste of time to explain it to you. You will see the effect later. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yufeng walked out of the ward first. Keqing hurriedly followed him out and subconsciously asked, "What about my dad? His condition is more serious than your mother's. When I took his pulse, I couldn't sense any activity in his brain neurons. This proves that his coma will last longer, but he is not hopeless. He still needs further treatment and observation." Zhou Yufeng said seriously, "Next time you come, I will help your father with a course of awakening surgery." "Okay, then, thank you then." Keqing was also trying to give it a try, in case her parents could really be cured by Zhou Yufeng. Ding ling ling. Just as the two were about to go downstairs, Keqing's cell phone rang. After listening for a moment, he said seriously, "I have to go back to the company to deal with some urgent matters." "Where are you going next?" "I don't mind. The world is big and I can go anywhere. If you are busy, just go back. I will go for a walk by myself." "Okay, let's talk about it when I come back tonight." Keqing left in a hurry. Zhou Yufeng did not drive again. After walking downstairs, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure running towards him. "Boss, why are you here?" Zhou Yufeng looked closely and found that it was Xiaozhou. "Why are you here too?" Xin's hospital is located in the suburbs with a small flow of people, and this hospital has been taking the high-end route since its inception. Medical expenses are extremely expensive, but the medical equipment and physician strength are strong. Therefore, the positioning of this hospital is very clear: it only treats the rich. If the poor want to come here for treatment, they will definitely not be able to afford it. Xiaozhou looked at Zhou Yufeng and said mysteriously, "Boss, come back to the headquarters with me first. I have something to tell you." Chapter 40. There are many people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Zhou Yufeng nodded and got into an Audi S6 with a special license plate. The road twisted and turned and finally stopped in front of a military base. The soldiers on guard were all armed with real guns and saluted the Audi A6 in a textbook manner. The person sitting in the car is Pluto. What? Pluto is back at the base? Quickly notify the higher-ups and tell them that Hades is back. For a moment, the entire military base was filled with a tense atmosphere. Xiaozhou parked the car in front of a building and bent down to open the door for Zhou Yufeng. "Boss, the brothers are out on a mission. There aren't many people in the base right now. I'll be the one to receive you." Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "Don't you have something to tell me? Just say it directly, there's no need to disturb others." "Okay, boss. Come up first and I'll tell you right away." Xiaozhou led the way and came to an independent office. "Let's talk. Now it's just the two of us." Xiaozhou sat opposite Zhou Yufeng and said, "Boss, do you remember that you asked me to investigate the Zhou family's affairs 7 years ago?" Zhou Yufeng's eyes lit up and he asked, "What's the matter? Do you have any news?" "Yes, there is, but I haven't figured out the whole story yet. I'm telling you now so that you can be mentally prepared." "Okay, then tell me, what did you find out?" Xiaozhou said seriously, "Boss, do you know the Li family in Jingmen?" "Li family?" Zhou Yufeng's expression froze. If he remembered correctly, the Li family of Jingmen had a close relationship with his master. "You mean Li Juwenxian's family?" "Yes, boss. According to my investigation, something happened in your family 7 years ago, and it is very likely related to the Li family." Swish! Zhou Yufeng stood there in a daze when he heard Xiaozhou's words. The Jingmen Li family is one of the 4 major families in the north. The head of the family, Li Junxian, is like a purple golden beam across the sea. And their family was the one that destroyed the Zhou family 7 years ago? How is this possible? Because from the beginning to the end, he had never heard of any relationship between his family and the Jingmen Li family. Besides, the master and Li Junxian were old acquaintances. There was even a time when Li Junxian joked that he wanted to introduce his daughter Li Shuiyan to him, so that he could become the Li family's son-in-law. At that time, Zhou Yufeng didn't take it seriously and thought Li Junxian was joking. And now the results of Xiaozhou's investigation really surprised him. He also did not doubt Xiaozhou's investigation results. As a member of the Wall of Size, he was well aware of Xiaozhou's ability to collect intelligence. But even so, he still asked, "Are you sure? The changes in our family are related to Li Junxian." "Boss, it's absolutely true." Xiaozhou's expression became more solemn. "Okay, I understand. Any other information?" "Without the boss, I will continue to investigate. This Li Junxian is far from being as simple as he seems." Okay, keep investigating. I want to know the final result. Zhou Yufeng stood up and said this because someone called him. Boss, shall I take you there? No need, just find me a car and I'll go back by myself. I don't need a special license plate. Okay, boss. Xiaozhou arranged a broken Jinbei car for Zhou Yufeng to drive away from the base. When others came to the building waiting for Zhou Yufeng, he had already left. Where is Pluto? Didn't they say he returned to the base? Several men in military uniforms asked Xiaozhou. The boss has left, what do you want? Nothing much. I just haven't seen Hades for a while, so I wanted to talk to him. These people who were so powerful that they could tremble just by stomping their feet in major war zones came to Zhou Yufeng in person just to chat. Xiaozhou looked at them disdainfully and said, the boss is very busy and doesn't have time to chat with you. Let's wait until we have time later. Oh. That's a shame. We finally managed to catch Pluto. As they spoke, the bigwigs from various war zones left dejectedly. As for Zhou Yufeng, after leaving the base in his broken Jinbei, he went straight to Chu Yunyang's residence. It was him who called. He hadn't had a drink with Zhou Yufeng for a long time. Now that they finally met, they naturally wanted to catch up. Afterwards, the two friends, regardless of age difference, continued drinking until 7 in the evening before putting down their glasses. Zhou Yufeng couldn't remember how much he drank, but he made Chu Yunyang so drunk that he had to crawl under the table. When we returned to the Qin family mansion, Keqing had already returned from get-off work. Looking at Zhou Yufeng who was drunk, she couldn't help but frown. Are you still out having fun like before? Tell me, how many girls did you pick up this time? According to the investigation information provided by Lin Tong, Zhou Yufeng is such a person. So she felt that Zhou Yufeng's current behavior was very reasonable. Zhou Yufeng exhaled a breath of alcohol and retorted, what do you mean it's still the same as before? Do you know a lot about my previous life? What else? Keqing threw the information Lin Tong had given her in front of Zhou Yufeng. Take a look for yourself and see if this is you. A playboy? Not doing his job? Living a life of debauchery? These big words in the information caught Zhou Yufeng's attention. No wonder Keqing had always been unfriendly to him. It turned out that she lost at the starting line. So based on a piece of paper, you concluded that I am that kind of person? Zhou Yufeng raised his lips slightly. I admit that I am a playboy, but I am not a lecherous person. I am not such a frivolous and horny person. You don't think I will have sex with any woman, do you? I think you can do such a thing. Keqing nodded solemnly. In Jinling, besides going to school. Before he could utter the word you, Keqing slapped him back. What? You won't let me tell the truth? Zhou Yufeng looked at her with amusement. Zhou Yufeng, if Yang Weidong hadn't plotted against me that night, do you think a man like you could have succeeded? Keqing stared at Zhou Yufeng coldly. That's not necessarily true. After all, this person is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He attacks me from time to time and even instigates me to go out and buy a small umbrella. You. Keqing almost fainted from anger when she heard this. In this guy's eyes, I am such an open-minded woman? Zhou Yufeng, I hate you. It doesn't matter. There are many people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Zhou Yufeng shrugged. Zhou Yufeng, if you are really capable, just give birth to the child safely, and then I will divorce you. I never want to see your stinky face again. Keqing gritted her teeth and endured it for the sake of the baby in her belly. 9 months later, when the child is born, I will definitely divorce this guy. Divorce if you want. These days, a second marriage is more valuable than a first marriage. By the way, after the child is born, the custody rights will only be given to me. Why? Why should I give you the custody of my child? If you have the ability, go and give birth to one yourself. Keqing, can raise 10 children without any financial help from you men. After saying this, Keqing rushed to the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Chapter 41, What a Romantic Guy. In the bedroom corridor, a figure sneaked down the stairs and came to Old Lady Qin's door and kept knocking. What's wrong? From inside the room came the voice of Old Lady Qin. Old lady, please open the door. I have something important to tell you. Ansu shouted from outside. The old lady opened the door and Ansu slipped into the room. The old lady looked at her suspiciously and asked, Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Old lady, don't be shocked when I tell you this. I just passed by the door of the young lady in the son-in-law's room. Guess what I heard? The old lady looked at Aunt Sue with dissatisfaction. What's the matter with you being so nervous? Just say it quickly if you want to say it. Perhaps because she felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old lady, Aunt Sue hurriedly said, Old lady, the young lady might be pregnant. What? Mrs. Qin sat up in shock. How did you know? Oh. The young lady and her husband said it themselves. I even heard them fighting over the custody of their future child. Nonsense, when did Keqing get pregnant? I don't even know. The old lady obviously didn't believe it. Old lady, if you don't believe me, you can go ask the young lady. I heard them speak very convincingly, so it shouldn't be fake. The old lady thought for a moment after hearing this and felt that Aunt Sue was not completely wrong, and perhaps it was true. After all, she is an experienced person and she can see some clues about what a pregnant woman looks like. Keqing has indeed changed in recent times. He walks in a steady and slow manner. Only pregnant women would be so careful to prevent themselves from falling or something. Now that you mention it, I do feel that there is something wrong with Keqing recently, but I didn't think much about it at first. Could it be that this girl is really pregnant? The old lady seemed to be mumbling to herself, or talking to Aunt Sue. Old lady, if you ask the young lady and the uncle, won't you understand everything? No. Old Madame Qin waved her hands. I know Keqing's temper very well. If you ask her rashly like this, not only will you not get any answers, but you will also upset her. Now is not the right time. Let's talk about it later. A triumphant smile appeared on old lady Qin's lips. If she was really pregnant, how could she not be seen? The belly is getting bigger day by day, and it will eventually burst on its own. Well, go and get some rest. It looks like the day when I, an old lady, will hold my great-grandson is getting closer. That night, the old lady slept extremely soundly, and even in her dreams she had a smile on her face. The next day, when Keqing got up for breakfast, she found that all kinds of nutritious food had already been prepared. And the person who cooked was not a servant, but old Madame Qin. Grandma, why are you here so early today? Did you make all these? Keqing pointed at the breakfast on the table in surprise and fell into deep thought. Since she could remember, she had rarely seen her grandmother cook. Why did she seem like a different person this morning? Old Lady Qin untied her apron, took off her sleeves, and said with a smile, Keqing, I see you've been busy running around for the company lately, and you must be exhausted. Although the meals made by the servants are nutritionally balanced, they don't suit your taste. Grandma knows your taste best, so I made this meal myself. Eat it while it's hot. By the way, call Xiaofeng down. He's been exhausted lately. Keqing? Hearing this, she immediately had a look of question marks on her face. It was true that she was exhausted, but which eye of hers saw that guy was also exhausted? I went out and drank a lot all day yesterday. Could it be that I was exhausted from drinking? Keqing frowned and said, Grandma, what illusion makes you think Zhou Yufeng is exhausted? Well. Old Mrs. Qin smiled without saying anything, just showing an expression that said everyone understands. Keqing felt more and more that there was something wrong with her grandmother, but she couldn't explain clearly what exactly was wrong. Just at this moment, Zhou Yufeng came down from upstairs whistling. Seeing a table full of nutritious breakfast, he immediately felt hungry. Grandma, good morning. Aunt Sue, good morning. He greeted everyone one by one, but ignored Keqing. Before going to bed last night, the two quarreled for a while, and now Zhou Yufeng was deliberately leaving her alone. All of this was seen by old Lady Qin, and she felt even happier. It seems that the granddaughter's pregnancy is a fact. The two of them were arguing about the child last night. Keqing, there is something I want to tell you. Old Lady Qin sat in the main seat and glanced at Keqing. Grandma, you say. It's like this. No matter what you do in your life, health is the most important thing. Do you want Grandma to help you take a long vacation from the company? How are you resting recently? Why Grandma? I'm fine, why do I need to take a long vacation? Keqing was completely confused and didn't understand what the old lady was making a fuss about. Old Lady Qin said earnestly, you can't make enough money. It's more important to take good care of yourself. I'll give you this card. There are at least tens of billions in it. Let Xiaofeng take it to travel around the world and relax. As she spoke, old lady Qin threw a supreme black dragon card to Qin Keqing. Looking across the entire Jinling, there are no more than 3 of this card. She really had good intentions. After learning that Qin Keqing was pregnant, she wanted Qin Keqing to take maternity leave now. Money is just a string of numbers to the Qin family. The bloodline of the Qin family in the future will be a huge fortune. Qin Keqing did not take the card. She frowned and looked at old lady Qin meaningfully. After a while, he finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Grandma, are you hiding something from me?" No, that's not the case. I'm an old lady and have already retired to the second line. What else can I hide from you? And you, Xiaofeng, you must take good care of yourself in the future. Come and eat quickly. Grandma specially prepared a bowl of deer antler soup for you this morning. It's delicious and nutritious. Come and try it. Thank you, Grandma. Zhou Yufeng stroked his chin and felt that the old lady was hiding something in her heart. Why on earth do you suddenly feed yourself deer antlers? This thing nourishes yin and strengthens yang, and he was afraid that he would have no place to vent after eating it. But the old lady had good intentions and had to eat it, so she gritted her teeth and drank a bowl of deer antler soup. Suddenly Zhou Yufeng felt warm all over, and his energy and spirit became more vigorous. After finally finishing this strange breakfast, Zhou Yufeng and Qin Keqing were ready to go out. While changing clothes upstairs, Zhou Yufeng approached Qin Keqing and whispered, "Believe it or not, the old lady knows that you are pregnant." What? Qin Keqing was startled and raised her head to look at Zhou Yufeng. Don't look at me like that. The old lady knows you're pregnant. I can sense that. Hearing this, Qin Keqing also fell into deep thought. It's really possible that the old lady discovered that I was pregnant, because Grandma was acting so strangely this morning. He not only cooked deer antler soup for Zhou Yufeng, but also asked himself to take a long vacation. It was obvious that he knew something. What should I do then? Qin Keqing was a little flustered. She was not mentally prepared to announce her pregnancy to the public. This is easy, but I need you to cooperate with me. How to cooperate? Qin Keqing looked suspicious. You are like this. Zhou Yufeng whispered something in her ear. When Qin Keqing heard this, she blushed and glared at Zhou Yufeng. Bah! You are such a playboy. How could you think of such a dirty trick? Chapter 42. It is normal for a young couple to do that kind of thing. Then do you want to cooperate? If not, I can't help you anyway. Zhou Yufeng shrugged, walked to the bed, and lay down on it with his legs spread out. After taking many deep breaths, Qin Keqing decided to do as Zhou Yufeng said. What should I do first? Qin Keqing asked with a charming blush on her face. Have you thought about it? Don't say I forced you to do it. Stop talking nonsense, give the instructions quickly. Okay, now go to the door and call out several times in succession, trying to let Grandma and Ansu downstairs hear you. Once they hear you, they will no longer suspect that you are pregnant. Because it's common sense that you can't do that kind of thing in the first 3 months of pregnancy. The placenta hasn't been fully formed during this period, and doing that kind of thing can easily cause miscarriage. As long as Aunt Sue and Grandma hear your screams, they won't suspect that you are pregnant. The method has been told to Qin Keqing, and it is up to her to choose whether to do it or not. Qin Keqing's face turned red and she glared at Zhou Yufeng. She seriously suspected that Zhou Yufeng was trying to embarrass her on purpose. Just thinking about making such an embarrassing sound makes my cheeks hot. However, if she doesn't call out, Grandma and Aunt Sue will firmly believe that she is pregnant. Then Qin Keqing walked to the door, put her mouth against the door, and tried to call out twice. It was spoken very quietly at first, and even Zhou Yufeng in the room couldn't hear it clearly. Didn't you eat? Use some strength to call me. Zhou Yufeng lay on the bed watching Qin Keqing's performance and said with a smile. Qin Keqing turned her head and glared at the guy twice, then she screamed loudly. The soul-stirring scream almost sent Zhou Yufeng away. For the first time, he realized that Qin Keqing's voice was so beautiful. Why didn't this woman scream so ecstatically that night at Yazhou Resort? At the same time, Aunt Sue, who went upstairs to clean the corridor, suddenly froze in place. She vaguely heard that shameful cry from Qin Keqing's room. As someone who had experienced it, Aunt Sue knew very well what that sound was. Is this the young lady? What time is it? Don't the young couple need to go out? Aunt Sue was very curious. She tiptoed to the door of the room, put her ear against the wall, and listened carefully to the noises coming from the room. It was Keqing for sure. Ansu suddenly became nervous. She never imagined that the young lady and her husband would play so wildly and do that kind of thing in the room in broad daylight. Then he changed his mind and felt something was wrong. You can't do that kind of thing in the first 3 months of pregnancy. The doctor specifically warned her about this when she was pregnant. You can do it if you want, but you have to wait until 3 months of pregnancy, and the man has to control the strength. You're still doing this even though you're pregnant. Could it be that you're not pregnant? Are you going to try harder this time? Ansu thought secretly, and hurriedly turned around and went downstairs to find the old lady. Madam, the young lady and her husband are having so much fun. They don't even go out in the daytime and do that kind of thing in the room. Ansu was out of breath and quickly reported the latest situation to the old lady. Hearing this, old lady Qin raised her eyebrows and said, "How is it possible? Keqing did that kind of thing right after she got pregnant. It would have a huge impact on the fetus in her belly." "Yes, I think so too." Ansu agreed. "Old lady, is this the case?" The young lady is not actually pregnant. The two quarreled last night because of their plans for the future child. Now the couple knows how to work hard. Whenever they have a little private space, they will study how to have a baby in the room. Well, that makes sense. The old lady nodded solemnly. Oh. This is fine, as long as the couple knows how to do that kind of thing. If they do it more often, they will get pregnant sooner or later. But old lady, don't you think this is a little strange? Logically speaking, the young lady is not that kind of woman. It's okay. People always grow up. Xiaofeng and Keqing are both young and full of vigor. They have just been married for a short time, so they must be very enthusiastic about that kind of thing. When they are old, they won't be able to do it even if they want to. When Ansu heard this, her face turned red and she didn't continue speaking. Okay, go and do what you need to do. Let them solve their own problems. Anyway, I only want the Qin family's bloodline, and everything else is secondary. I understand, old lady. Ansu went to clean the house again. Upstairs, Keqing shouted for about 3 minutes, and when Zhou Yufeng said stop, she finally stopped. After shouting for a while, her throat became dry. What was even more infuriating was that Zhou Yufeng was staring at her and laughing at her the whole time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Have you laughed enough? Zhou Yufeng sat up from the bed, looked at Keqing carefully, and said cheerfully, I didn't realize that you could scream so ecstatically. From now on, get lost. There is no future with you. Zhou Yufeng, it's all because of you that I am so embarrassed. Keqing was furious. She knew that Zhou Yufeng had tricked her, but she could do nothing about this guy. After putting on makeup and tidying up her appearance, Keqing carried her bag to the garage, drove out atop of the line luxury car, and went to work at the company. Zhou Yufeng followed him out. Bai Chushi had prepared the medical certificate for him, so she asked him to go and get it. At Jiankong Pharmaceutical headquarters, Zhou Yufeng met Bai Chushi, who was dressed up carefully. This woman doesn't have Keqing's queen aura, nor does she have Yimushi's devilish figure. But her advantage is her whiteness, the kind of whiteness as white as jade. No wonder his last name is Bai, there is a reason for that. Looking at her two long, round, white legs, I believe any man would fall at her feet. And when it comes to appearance and figure, Bai Chushi is not inferior. If we give a score, she is at least a 9-point beauty. Mr. Zhou, your medical certificate. Bai Chushi handed it over with both hands. Okay, thank you for your help. Zhou Yufeng took a look at it and put it in his trouser pocket. By the way, Mr. Zhou, you should take a look at the papers recently published by major pharmaceutical companies. This is related to our Jinling city's outstanding contribution to the medical field. Some of these papers are genuine. If you think they are okay, I will invite them to come and hold a medical exchange summit. This will also be of great help to the research and development of new drugs. After all, we can't just rely on our old capital all the time, and we can't save on the research and development costs. Zhou Yufeng nodded when he heard this. The pace of developing new drugs cannot be stopped. You should know that in recent years, whether in science and technology, military, new energy, or infrastructure, Longhua has been making great strides forward. Medical care is a topic of concern to countless Chinese people. Only when the medical system is improved can it benefit more ordinary people. Sure, let them come over when they are free. Medical research and development concerns the health of countless people, so we can't be careless. Okay. Bai Chushi nodded. How about this afternoon? Does Mr. Zhou have free time? Chapter 43. Without the protection of the Zhou family, you are just a cleaner. Okay, I'll go out for dinner first, and then come over in the afternoon to discuss the paper and plan for the new drug development. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll take you downstairs. No need, you go contact them, I can go down by myself. Bai Chushi nodded and went to make the calls one by one. Zhou Yufeng didn't walk far. There was a Pizza Hut downstairs, so he filled his stomach as he had a meeting in the afternoon. This was actually the reason why he rejected Bai Chushi before. Once you sit in this position, you no longer have to consider yourself, but the health of all mankind. The heavy responsibility was the reason why Zhou Yufeng refused at first. After all, he has been used to being lazy and free since he was a child. If he stands in such a high position, people below will definitely look at him with a magnifying glass, which will make him feel a little uncomfortable psychologically. Oh. You'll get used to it. Zhou Yufeng comforted himself in this way, and after filling his stomach, he walked towards Jiankong building. Zhou Yufeng went upstairs to the door of the conference room and was about to open the door to go in. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and the person who came out bumped into Zhou Yufeng. The most speechless thing is that this person was holding a cup of coffee in his hand. The two of them bumped into each other, and the coffee and broken cups were scattered all over the floor. The man knew it was his fault and quickly bowed to apologize. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't burn you, did I? I was too anxious just now. Mr. Bai called me for something urgent, Seeing her panic-stricken face and her humble appearance of constantly apologizing, Zhou Yufeng did not make things difficult for her. It's okay. Since Mr. Bai asked you to do it, just go and do your own thing. I'll clean up here. How can I say this? The woman looked embarrassed and kept apologizing. It's okay, just go if you need to, don't worry about me. Well, I'm sorry again, sir. After the woman finished speaking, she hurriedly left the meeting room and went to find Bai Chushi. Zhou Yufeng found a broom and a trash can and cleaned up the broken cups and coffee on the ground. However, before he finished cleaning, he heard footsteps approaching. At first I didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just someone passing by. When he straightened up, he found that the man was standing beside him, staring at him blankly. Haha, who was I thinking? Turns out it's you, Zhou Yufeng. Hearing these words, Zhou Yufeng turned his head and glanced at the person who spoke. This is a bald man in his 50s, wearing a suit and tie, and carrying a valuable briefcase in his hand. Just looking at his appearance, he looks like an elite member of society. This is indeed the case, because the medical papers selected by Bai Chushi were published by this man. At the same time, Zhou Yufeng also recognized this person. This person even taught his classes when he was in college. Men at that time were considered very powerful and were known as professors in the academic world. He occasionally gives lectures at many prestigious universities. It is said that one of his classes can attract countless academic elites to worship him. If I remember correctly, his name is Kong Liqing, and others call him Professor Kong. He is usually active in China University of Traditional Chinese Medicine and occasionally goes to other famous universities to give lectures. Zhou Yufeng still remembers the conflicts he had with him, because Zhou Yufeng at that time was a playboy and never listened seriously in class. All the top students vied with each other to worship Kong Liqing, but only a playboy like Zhou Yufeng was too lazy to pay attention to him. One time, Zhou Yufeng was late for class, and he was called out on it and taught a lesson. He also said that a poor student like Zhou Yufeng would become the scum of society in the future. If it weren't for the support of the Zhou family, no one would want Zhou Yufeng even if he was assigned to sweep the streets. This incident left a deep impression on Zhou Yufeng. After he was singled out and teased, everyone in the classroom laughed at Zhou Yufeng crazily. Later, the two had some frictions, and Kong Liqing always won. After all, he was a high-ranking professor. Although the Zhou family was rich in those years, they could not be compared with Kong Liqing in terms of social status. Now, after so many years, Kong Liqing still recognized Zhou Yufeng at a glance, which shows how bad his impression of Zhou Yufeng was back then. Teachers and substitute teachers may not necessarily remember the names of the top students, but many years later, they will definitely be able to recite the names of the poor students. Because the poor students always make them angry, it is difficult for them to forget each other's names. Obviously, in Kong Liqing's eyes, Zhou Yufeng is a typical negative example, and he will remember this name for the rest of his life. Looking at Zhou Yufeng cleaning at this moment, Kong Liqing smiled proudly. Ha, classmate Zhou Yufeng, do you remember what I said back then? I said that if you weren't born into a family like the Zhou family, no one would want you even if you were a street sweeper. It seems that after all these years, my prediction has come true. You have lost the protection of your family and have no choice but to come here and work as a cleaner. Young man, work hard and mop the floor clean. He mistook Zhou Yufeng for the cleaner in the building, patted Zhou Yufeng on the shoulder, and entered the meeting room first. After he went in, the experts and professors notified by Chushi also arrived at Jiankang building one after another. At this time, Zhou Yufeng had also finished cleaning. He put the trash can aside and looked at Chushi, who was walking towards him. Mr. Zhou, everyone is here. Professor Khan, Professor Luo and others are here, waiting for you in the conference room. Zhou Yufeng nodded. Okay, let's go in together. Pushing open the door, Zhou Yufeng and Chushi walked side by side towards the top of the oval conference table. That place is usually the main seat, and only people with the highest status are qualified to sit there. When Kong Liqing realized this, his eyes widened in shock. Because under his gaze, Chushi followed Zhou Yufeng like a follower, and the main seat was actually reserved for Zhou Yufeng. What's going on? That kid actually sat in the main seat? Kong Liqing suddenly felt cold all over. He realized that something was wrong and wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed back into his stomach. Chushi smiled and pointed at Zhou Yufeng, introducing him to everyone present. Everyone, this is Mr. Zhou Yufeng, the new helmsman of our Jinling pharmaceutical market. If you have any opinions in the future, you can come to Mr. Zhou. I believe that under the leadership of Mr. Zhou, our Jinling pharmaceutical market will be able to move to a higher level and develop various new drugs to benefit all mankind. Pa. As Chushi finished speaking, everyone present applauded, except Kong Liqing, who sat in his seat stupidly, like a stone sculpture. After an unknown amount of time, Kong Liqing suddenly stood up and said loudly, Boss Bai, are you sure you want to hand over our Jinling pharmaceutical market to this kind of person? Chapter 44, This paper is not good enough to be selected for the Lancet. Swish. When these words were heard, everyone looked at Kong Liqing, wondering why he was so excited. Chushi frowned and stared at Kong Liqing with sharp eyes. Professor Kong, do you have any objection to my decision? That's not what I meant. Kong Liqing shook his head, and after gathering his emotions, he continued, Boss Bai, do you know this guy's past? Why? Is Mr. Zhou's past important? Isn't it important? Kong Liqing said angrily. I taught him during his college years, and I know exactly what kind of person he is. Letting such a person be in charge of our Jinling city's medical market is playing with the lives of countless patients, so I strongly oppose it. You have no right to object. Seeing that Kong Liqing disrespected Zhou Yufeng, Chushi no longer treated him well. These words stunned Kong Liqing. He couldn't understand why Chushi would talk to him like this for an uneducated scumbag. Boss Bai, you were so outstanding before, but now you disappoint me. Kong Liqing stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Professor Luo, who was standing beside him. Lao Kong, what are you doing? No matter what, you should at least give Mr. Bai some face, right? Yes, Professor Kong, we are here to discuss medical achievements, not to quarrel. Professor Kong, this conference cannot be without you. The medical paper you published a few days ago is about to be selected for the Lancet. If you just walk away like this, our loss will be too great. It can be seen that the people at the meeting highly recognized Kong Liqing's achievements, otherwise they would not have said these words. Only Chushi had a livid face, staring at him unhappily. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Yufeng, who was sitting in the main seat, and found that his face was always calm, without the slightest ripple. Mr. Zhou. Chushi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhou Yufeng waving his hand. Then he stood up and locked his eyes with Kong Liqing. Professor Kong, I have finished cleaning the floor. Can we talk now? Humph. There's nothing to discuss with you. I know you're worth best. Kong Liqing was still very unconvinced and resentful. It was no wonder, as the impression Zhou Yufeng had left on him was too bad. He now couldn't understand how Zhou Yufeng ended up sitting in this position. Zhou Yufeng didn't take Kong Liqing's unreasonableness and arrogance to heart and continued, I just heard that the medical paper published by Professor Kong may be selected for the Lancet. I wonder if I can take a look at that medical paper. Can you understand it? Before anyone else could say anything, Kong Liqing started teasing. Chushi was about to get angry, but was stopped by Zhou Yufeng again, who then winked at her. Chushi understood immediately, searched for the information in the folder, and handed a paper to Zhou Yufeng. Mr. Zhou, this is the paper he wrote. Okay, let me take a look first. Zhou Yufeng flipped open the paper. It was indeed well written, but it was still a little short of being selected for the Lancet. The overall quality of this paper is not good enough to be selected for the Lancet. Zhou Yufeng put down the paper and told the truth. He has published articles in the Lancet many times, and no one knows the requirements of the Lancet editorial department better than him. The quality of the paper written by Kong Liqing is very good and it has caused some good responses in China. However, in Europe, it is not yet qualified to be published in the Lancet. As Zhou Yufeng finished speaking, the scene fell silent. I don't know how much time passed before a burst of laughter was heard. Kong Liqing laughed so hard that he almost lost 2 of his front teeth. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. How dare an uneducated scumbag comment on my paper? It is so ridiculous. By the way, Mr. Bai, is this the comedian you specially invited? Ha ha ha, do you think it's funny? Kong Liqing laughed and encouraged the people around him. Professor Luo and the others also found it funny, but due to Bai Chushi's presence, they did not dare to be so unscrupulous. Of course, judging from their expressions, they were also trying hard to endure it. In the interval between Kong Liqing's piercing laughter, Zhou Yufeng slowly picked up a pen, revised the paper, and then threw it to Kong Liqing, saying, "Now it can be selected for the Lancet." Swish! Everyone was shocked when they saw this. With just a slight modification, it could be published in the Lancet? Professor Luo looked at Kong Liqing and asked, "Old Kong, haven't you already submitted this paper to the editorial department of the Lancet?" What did they say? Kong Liqing put away his smile and said seriously, "It has indeed been submitted, but they are still reviewing it. I believe there is no pressure to publish in the Lancet because I have confidence in my ability." Well, we also believe in Professor Kang's ability. In time, we will definitely see Professor Kang's medical paper in the Lancet. Everyone, just wait for my good news. When my article is published in the Lancet, I will invite you to my home and we will celebrate. Ah, that's great. We look forward to that day. Everyone saluted Kong Liqing with their fists. After all, among all the people present, the only one who had the ability to publish in the Lancet was Kong Liqing and Professor Luo. Unfortunately, last year, Professor Luo wrote a medical paper and submitted it to the editorial department of the Lancet. Ultimately, due to some comprehensive flaws, he was not successfully selected. This is also Professor Luo's biggest regret in his life. Now it depends on whether Kong Liqing can succeed. As long as he succeeds, it will bring honor and glory to the medical community of Longhua. Ding ding ding. Just as everyone was complimenting Kong Liqing, a shrill cell phone ringtone rang out. It was Kong Liqing's cell phone ringing. He took it out and saw that it was an overseas call. Professor Luo was next to Kong Liqing and immediately realized the specialness of the number. He shouted, "Old Kong, this number is from abroad. It should be from the editorial department of the Lancet. Please answer it." Great! Kong Liqing was very excited. He had been waiting for this call for a long time. In order to show off his strength in front of everyone, he turned on the speakerphone. Then a pleasant female voice came from the receiver. The other party was speaking English, and Kong Liqing immediately responded in broken English. But after a moment, Kong Liqing froze in place with an ugly expression on his face, because the foreign woman opposite him told him that his medical paper failed to be selected for the Lancet. Kong Liqing was struck by lightning. This is what it means to try to be cool but end up being beaten. I wanted to show off my superiority in front of my peers, but ended up getting slapped in the face. He was about to ask the other party why he failed to be selected, but the other party was too lazy to explain to him and hung up the phone directly. Everyone present is highly educated and has a high income, and everyone can speak English. The call came from the editorial department of the Lancet, and they all knew that Kong Liqing had failed to be selected. For a moment, Kong Liqing seemed to have lost his soul and slumped in the chair. He could not accept this cruel fact. Ever since he submitted the paper, he boasted to everyone that he would be the first medical professor in Jinling City to publish in the Lancet. But imagination is very rich, while reality is very skinny. A rejection phone call completely chilled Kong Liqing's heart. Chapter 45, Medical Master. Hey! Professor Kong, don't be sad. Failure is the mother of success. Everyone fails sometimes. Just be more open-minded. If it doesn't work out, try harder next time. I believe Professor Kong will succeed one day. Someone spoke up to comfort the distraught Kong Liqing. Professor Luo followed up and said, "Yes, Lao Kong, it's no big deal. I failed too. Try harder. You are younger than me, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Will there really be a chance in the future? Kong Liqing doesn't think so. At his age, if he doesn't make any breakthroughs, it will only become more and more difficult as he gets older. Damn it! Kong Liqing cursed inwardly and didn't even have the mood to attend the meeting. Zhou Yufeng saw all of this. He actually had no expression on his face, but to Kong Liqing, it seemed as if he was being mercilessly mocked by Zhou Yufeng. He was just about to curse a few times to vent his anger, blaming this unlucky star for his failure. However, before he could curse, someone across from him said, "Professor Kong, I'm not questioning your ability. I just wanted to say that your paper has been revised. If that's the case, why don't you submit it again and give it a try?" His proposal was actually intended to favor Kong Liqing. Submit the version revised by Zhou Yufeng and let the editorial department of the Lancet scold him badly, so that Kong Liqing can find some psychological balance. His proposal was quickly recognized by everyone. Well, the revised version can indeed be submitted again for a try. What do you think, Lao Kong? Professor Luo said. Professor Kong, I think it's okay. Why don't you go over there and see how it goes? Kong Liqing was a smart man and he quickly realized that everyone's suggestions were meant to help him find psychological balance. He did not refuse, but cast his eyes on Zhou Yufeng and sneered, "Zhou Yufeng, this is everyone's opinion, what do you think?" Zhou Yufeng shrugged and said, "I don't care, you can vote if you want." Are you sure? Don't blame me if you get embarrassed later. Zhou Yufeng didn't say anything else. He felt that talking too much to such a person was a bit of an insult to his intelligence. Professor Kong, if you want to invest, then invest. Young Master Zhou doesn't mind your approach. Bai Chushi said coldly, how could she not see that these people were very evil and were waiting to see Zhou Yufeng make a fool of himself? As long as Zhou Yufeng makes a fool of himself, Kong Liqing can find psychological balance. Okay, since you all agree, I'll vote again. Kong Liqing didn't even look at the revisions. He was already certain in his heart that the Lancet editorial department would not even look down on his paper. Let alone the revised version by a poor student like Zhou Yufeng, who would be looked down upon even more and might even be called a piece of shit. Kong Liqing then opened his laptop, took a few photos of the paper content, and skillfully logged into an LP mailbox and sent Zhou Yufeng's revised version to it. Okay everyone, I've already voted, now let's just wait for the other side's reply. After waiting for more than an hour, I finally received a response in my mailbox. It is a paragraph in English with many exclamation marks in succession, indicating that after reviewing the manuscript, the other party was very excited and even a little bit unbelievable. When Kong Liqing read the other party's reply, he was completely stunned. Because the other party was actually praising him as a medical genius, he wanted to call him right now and asked if he had time and whether it was convenient. This. Kong Liqing widened his eyes, totally unable to believe that this was true. You should know that the papers you submitted before have not been reviewed for a long time. He waited for 3 days before receiving the rejection call. If I hadn't urged him so hard, he probably wouldn't even want to make the call. However, now, the other party not only praised him a lot, but also wanted to call him immediately. Although it was just words, one could also feel the other party's extreme respect. What's wrong, Professor Kong? Did the other person curse you in a particularly harsh way? Read it out loud so we can hear it. The man sitting diagonally opposite said to Kong Liqing with a smile. Kong Liqing did not answer and was still confused. Professor Luo pulled him and asked, "What's wrong, Lao Kong?" Nothing. Kong Liqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, "The other party didn't scold me. He said he would call me and asked if I had time and if it was convenient. He also said that I was a genius in the medical field." What? Kong Liqing's words rang in their ears, and everyone present was stunned. There is only one exception, and that is Bai Chushi. She looked down at these clowns and felt disgusted. Master Tianxian was mercilessly mocked in front of them. It was really like a leaf blocking the view of the mountain. Lao Kong, are you sure? How is this possible? The other party said that this paper was written by a genius in the medical field? Kong Liqing's face looked extremely ugly, as if he was constipated. Professor Luo didn't believe it, so he leaned his head out and glanced at the computer screen. After seeing it, he had to believe it. This is what the editorial department of The Lancet really said. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the phone rang again. It was still Con Liqing's phone. Lao Con, you answer it. Some people found it too strange. It was clearly rejected just now, but after being slightly revised by Zhou Yufeng, it was treated like a god. This sharp contrast in chasm is simply too puzzling. Con Liqing pressed the answer button with trembling hands. When the call was connected, the first thing the Lancet editor said was, "Are you the medical leader who disappeared for 3 years?" Medical Master was the signature Zhou Yufeng once used. 3 years ago, he published several medical papers and submitted them to the editorial department of The Lancet, and all of them were selected without exception. The signature Medical Master appeared many times in past journals. In addition, major medical elites around the world have read the papers written by Zhou Yufeng. Then they found that the content of the paper was astonishing, whether in terms of incisive criticism or insights into medical thinking. When Zhou Yufeng published his paper for the third time, the Lancet editorial department directly contacted the Nobel Prize in Medicine. After reading the paper, the jury decided to award that year's Nobel Prize in Medicine to Zhou Yufeng. The Lancet editorial department also tried to contact Zhou Yufeng, but unfortunately, the paper only had the signature medical leader and no contact information was left. In the 3 years that followed, the medical genius seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and never published any papers again. Now that this paper has appeared, the editor-in-chief of The Lancet immediately realized that this is the medical leader who has disappeared for 3 years. Because his views on modern medicine, including the research and development of new drugs mentioned in the paper, are exactly the same as the creative concepts of Medical King. At this time, Con Liqing was completely dumbfounded. As a professor at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, how could he not have heard of the name of Yi Kuei? Kuei means the leader, and the leader strives to be the first. Therefore, the literal meaning of Yi Kuei is self-evident. However, when asked by others whether he was the best doctor, Con Liqing would definitely not dare to take the responsibility. With his mediocre skills, how could he be compared with the famous best doctor? So he immediately replied, "Sorry, you dialed the wrong number. I'm not Yi Kuei, my name is Kong. I'm the one who just submitted the article to you." Chapter 46, People should learn to put themselves in the right position. The other party hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Since you are not the medical master, why can I catch a trace of the medical master in your content? What is your relationship?" "It doesn't matter. It's just that the paper was modified by someone and it became like this." Could it be? Con Liqing stared at Zhou Yufeng with eyes wide open. For a moment, he even thought that Zhou Yufeng was the legendary medical genius. But after calming down, he felt that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an uneducated and unskilled person be the chief doctor revered as a god by the medical community? Thinking about this, Con Liqing continued, "I don't know why it is like this. Well, we are very interested in publishing your paper in the 27th journal. Would you be willing to do so?" "Of course I would, I'd love to." Con Liqing replied excitedly. "Okay, let's make an appointment next time and I'll call you then." The other party hung up and Con Liqing breathed a sigh of relief. He sat back in a daze, his mind blank. Although he was reluctant to admit that this paper had the opportunity to be published in The Lancet only after Zhou Yufeng's revisions, he also knew that his original manuscript had just been rejected. And now the other party is very interested in publishing his own paper, so there must be something going on. "Lao Con, what's the matter? What does the other side say?" Professor Luo asked. Con Liqing pursed his lips and said with difficulty, "The other side said that they are willing to publish my paper and it will be published in the 27th journal in the near future." "That's great." Professor Luo slapped his thigh, then noticed that Con Liqing's expression was not right, and he quickly closed his mouth. At this time, everyone in the conference room was looking at Zhou Yufeng in shock. They were not fools and guessed that there must be something wrong. The manuscript was rejected at first, but after it was revised, the other party asked Con Liqing if he was a medical leader. Could it be that the famous medical master is right in front of him? "Mr. Zhou, are you the chief doctor?" Finally, someone couldn't help it and asked about Zhou Yufeng's hidden identity. Zhou Yufeng smiled without saying anything, neither saying yes nor no. He tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically and answered the question irrelevantly, "I would like to ask everyone here, am I qualified to talk to you now?" "Please go ahead. Mr. Zhou, whatever you want to talk about, we will do our best to cooperate. When you are out there in the world, you have to earn your own reputation. Whether you can suppress some small monsters depends on whether you have strong abilities. Even Kong Liqing kept silent and didn't dare to cause any trouble to Zhou Yufeng again. The following meetings went much more smoothly. Every time Zhou Yufeng put forward a point, these old guys would quickly take out their little notebooks to record it. And the more they listened, the more shocked they were. Every reform idea Zhou Yufeng proposed was something they had never thought of before. Only after careful consideration can one understand Zhou Yufeng's good intentions. This is like a person with top-level cognition launching a dimensionality reduction attack on a newbie. They were totally unable to keep up with Zhou Yufeng's pace and were led by the nose by Zhou Yufeng the entire time. After 2 hours of medical consultation, Kong Liqing and Professor Luo benefited a lot. The rest of the experts and professors who are very powerful in various prestigious universities have become Zhou Yufeng's fans. Mr. Zhou, I have benefited a lot from your preaching. Now we know what it means to be a better person than a better person. Yes, Mr. Zhou, there were many misunderstandings before. I hope Mr. Zhou will not bother with us, the little guys. Mr. Zhou, on behalf of Jinling Medical College, I welcome you to visit us anytime. Professor Luo grabbed Zhou Yufeng's hand and spoke with great enthusiasm. Only Kong Liqing stood at the back of the crowd, too embarrassed to face Zhou Yufeng again. After listening to this class, he guessed that Zhou Yufeng might be the legendary medical master. When I first met Zhou Yufeng, I was still pretending to be cool. It was like showing off my sword in front of Guangong or my axe in front of Lu Ban. It was really embarrassing. After Professor Luo and others exchanged contact information with Zhou Yufeng, shook hands, and left, Kong Liqing walked over sickly, still with his head lowered, not daring to look Zhou Yufeng in the eye. Zhou Yufeng chuckled and said, "What's wrong, Professor Kong? Are you feeling unwell?" No. Kong Liqing hurriedly shook his head and rubbed the corners of his clothes nervously with his hands. He looked like a young bride who had just married into the family. After a pause, he finally mustered up the courage to look at Zhou Yufeng, an embarrassed and annoyed expression on his face. "Zhou Yu." "No, Mr. Zhou, I was blind just now, I hope you don't mind. I will put myself in the right place in the future and will never be disrespectful to Mr. Zhou again." Kong Liqing apologized sincerely and no longer had any temper. I like to hear that. As a person, you really need to put yourself in the right place. Once you can't find your position, it will not only embarrass yourself, but also make others hate you. Don't you agree, Professor Kong? Yes, that's right. Kong Liqing lowered his head and accepted the reprimand, just like a son being scolded by his father. Let's go. Zhou Yufeng didn't make things difficult for him anymore. He waved his hand and told Kong Liqing to get out. Kong Liqing felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly fled the place with his tail between his legs. After everyone left, Bai Chushi's laughter was heard behind him. Zhou Yufeng turned his head and glanced at her. She continued, "Alas. This is how the world is. There are always some people who like to show off their superiority, but they don't realize that they have hit a wall this time. This can be considered a small lesson for him." Zhou Yufeng smiled and said nothing. Society is a big melting pot, with all kinds of people. The level of cognition has nothing to do with wealth. People like Kong Liqing are used to being complimented by others and always think they are awesome. However, in front of the truly awesome people, he is nothing. After convening the meeting on reforming the pharmaceutical market, Zhou Yufeng left Jiankong building. I had nothing to do on the road, so I just went for a walk in the city. I strolled around until 6 in the afternoon before returning to the mansion, where Keqing was waiting. Seeing Zhou Yufeng coming back, she said, "Come out with me tomorrow." Zhou Yufeng was startled when he heard this and asked, "Where are you going?" "You'll know when you get there tomorrow." Okay. For a married man, freedom no longer belongs to him. If he didn't obey the order, Zhou Yufeng knew that this woman would bring up the terms of the engagement to reason with him nonsense. The next morning, Keqing got up very early. Zhou Yufeng was still asleep. She put on makeup and put on a sexy uniform. Black stockings were worn on her beautiful legs, with a pair of small high heels on her feet, a president's skirt, and a dark blue shirt as her top. This was the first time Zhou Yufeng had seen Keqing dressed like this. Her hair was slightly tied up, revealing her swan-like neck, on which she wore a pearl necklace. I have to say that at this moment, Keqing displayed her temperament as the queen of Jinling to the extreme. Chapter 47: Qin's Undercover. Are you trying to seduce me into committing a crime by wearing such sexy clothes? Zhou Yufeng got off the bed and walked behind Keqing. Ha, someone has already committed a crime. If I had called the police that night, you would have been in jail. Zhou Yufeng curled his lips. It's not my fault for what happened that night. You broke into my room by yourself. Why am I the one who has to go to jail? I don't want to bother with you. Keqing rolled her eyes when she heard Zhou Yufeng say this. Have you packed? If you're ready, come with me to the University of Chinese Medicine and then to the medical college. Zhou Yufeng raised his eyebrows curiously. What are you going there for? Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. Keqing said clearly. The two of them went downstairs. Keqing told Lin Tong to prepare the car, and the three of them rushed towards the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Lin Tong parked the car and said, Boss Qin, we're here. Okay, you wait for us in the car. Okay, Mr. Qin. Keqing looked at Zhou Yufeng beside her and said, Get off with me. When the two arrived at the door, a man in a suit was already waiting there. This person is the vice president of China University of Chinese Medicine, Guomingxian. He was quite familiar with Keqing and had eaten together several times. As one of the most powerful business families in Jinling, the Qin family naturally donated a lot of money to the Chinese Medical University. Boss Qin, you are here. Please come in. Guomingxian made a gesture of invitation with a very respectful attitude. At the same time, he glanced at Zhou Yufeng, thinking he was the driver, so he didn't ask any more questions. Boss Qin, I think Principal Lu needs to think about the matter you requested earlier, because... Speaking of this, Guomingxian looked embarrassed. Keqing felt that something bad was going to happen, but on the surface she remained calm and asked, why? Because the Huang family in Longhai City has already come to us in advance. What? Keqing widened her beautiful eyes. The Huang family from Longhai City actually came to visit China University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in advance? When did it happen? Keqing asked again. Yesterday afternoon. Guomingxian answered truthfully. Okay, I understand. Keqing had no intention of going in again. She turned her head, winked at Zhou Yufeng, and quickly got into the car. Lin Tong asked curiously, Boss Qin, are you done talking so quickly? What are you talking about? Let's go back to the company. There's a mole in our company. What traitor? Lin Tong was extremely surprised. The idea of having the Chinese Medical University and the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences endorse the book was just proposed at a meeting a few days ago, and then the Huang family got there first. Isn't there an insider? Swish. When Lin Tong heard Keqing's words, she understood them instantly. It is true. As soon as the Qin Corporation made a major decision, the Huang family got there first. It is definitely impossible to say that there are no undercover agents inside the company. Where are you going next? Do you want Lin Tong to take you back first? Keqing said to Zhou Yufeng. No need, I haven't been to Qin's yet, let me go in and take a look. Whatever you want. Keqing continued to instruct Lin Tong, go back to the company first. I'll call Grandma. Okay, Mr. Qin. Longhai City, Huang family. Ever since Huang Shirong came back, there has been anger within the Huang family. They cursed Keqing as an ungrateful person, saying that if it weren't for them, there would not be the Queen of Jinling today. That girl from the Qin family is so ungrateful. Did she forget that if it weren't for the protection of our Huang family, she would have died on the road? Huang Shirong's mother Sun Wanyun said hatefully. Huang's father was also indignant, so we have to teach Qin a lesson and ruin their plans. I have already informed the University of Chinese Medicine and the Academy of Medical Sciences, and they dare not endorse Qin anymore. Humph. The Qin family will pay a heavy price. And that little bastard who beat up Shirong, bring him to Longhai immediately. I want him to kneel down and kowtow to Shirong to apologize, and then throw him into the East China Sea to feed the sharks. When Sun Wanyun learned that her son was beaten in Jinling, the anger in her heart never dissipated. Only Mr. Huang remained calm, as if he was not affected by the incident. What do the Li family in Jingmen say? After an unknown amount of time, Mr. Huang spoke softly. Grandpa, the Li family is still quiet. I don't know what they are up to. Huang's father replied. Keep in touch with them. This is a big game. Without the Li family, it will be difficult for us to swallow such a big piece of cake. There was a gleam of wisdom in Grandpa Huang's eyes. I know, Dad. What did Shiji say yesterday? Have you explained everything to Jinling University of Traditional Chinese Medicine and the Medical College? Just at this moment, an older young man whose temperament was no less than Huang Shirong stood up. He is Huang Shirong's cousin, whose full name is Huang Shiji, and currently manages the Huang family's pillar industry. Grandpa, both the Chinese Medical University and the Academy of Medical Sciences have expressed their willingness to provide convenience for us. Huang Shiji's words made Mr. Huang very satisfied. Okay, well done. Next, bring the boy who injured Shirong to Longhai. I want to see for myself how he can dare to attack our Huang family. Yes, old man. Qin's, in the front hall. When several sweet-looking and tall receptionists saw Keqing coming back like a gust of wind, they all felt a chill running down their spines. As expected, Keqing cast her eyes towards them and ordered coldly, notify all departments immediately and hold an emergency special meeting. Yes, Mr. Qin. Seeing that Keqing was in a bad mood and on the verge of exploding, they did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Soon, senior executives from various departments entered the spacious and luxurious conference room. Zhou Yufeng has been following Keqing silently, which makes many people in the company guess about Zhou Yufeng's identity. Some people were whispering, and some were secretly pointing at Zhou Yufeng. These employees didn't know that Keqing was married, and they thought this was the driver that President Qin had just hired. When Keqing saw that everyone had arrived, she said, "Hand over your cell phones, and go and search them." Swish! More than a dozen strong security guards came forward and searched everyone one by one. Qin's security guards are not those careless guys. They are all veterans with outstanding personal abilities. After being searched, some senior executives frowned and looked confused. It is estimated that today's meeting is not as simple as it seems. President Qin's expression is not right. Someone dared to ask, "Boss Qin, what happened?" There's an undercover agent inside the company. Keqing's words caused the entire conference room to fall silent. What the hell? Is there an undercover agent inside the company? They used to think that commercial undercover was far away from them, but they never expected that it was right under their noses. Damn it, the Qin group treats us well, but there are still cowards who want to trip up President Qin? Who is that guy? If you have the guts, stand up to me or I'll beat you to death. A young man wearing a plaid shirt immediately expressed his loyalty to Keqing. Yes, there is an undercover agent. It's really abominable. Who is that person? Mr. Qin, have you found out? Get out of here, you disgusting undercover. How much did you get from them? Qin's family has supported you for so long, how could you do such an ungrateful thing? The scene was in chaos, and only Zhou Yufeng looked calm. He scanned everyone's face, then took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Xiaozhou. Chapter 48 The Undercover Agent is her. After receiving the information, Xiaozhou immediately activated the Sky Eye system to track down who Qin's undercover agent was. Half an hour passed and the conference room was still in chaos. Just as everyone was making noise, the office door was pushed open and a fashionable and beautiful girl appeared in everyone's sight. Hey! Why is it so lively today? As she spoke, she looked at Keqing and Zhou Yufeng on the podium. Cousin, what's going on? Keqing heard the voice, glanced at the fashionable girl, paused and said, "There is an undercover in the company. Don't you know about such a big thing?" "Oh, I really don't know. I just came back from a business trip." "When did this happen?" As soon as the beautiful girl finished speaking, another person walked into the meeting room. It was Qin Zhiheng, who had met Zhou Yufeng once before. And this beautiful girl is Qin Zhiheng's biological sister, Qin Xiaolu. Regarding what happened recently, I suspect someone has colluded with the Huang family in Longhai City to sabotage our plan. Keqing said in a cold voice. So that's how it is. We really need to get to the bottom of this. Qin Xiaolu said calmly, "Zhiheng, you stay here and help Sister Keqing investigate. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay, sister. Go ahead and do your work. I and Sister Keqing will take care of this matter." "Wait a minute, I'm afraid you can't leave now." At this moment, Zhou Yufeng came down from the podium and walked quickly to Qin Xiaolu. "What do you want to do?" Qin Xiaolu subconsciously took 2 steps back and kept a certain distance from Zhou Yufeng. "What about the body search? It seems you haven't searched her yet." Zhou Yufeng signaled to several security guards. How could the security guards dare to search Qin Xiaolu? Although she did not have as much power as Keqing in the Qin family, she was not someone that the security guards dared to offend. Ha, that's funny. You want to search my body? Are you sure? Qin Xiaolu looked at Zhou Yufeng with disdain, a look of superiority on her face. You are also a member of the Qin family, why can't I search you? Or are you afraid? What am I afraid of? Qin Xiaolu retorted, I am upright and have nothing to fear from my own shadow. But you, a gigolo, what qualifications do you have to control me? Sister. Don't bother with some gigolos. If he wasn't lucky, how could he be qualified to come to our Qins? Qin Jihong teased, Zhou Yufeng, don't be shameless. No one dares to search my sister's body. If you don't accept it, you can go to grandma. Why do I need to look for my grandma? You can choose not to search me, but what is this thing? As if by magic, Zhou Yufeng suddenly had a bug in his hand. He took this out from Qin Xiaolu's arms, pulling a hidden thread, revealing Qin Xiaolu's true identity. You? Qin Xiaolu was horrified. She didn't even realize how Zhou Yufeng had seen through the bug she was carrying. Everyone stared at Qin Xiaolu with wide eyes. They never expected that the undercover agent was actually her. Manager Qin, you. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Keqing was also shocked. Although she had always been at odds with Qin Xiaolu and her brother, she had never thought that the undercover agent would be Qin Xiaolu. Keqing was immediately furious and asked, what do you mean? When did you bring this thing in? Qin Xiaolu was speechless and her face was ashen. Keqing looked at Zhou Yufeng with inquiring eyes again. Zhou Yufeng did not explain, but put the bug into his pocket. Just after he sent a text message to Xiaojiu, he received a surveillance screenshot. After the Sky Eye system was turned on, Qin Xiaolu's little tricks were exposed. It was she who informed Huang Shiji that Qin's company had a big move recently and was seeking endorsement from China University of Chinese Medicine and the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences in order to enter the elderly market. As we all know, the elderly market is a sunrise industry. As China enters an aging society, more and more companies are doing business with the elderly. Once health products for the elderly and various types of medicines taken by the elderly are developed, it is best to find one or two powerful and prestigious organizations to endorse them, so that the customer group can feel at ease and satisfied. The Chinese Medical University and the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences were within Qin's consideration. The top management of Qin Group decided that in order to win the elderly market, they must have the endorsement of China University of Traditional Chinese Medicine and the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences. Just when I was about to go and discuss this with them, the Huang family from Longhai City got there first. Qin Xiaolu secretly informed Huang Shiji, destroying Qin's recent plans. As for why she did this, no one knows, only she herself knows best. Come on. Follow me back to see Grandma. Keqing was as cold as ice, and the look she gave Qin Xiaolu could freeze an elephant to death. Qin Xiaolu was like a walking corpse and was taken back to the Qin family's old house by Keqing. When old lady Qin learned about this, she was almost angry to death. She pointed at the disappointing Qin Xiaolu and didn't say a word for a long time. Qin Hongyi and Zhang Chunfang stood nearby and didn't dare to breathe. They felt ashamed because their daughter did such stupid thing, even worse than an animal. Xiaolu, tell me, why did you do such a thing? Did Qin let you down? Old Mrs. Qin spoke angrily, her old face full of rage. Qin Xiaolu didn't say anything. She didn't have the face to say anything. She thought her plan was perfect, but Zhou Yufeng saw through it at a glance. Xiaofeng, it was you who discovered the bug she was carrying. Do you know what happened? Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of Qin Xiaolu, old lady Qin turned to ask Zhou Yufeng. Zhou Yufeng shook his head, Grandma, I don't know either. It would be best if we could pry her mouth open. Bang! Old Madame Qin slammed the table and asked loudly, Xiaolu, please tell me quickly. If you don't explain the reason for this matter, there will be no place for you in the Qin family in the future. Bang! Qin Xiaolu couldn't bear it any longer after hearing the old lady's words. She knelt on the floor with a plop and said with tears and snot, Grandma, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Now is not the time for you to admit your mistakes. I want to know why you did such a stupid thing. I arranged for you to go on a business trip to Longhai, so how did you get in touch with the Huang family? Qin Xiaolu knew she could no longer hide it, so she confessed everything with tears in her eyes. It turned out that after going on a business trip to Longhai, she had close contact with Huang Shiji. In fact, the Huang family and the Qin family have been in contact for many years. Qin Xiaolu had also met Huang Shiji and Huang Shirong. Naturally, she admired Huang Shiji, a young master from a wealthy family, from the bottom of her heart. This time I had the opportunity to go on a business trip to Longhai, and I received an invitation from Huang Shiji to go out for a simple meal together. During the few days in Longhai, she completely fell under Huang Shiji's eloquent talk, and even played wrestling poker with Huang Shiji in the 7-star hotel. After a night of playing poker, Qin Xiaolu became lovesick and was used by Huang Shiji to betray the Qin family and reveal some of Qin's recent business plans. Before returning to Jinling, she brought the eavesdropping device prepared for her by Huang Shiji, intending to monitor Qin's business secrets for a long time. However, things went against his wishes. On the first day after returning, he was discovered by Zhou Yufeng and caught red-handed. After hearing Qin Xiaolu's account, old lady Qin regretted not throwing her into the toilet and drowning her. This unfilial daughter is a disgrace to the Qin family. Xiaolu, from now on, you don't need to work at Qin's anymore. Because you are my granddaughter, I will provide you with food and shelter, but you will not be allowed to participate in any activities related to Qin's business in the future. Did you all hear it? Old lady Qin's last sentence was obviously directed at Zhang Chunfang and Qin Hongyi. Mom, we all know. Qin Hongyi and Zhang Chunfang lowered their heads with dark faces. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Old lady Qin said, Xiaofeng and Keqing will stay. Grandma, what should we do about this? The Huang family has ruined our initial plan. Qin Keqing said. Alas! This matter is a bit difficult to handle. The Huang family today is no longer the Huang family of the past. If we want to reoccupy this market, you must step in. Keqing, the Huang family treats us like this, and it is ultimately your fault. Old Mrs. Qin looked haggard. She knew that the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. If she wanted the Huang family to return to its former state, she could only let Qin Keqing come forward to handle it. Grandma, you don't have to look at the Huang family's expressions. They are in Longhai, and we are the economic foundation of Jinling. We still have the final say in this market. Keqing will handle it in time. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Zhou Yufeng spoke confidently, claiming that Qin Keqing could handle the matter. Qin Keqing looked at Zhou Yufeng suspiciously and was about to say something, but was pulled away from the old house by Zhou Yufeng. In the car, Qin Keqing frowned and said, What are you doing? If I can't convince the Chinese Medical University and the medical college, I will lose face in front of Grandma. Don't worry, you can convince them. Don't worry, I'm here for you. You're here? Do you know the top leaders of China Medical University and the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences? Qin Keqing frowned even deeper. Zhou Yufeng smiled and shook his head. I don't know him, but I believe in your ability. Qin Keqing? Chinese Medical University. Due to Huang Shiji's manipulation, Principal Lu found it difficult to make a final decision between the Qin family and the Huang family. Although the Huang family's headquarters is in Longhai City, Longhai is the bridgehead of the Yangtze River Delta region. The Huang family can dominate Longhai City, so their overall strength must be better than that of the Qin family. But considering it from another perspective, offending the Qin family in Jinling is also a result that Principal Lu does not want to see. After all, Qin has donated a lot of money to them over the years. If we fall out with the Qin family, it will be difficult for the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine to develop in Jinling. Oh. What should I do? Principal Lu touched his bald head, feeling at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside. Principal Lu asked in a deep voice, Who? Old Lu, it's me. A familiar voice came into my ears. Is that old Kong? Principal Lu quickly stood up to greet him. If someone came to his office to see him, he would never be so attentive, but since the other party was Kong Licheng, Principal Lu had to give him face. Lao Kong, why are you here? Principal Lu asked. Kong Licheng said straight to the point without any nonsense, Old Lu, I heard about what happened to you, and I also received a call. You are right to stand on the side of the Qin family in this matter. The Huang family is powerful, but after all, they are in Longhai City, and they will not do anything to us for a while. And if you choose to abandon the Qin family and choose to befriend the Huang family, then I am sure that our Chinese Medicine University's future in Jinling will be countless times more difficult than it is now.